To be fair, they do have some really good players. You have the infamous Solo also captaining for their team. You have Zizian, who I've seen a few times here and there. He is a relatively newer player to the scene, but Aincrad is someone you remember back from Team One Move, even though that was, it last year, but he has competed here before. So it is a scenario where they might be outmatched against Team Lynx, especially considering the fact that Lynx 2-0'd them in the group stage and Team Lynx have the more renowned roster. But here is the roster for Team Spillet. It is going to be Zizian on the position 1 role. A role that if I recall correctly, he did play very well in. Of course, it's a different scenario when you're playing against a big team, but let's see what he can do. Aincrad on the position 2 role. I do recall One Move's mid laners to always have been consistent. And then not too much available information, unfortunately, available on Zarich. But you have Kaisko and Solo, who has probably been competing, or rather has been in the scene overall one way or the other, whether it's an analyst at TI or if it's a player back with Virtus Pro, dating all the way back to 2014.
Yeah, one of the most successful Dota 2 captains out from the Russian scene who hasn't won a TI. Also captained the probably best teams to never win TI, and that was the Virtus Pro lineup of years gone past. Of course, Team Spillet cannot be alone on the server. They have to be going up against an opponent as well. And although they're not quite as fun to say as Team Spillet, we do have Team Lynx coming through with a lot more faces that we can put through to them. Melajul, obviously, everyone should know him. They should love him. Cracker as well. Fan favorite and stable part of many CCT winning and contending rosters. Cubify, another position 4 duo that has come through with Cracker looking incredibly good. You have to watch out for these two players. They're going to be playing around each other very effectively. And then I know a bit less about 7Gs and Hitovir Vladik, but you know what, Ultras, that's where you come in.
I mean, 7Jesu has been around for a while. He's the only player who did not play with Passion UA, but he's been around all the way dating back to about 2019. Hasn't been around a famous roster, but for a brief while, he was with a team called Team Sexy, apparently, who won quite a few of the Tier 2 to Tier 3 tournaments out there back in 2023. But then, of course, did fall off. We did see, if you recall, back in season number 1, we had a team called Team Asakura coming in, competing all the way up to that 9th to 10th place position. Again, not a great performance by 7Jesu, but having been covering him in the past several months, I will say he has massively improved. I mean, all the way, even just up until recently, the previous series of CCT, season number 7, they achieved a 56th place position, and in some of the other tournaments out there, made it into the closed qualifiers after playing in the open qualifiers, for example, of PGL Wallachia season number 7. So they do have what it takes, but considering the kind of roster they have assembled, I would like to see them achieve the actual results that this roster is designed for.
Well, listen, you've obviously praised Zizian quite a fair bit, but let's also talk about Mr. Maxim Senkinovich, 7Jesu, and what he brings to the table in this head-to-head, Dodgers.
I think this Lynx roster has the exact same kind of playstyle that we came to expect from Passion UA. 7Jesu melds in really well with the playstyle that Cubify and Cracker bring in, the support duo who look to open up the map, look to make space. 7Jesu is more of the traditional farming-based carries. He's not going to be participating super early on, can do so on some of those early based carry heroes, but he also likes his Clinks, he also likes his Swen, he likes those late game carries out there as well, and I would say he is one of the more diverse carry players in the current meta, or rather in the current scene.
Yeah, that's where, well, let's see exactly how they end up shaping things out. Passion UA obviously had their own sort of heyday within the CCT circuit, and it did feel like more often than not, you're looking at a Cubify and Cracker as being some of those players who've been able to actually assist in finding that heyday. Probably the best support duo that I have seen, or at least close to it. Obviously we also had Passion UA. God, I can't remember their names actually, but Passion UA had another. Yes, Fernandes and Flacco probably are the ones that take the cake, but Cubify and Cracker coming in close soon after as well. So that's where I want to take the conversation next. Versus Solo, how do they fare?
It really depends, because all the way back in December, remember, we costed a tier 2 tournament which had the legends of Chinese Dota returning back into the scene for one more go. Did not see them perform quite as how we were expecting. So there is a big difference between Dota, how it used to be back when Solo was at his peak, and the Dota that we know now. We even had, for example, I recall in one of the tier 3 tournaments, we had Monkey Business, OG, No-Tail, Seb, Dobson coming in. They didn't make it all the way up until the grand final. So how good Solo plays right now, that I feel like is just going to depend on, it's just going to be a question that time will have to answer. I will add though that captaincy, the role that you're able to provide as an in-game leader, that does not deteriorate. That only grows as experience goes on, and perhaps that is going to be his most valuable skill set.
I mean, we are saying Solo as if he's sort of like completely retired or whatever. He was just playing like a year ago in other tier 1 tournaments, right? Solo is, I think he's the oldest player to have ever played at a TI as well. Obviously, no one really leaves Dota. Dota leaves them, but it doesn't feel like Dota's left Solo yet necessarily. Lynx will start things off straightforward. They will be banning out a couple of supports through, and for Spillit, as I will continue to call them in respect to their name, they will be banning out something maybe a little bit more meta in the Largo and the Kotl, which is a personal hatred of theirs.
I mean, the Keeper of the Light is something that you do not want against Team Lynx. Just Metal Jewel is too good with the Keeper of the Light. You cannot play against that, and that is something of a tradition we've seen in CCT. Every season, every series, there is someone who comes in, plays the Keeper of the Light, and destroys everyone, and then teams realize they don't want that. But at the same time, Team Lynx also can play a very mean Huskar at times, so that might be something Spillit will have to consider as far as the bans go. But right now, stable meta bans, stable targeted bans coming out from them. Lynx are coming in with a surprising bans. All 3 of their bans are actually supports here.
Now, Spillit has gone for a very high priority in position 4 Invis heroes. They've gone for a lot more Nyx Assassins and Bounty Hunters than I've ever seen any other team go for, so I would be curious to see whether this ends up being like a consistent strategy for them. In their matchup versus Lynx earlier on, they also ended up picking out a Bounty Hunter in one of their losses. Of course, second loss was through with just a Tusk. That was a lot closer. It always feels like they're supports just don't do much. You know, even in the upper bracket match versus Power Rangers, they picked Nyx Assassin twice again. I think he went like 1-10 both times. Just felt like kind of a useless hero for a lot of the map. And, riddle me this for Spillit, if you're losing out every single match with an Invis hero, maybe it's time to not be making that a priority that you're shaping your draft around. But Bat Rider has been offered up, and surprising absolutely no one, it is immediately picked by Lynx.
Yeah, can be flexed around, great offlaner as well as a great support. At the same time, you can flash farm pretty easily. I recall just yesterday I was covering a game where you had a support Bat Rider achieve a Blink Dagger at the 13-minute mark, and it was a similar caliber team to Team Lynx. So if you're able to get that kind of a timing on the Bat Rider, it becomes a seriously viable hero. Sometimes a support Bat Rider can also seem like a core Bat Rider because they both do the exact same thing. It just depends on how much of a farm difference there is. But Spillit, they have options. You can always go for an Abaddon, but this early on it would be a bit too preemptive. They will stick to their Beastmaster. I wonder though if this is going to be a mid lane Beast, because if it is, playing a mid lane Bat Rider wouldn't be that bad of an idea.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to play mid lane Bat Rider, even if it's going to be doing well versus the Beastmaster. It just doesn't feel like necessarily the hero where you're going to be getting the most damage out from, and then you need so much like right click or magic damage coming out from your offlane and your carry, so you don't really feel like you can go for a Mars or a Brewmaster or something like that. Sometimes if you're going after a mid lane Bat Rider, it closes off more opportunities than it opens.
And you have a lot of other heroes that you can pick up to dominate this Beastmaster if you know he is for sure going to be on the mid lane. Huskar, Viper, both heroes that 7Jesu likes to play, or rather, sorry, Metal Jewel likes to play. That can be picked up for Team Lynx at any point they want, because there's only one ban remaining for both sides until we get to that last big phase. So there's going to be a lot of options right now for Team Spillit. I hope that they are prepared in order to flex this Beastmaster around. A lot of teams do prep this Beastmaster to go on that mid lane. We saw it last series where you could have flexed it out. Now they still won the lane, I believe, but it could have gone really poorly.
Nyx Assassin ban comes through despite the fact that Lynx obviously beat them with a double Nyx Assassin. Rather, not Lynx beat them, they lost in the upper bracket of power ranges with the Nyx Assassin pick. For Spillet, some of their wins have been with the Nyx as well versus Inner Circle earlier on in the group stage, and they were able to use it to good expectations. But now if they want to go for one of their position 4 invis heroes, that would be a Bounty Hunter. A Bounty Hunter would also basically guarantee it has to be a mid lane Beastmaster. You're never putting a Bounty Hunter Beastmaster lane together. So would be surprised if they fought for them. I'd love to see a Tusk pick, to be honest, coming out of a hair for Spillet. It's obviously a natural counter to the Batrider when you have your own Blink Dagger. It's just very good in lane. And if you want to put the Tusk and the Beastmaster together, you're in for a good time.
Yeah, the Tusk is always going to be a very, I think, a great pick for either side here. Even against that roar, you have that snowball save for the Tusk. But you're right, the tag team combination with the Beastmaster, or even really the Drinking Buddies facet for the Tusk is pretty good with the Beastmaster. That increased movement speed, that repositioning against the Batrider too. So let's see what they do go for. They ban out the Ursa, so it seems like this Beastmaster might be an offlane hero after all.
All the more reason to go for a Tusk, in my opinion. The only way then you can counter that out is with a Gyrocopter on the other side, but it will be the Ringmaster picked up. They want the save versus the versus the Batrider, and one way or another they will have it, be it the Tusk or the Ringmaster. You can choose to double up. I still think that would be pretty good of a hair. You just need to maybe have something come through for the carries and the mid to have a bit more synergy with that Wheel of Wonder. The Rocking of Souls is sort of what you look out towards for something like that.
And you can add in a lot more, a few more abilities. Like you have the Phoenix that's still in the pool. The egg wouldn't be that bad. Queen of Pain.
Position 4 Phoenix?
The Phoenix can work really in a multitude of ways, in my opinion. Team Lynx have also, interestingly, Metal Dude has also played a mid lane Phoenix, so I don't think it's going to come out right now, of course. But the Queen of Pain ban is certainly interesting. I wonder if this is going to be a Storm pick coming out by Team Lynx or a Spirit pick in specific, or if they're actually just planning to play a mid lane, a melee hero on that mid lane. It'll be definitely interesting. They need to get around this Ringmaster. So picking up a very physical DPS build against the Ringmaster without any way to counteract that escape pack is not going to be the right idea. I just wonder what that's going to be.
Well, this is going to be a confirmed Batrider on a core position unless we have something very strange coming through. Incredibly aggressive trio to start things off with. Lynx are certainly going to be very strong in the early game no matter what they pick up next, but it's that mid game that I'm getting slightly worried about. This is going to be a mid lane Batrider, almost definitely, and with Timbersaw now picked up on the other side, I mean, that's a lot of damage coming through for Spillet, and whatever you want to try and pick up for yourself over here for Lynx's carry is going to be in a little bit of pain.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe Lynx will actually go for a Luna here. Good Silver Edge builder, good against that Timbersaw because that Lucent Beam can cancel out that Timber Chain. Good against the Beastmaster because the Glaze will bounce around, take out the boards. So I can see the value coming in for the Luna in terms of just a comparison between the Luna and a Gyrocopter. Those two heroes are viable right now, but the Gyro does suffer against the Timbersaw. And now Spillet will add in a lot of lockdown, the Hex and the Shadow Shaman, as Lynx will go for the Gyrocopter indeed. So it seems like they are more worried about the Beastmaster than they are about the Timbersaw. But
honestly, this might end up being a offlane Batrider with the Dark Willow. That wouldn't be bad over here at all.
Yeah, I think it's probably an offlane Batrider. But then you need something like a Razor on that mid lane because you need auras. There is no way around the auras this game. You need that Crimson Guard and you need the Pipe of Insight. Sure, it's not going to block the pure damage coming in from the Timbersaw, but the Wild Axes, the Ringmaster's Wheel of Wonder, the Shadow Shaman, all of those heroes are sources of damage, and Spillet are most likely going to infuse some heavy physical damage with their last pick.
Yeah.
And not to mention, I mean, Lynx have a very squishy lineup. The Batrider is not exactly a hero that I would say is particularly tanky. Against the kind of overwhelming damage coming in by Spillet, it could be a bit rough. But Lynx are estimating this to be a Beastmaster on the carry position. Not bad, but definitely would be very interesting into an offlane Batrider.
I don't love
with the Dusk.
I don't love the idea of a Razor mid, to be honest, for Lynx. I just think it doesn't do enough versus the Timbersaw especially, and that so far, that's the number one problem that you have to deal with. It's that Timbersaw around that 15-minute mark. You have no real solutions to him. You don't really have any way of guiding him, any way of locking him down, and the auras don't help versus the pure damage over here either. So I'm curious about what they go for. The problem is, although I'm criticizing your suggestion of Razor, I don't really have one of my own. It doesn't feel like there's really a quote-unquote good mid laner to pick over here. There is so much hard disable coming out from the Schwillet side.
Would you go for a
hard pressed
Huskar?
to find someone versus a Timbersaw and a Beastmaster.
It just seems like a worse Razor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Timber. Viper is available.
Viper is sort of what I was thinking of, yeah.
You're good with your magic resistance, of course, not going to help you as a Timber, but you have that break, and I think you do need a break mechanism. Gyrocopter will not be building up that Silver Edge, so if you can come up with a break, I think the Viper is a very viable hero. But again, Spillet seems to think that this Batrider is a mid lane hero.
Is there an offlaner that you can go for over here that does well into the Timbersaw at all?
Well, you'd have to do well against the Beastmaster. That is going to be tricky because if you need an offlaner right now, you need auras. So if you go for an offlaner that builds up the auras, like the Tide Hunter or the Underlord, Brewmaster will probably go for the Aghanim Scepter, but I think the Underlord is the best one right now. But then you're also playing into a Beastmaster, which is a losing battle, so it'll be tricky.
I don't mind going for a Brewmaster if you really want to send the Batrider mid, because I just think the Cyclone's obviously one of the best ways of dealing with the Timbersaw until he has a BKB, so even if you don't have aura, it's just the ability to mitigate damage is sort of like a pseudo aura in a lot of ways. So yeah, but personally, I would much prefer the Batrider on offlane regardless. We still don't know if this is a carry coming through, carry Beastmaster coming through. This could still very much be a traditional carry, so they go for the Underlord. It is going to be Batrider middle, and now the question is, do you let this be a Beastmaster carry, or do you switch that out to the offlane, potentially let the Timbersaw be mid versus the Batrider? Timbersaw does pretty alright versus the Bat.
I mean, honestly, you can play a carry Batrider. Alright, sorry, a carry Beastmaster, because
versus the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster does pretty well against the Underlord. This is going to be the Kez. Okay, I recall you saying how.
Yeah, I really before the match started, I just said to Belchus, dude, I really hope they don't pick Kez. I know they like playing Kez. I hate casting Kez. But you know what? It is a very exciting hero.
The match that I remember Zizian in was the Kez.
Yeah, he likes his Kez. That's why I mentioned it. Spillet has picked out Kez for him a couple of times so far in this tournament. This is interesting. So it is going to be a mid lane Beastmaster and an off lane Timbersaw over here. I would have probably preferred the mid Timbersaw, but obviously Ironclad is maybe a little bit more comfortable with that Beastmaster overall.
Yeah, it does seem to be a scenario where, I mean, the Underlord is a good pick in this scenario, as long as you can get to the auras. I think the biggest benefit of the Underlord is when you're going to be able to get to that Scepter, but man, oh man, is the Kez going to decimate the Underlord. I don't see how Vladik is supposed to have a good game. Beastmaster into the Gyrocopter, sure, it's not ideal, but you can always fall back in the jungle. You can always play it safe. You have the Shadow Shaman with you, and the Ringmaster can teleport through the gate. Timbersaw, definitely a bad match against the Batrider, in my opinion. Just very difficult to play into the Batrider, but at the same time, the way that I see Spillet being stronger is through their rotations, and their rotations seem uncontestable unless you get those auras, unless you get the damage from the Gyrocopter. The Batrider has his farm. Sure, you have the saving grace of the Dusk Snowball, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I'm actually a lot more optimistic about what Spillet is bringing forward apparently than you are, because I just think that so far what we don't see is a way to deal with this Timbersaw, who is inevitably going to find farm for this Kez out onto the map. Beastmaster, it doesn't matter how well you do in lane, unless you're actively killing him at least twice in the first 10 minutes, Beastmaster will be okay. And okay is good enough for the Beastmaster over here. There's no reason for Aincrad to do more than that, or at least worry about doing more than that now.
I mean, Aincrad, that's actually interesting. When you said Aincrad, I realized that it's not Darknia, it's actually Aincrad. It's spelled backwards. Because every time I've casted Darknia, I've just been saying Darknia. But I think the Beastmaster can skip those auras. I think the Beastmaster, as long as he doesn't die, or even if he dies, as long as he doesn't feed the lane, he should be fine. The Beastmaster has a fantastic ability to recover, and the majority of the damage is going to be coming in by the Kez. So even if you don't get to that scepter, even if you don't have as much farm as you would like to, I think Aincrad will have a good enough overall game to enable his Kez. All he really needs is to plant that roar down on the gyrocopter, and Kez just needs to go to work.
Observer ward dewarded early on. Spillet will be having placed a secondary ward on the bottom rune already, so it's fine. Wait, no. Are they... What? I'm confused. Why are there two Radiant wards for pretty much the same position?
Wait, where? They're not in the same position. They're
not in the same... They're for the same position, though.
Yeah, that they are. Definitely. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just to catch out the rotation, but it turns out it's going to be okay. I didn't actually realize this, but it's actually Aincrad towards that mid lane role. He is the mid lane player, so...
Yeah, that's what I said.
Beast... I do think that it might go a bit like the Viper matchup, but... he's not supposed to win the lane by any measure. I think the Batrider should have a decent enough time. The only problem is, I don't know if the Batrider gets strong enough power spikes, though, through that mid lane.
Yes.
That the same kind of power spikes will be achievable for Spillet. I think they're going to be able to get much more done.
There's a reason why this is one of the most nerfed heroes of all time. The Batrider has gone from being incredibly potent to being only niche as far as core picks are concerned. I don't know if this is the niche that they want to fall into. Bot lane 7J Su will be doing pretty well for himself early on, at least until level 3, you'd assume. We'll have to wait to see how that one goes later on.
1 minute in, he's gotten 7 CS and 1 deny, so he's gotten all 8 creeps. He's only missed 1 CS so far, so he's doing very well for himself. At least the start of it is very good. Meanwhile, the Kez, Zizian is just on about 3 CS. Even if he has the denies. But the Gyrocopter Tusk has always been a bit of a staple combination. I get the idea behind sending the Willow towards that top lane because you want the Bramble Maze as a disengagement tool against Zizian when he grapples in. You cannot let Zizian get on top of your Underlord. Vladik is just going to suffer death through 1,000 cuts.
Vladik is one to deal a fair bit of damage at himself as well, but Cubify will be the decider for this lane. Solo's doing a great job of just continuing to harass Cubify back. But this bottom lane, Kisko is just playing maintenance. No one should really be finding kills across the map unless it's this mid side. There's not really anyone else, and as I say that, they're trying to go for an attempt on the Cracker. Cracker will dodge out the Timber Chain, and regardless of the Blood Grenade being used, it's now on to 7J Su instead. His Magic Stick will be good enough to keep him reasonably healthy, but Zarich has to be careful that he doesn't get countered out onto a Rocket Barrage from close range, would still be a problem, even if he is healing up very rapidly.
And this is a lane where if you get shackled down on the Gyrocopter, you are potentially going to die. The barrage is only good if you're able to unleash it, and you can't win the duration of the Hex or the Shackle. So Spillet certainly have options, and they are playing on the edge. And Cracker, sure, he did go for the Drinking Buddies. So even if there is a Shackle on 7J, so they do have options I just think Spirit are going to scale, like past that 6 to 7 minute mark, Spirit are going to be stronger on some of these lanes. But a lot of that is also going to depend on whether or not Solo decides to go down towards that bot side, as any single time Cubify is out of this lane, the Underlord becomes a target. So you may also want to wait for that opportunity. But who knows what the best course of action is going to be as decided by them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
7J Shackle is going to connect, but the snowball is enough to at least force them away. There's enough creeps on the Dire side. The 7J under good risk, but Krekker, fantastic ice shots will not be helping. First blood still goes the way of Kisco. One last right click will give him a slightly faster boost of speed. Well, he already has a boost of speed, so whatever he wants next, probably the Basilius.
Snowball was there, but I believe that he came out of the snowball a bit too early on. Should have maybe held it for a second longer, although that might not have made any bit of a difference. But the gyrocopter, he needs to be careful. I think the Tusk can be used hyper aggressively or hyper defensively. In this case, it should just be the defensive playstyle, at least until your gyrocopter has more levels on the barrage that can provide that deterrence to that Timbersaw and have him get a bit punished.
Catch out onto the Ringmaster. Solo is a goner.
Good kill being found on Solo. I don't know why he was that far away, because Zizian's not going to be leaving his lane unless he sees a clear window of opportunity, something that he hasn't really found. Overall, I think both teams are in a pretty good spot, but one thing that Zarich is behind on is in that CS. He's not that far behind, but he could be a lot better.
Okay, thought Zizian might have a chance over here for a kill over here to the top side. Hysteria Vladik is trying to stay alive, but Solo with another blood grenade will snipe the kill. Very nicely done. Zizian chases him all the way from basically his tier 1 tower. The Underlord felt like he was going to be safe, but like you said earlier, Tultrus, it's death by 1,000 cuts, and he's the one delivering them.
And, as soon as Cubify went out, they took that opportunity to chase down that Underlord. And this is what you want to avoid. There is a way out. The Underlord can farm the jungle, but you can't give away too many kills to the Kaz. The Kaz is, I feel like, shouldn't be in the game in general, but he's there now.
Right now, Kez is going to be looking to try and fight back versus Cubify. He's putting out everything he can, but he feels safe to try and back off, but he still wants to fight in. This is surprising. The Shoto side connections coming through, and Cubify is just baiting him forward. Zushian is now in some trouble, but the grappling hook is going to be enough to get himself out of it.
He does have the 14-1 charges, the Fairy Fire and the Lotus, so he's actually quite healthy. But we'll need to pop them now.
He's trying to hold on to the Lotus for as long as he possibly can. There's been a whole lot of damage dealt to him, but Zushian is going to play it greedy.
Nice go. Gyrocopter?
This is risky. I mean, he should be able to get this kill over here. There's no one who can actually TP back in, so he's going to be fine, but he has to be careful. The Beastmaster is not on the map, and he's actually already used his roar, so maybe that's why he feels comfortable diving in.
It's also the Shrine of Wisdom timing, T-Time. They might be able to get it.
Well, they're certainly hoping they can stay around for it. Zarich is low, so he won't be a man to contest, even if he's doing good damage, courtesy of the Whirling Death. The Wisdom can be picked up. Kisco can't really come through. Gyrocopter, one of the hardest heroes to try and contest with, but all in the meanwhile, Zarich will go down to a rotation from Cubify. That confirms that there's no support towards that top side, but with no one in position, they can't try and go for a reverse try and play. A huge win for Lynx at the 7-minute mark.
Dire's bottom tower.
And I mean, they get both Shrines of Wisdom. The Underlord, Vladik, will be able to collect his. A big blow to Team Spillet, who were playing aggressive, were making it work, but somehow got overwhelmed by 7Jesu as he ran in with the barrages. So somehow lost their footing in that lane. I think the Timbersaw, quite frankly, was so hyper-focused on being able to apply pressure on the Gyrocopter. The lane equilibrium got out of hand. There were too many creeps pushing in, and Lynx simply took advantage of that fact. Vladik's not doing too bad on the Underlord, but there's the roar.
It's out onto the one hero that can try and save the day over here, and he will be able to do so with the drinking buddies. Stun onto 2, snowball used defensively and offensively, and Melojul can ignore those ice shards like it's nobody's business because it sure as hell isn't his. Quickly finishes off that double kill. Ninecrad might be good with the one, but he really wants more than that. Slow comes out from his boards. It's not enough. He needs another secondary board to be able to actually close the distance. That won't be happening. Too many sticky napalm charges. That's a whole lot of disconnects.
That is actually a lot of disconnects at the same time. The entire lineup for Steam Spillet, Aincrad is clearly not in the cafe that they're playing in. I have, you know, there's a few people have called me Sherlock Holmes by accident, T-Time.
By accident, I hope.
Yes. I'm more of a... I actually forgot the side character.
Moriarty? Watson?
Watson,
Ah,
yeah.
If you forgot his name, then you're definitely more of a Watson.
I mean, Melojul getting a double kill, that is certainly big because the Batrider is a snowball-oriented hero. It can seem a bit deceptive because the Batrider likes to farm, so one would think he isn't a snowball hero, but Quills can quickly stack up on the Batrider, and you can't underestimate the amount of physical damage the Batrider, especially a core Batrider, brings to the table. And that is something to avoid for Spillet. Quite frankly, their supports have not been playing up to par in the laning phase so far. Their moves are being countered out by Lynx. It's like Lynx are able to read them across the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kez is going for a Desolator. Of course, that is the, I suppose, the meta favorite build for the Kez should enable him to burst down these heroes. And I'm just wondering if Lynx have enough burst damage to take out the Kez before he can get the Raptor Dance off, because there's not a lot of stuns available. Homing missile is probably not going to be a factor.
I'm maybe a little bit more concerned about the idea of Aincrad's farm right now than I am of the Kez's sort of ability to perform, let's say, 8 minutes from now. Aincrad's going to have a fairly slow Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be about that 13 to 14 minute mark if Lynx wants to take another few fights. They're in position to do so. This Batrider is feeling very strong right now. He's got the full drums, he's got the Tranquil Boots as well, and this is going to be his timing window to perform. Kisko, level 4 right now, a death would be a serious problem. Drinking buddies to help Asu. Kisko's death is written out in the fates of the stars, and he, well, wishes that he maybe had a few more stars. Neutral creeps will not be assisting out in the kill either. It's a quick kill out for 7 Jesu.
And he'll teleport back to the lane. Great kill to be found. I mean, he made his way all the way to the top side to perhaps get a kill on the Kez. Finding a shaman, not the most ideal thing, but at the end of the day, he was the one who got the gold from the kill. He was the primary hero to get that.
And also the shaman's going to be stuck on level 4, Douglas, right? Like, let's not ignore the fact that the ultimate from the shaman is a primary way that Spillet is going to find map control going into this mid game. They cannot take down a tower without him. And now there's another smoke up from Melojul. He spots out the courier. That's going to be giving up the jig for this Kez, who's getting aggressive again. Zuzian is being baited in by Vladek. Now Vladek goes forward. Setup is perfect. Kez is going to be a goner. He can't find anything. Critical kill to come through, and
7 Jesu's
couldn't
back.
ask for more.
The gyrocopter is actually back in here. He went towards that bot lane to secure the creep wave and then immediately teleported through the gate again. You can tell that Lynx, quite honestly, or quite frankly, want that tier 1 tower towards that top side down. And they want to take anyone near that tower out. The Kez being shut down for now, and the gyrocopter continuing to farm up 7 Jesu is going to be a big factor to play against. And quite frankly, Spillet, they've gone this awkward farming route on all of their cores. That offlane Timbersaw is not going to be involved because he wants to get to that Sanj and Kaya. The Beast Monster wants to get to that Aghanim Scepter. Kez wants to get to that Desolator and Aghanim. So there is a big window that Lynx have. I know you mentioned the Beast Monster, but it's a whole lot more.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many resources you're missing out on. Right now, Cubify's been fed up and he won't be able to get out the Terrorize. Vladik is just trying to get a portal over for the extra stats bonuses it does give. Raptor Dance goes out. Suzyik doesn't get anything from it. That feels incredibly lackluster. That's 2 deaths now in a row for this Kez. And if you were worried about progression before, well, it's going to be even more worrisome now.
One of the things that I am confused about is how much Spirit are actually forcing the issue, especially on that top side. You don't have a tower there. You either farm or you take a pick off elsewhere on the map, not close to Link's tower where they can come in with the infinite teleports, where they can show up with their gyrocopter or even the Batrider. That's never going to be a fight that's worth it. Not to mention, you're a lone Kez with one or maybe even both of your supports, but no other core beside you. Zarich is just farming away, that too at an incredibly slow pace. He doesn't have the Kaya up despite of having the entire lane free for the past 5 to 6 minutes. And you have a Beastmaster who wants to get to that Aghanim Scepter. You can't play this greedy and expect it to work out. You need to slow your roll.
That's what you'd think, at least. And I think you'd be right. I don't have a solution to Bayat Ultras because what I'm always looking out to with a Shadow Shaman there is the comeback potential with just taking a tower, right? You take a tower, you plant some wards down, maybe you can work off of it. Shamans can have level 6 at 15 minutes. That double wisdom that they lost out on, it's never hurt so bad.
And even when the Shaman does get his Serpent Wards, in this kind of a scenario, if it's so late into the game, I am not sure if the one Serpent Ward use is going to be able to take a tower down. I think they might need to commit to 2 Serpent Ward uses, which means that Schmidt might not have a tower down, at least until that 17 to 18 minute mark.
Yeah. It's kind of insane. And look, there's a conversation that I can have with you, and I can tell you that, well, if you survive long enough, that Zarek becomes a factor. Maybe there's something you can do, but Zarek, they're not letting him survive. They're targeting him next. They have gone for every single one of these scores, bar the Beastmaster, and they found kills successfully. Lynx are just playing this map, frankly, better.
And Melojoul did go for the early Blink Dagger. Normally, you go for the Boots of Bearing, you go for maybe the Pipe of Insight afterwards, but he just went for a straight Blink Dagger because he recognizes the opportunity that Lynx have with all of their damage, with the fact that they collected the Shrines of Wisdom, so they're far superior in terms of experience on their supports too, and there's very little that Spillet can do to counter all of these plays out.
Escape back from solo is not going to be giving him much. The cooldowns are going to secure the kill. Twisted Chakram comes up, but Zarek is just not in position to provide the damage he needs. He's going to be caught out by this Dark Willow, who TPs herself away. Roar onto the Gyrocopter, saved by the ball, but that snowball is only going to buy some time. This is a big kill to find. Massive kill onto the Gyrocopter and the Tusk. So overextension from Lynx will be punished. Finally, Spillet find a window.
And they get the Serpent Wards up. The Gyrocopter and the Tusk are both down. Maybe with this Serpent Ward use, Spirit can actually secure even more and get this tier 1 tower towards this bot lane. They will commit the wards, and they should have enough damage, assuming the Gyrocopter doesn't teleport here. Lynx played that way too far out, and they, quite frankly, like you mentioned, did get punished for it, but Melojoul is back in.
And as it very often is the case, is looking for the most valuable target. Will have some support coming in from Vladik as well. Cubify finds one on the side. Zarich is gone, and where they found 2, it's 3 right back over.
And Vladik comes in with the Crimson Guard. He's already building up or pumping up those auras. Pretty soon he'll have that Pipe of Insight if they feel like they need it, or maybe just that whole Aghanim Scepter built up. And Zizian, you know, he's throwing out those Raptor dances as if he has a Desolator, but he doesn't.
Dress for the job you want, not the one you have. Ulti like you have the items you want, not the ones you have. Right? Something like that.
I suppose, but if you want kills, then you ulti when you have the items.
Ulti for the kills you want, not the kills you're getting. Listen, man, there's going to be some BS Instagram quote that applies here, okay? I just have to find it.
Sure there is, but the Kez now has a Desolator. So now he can go for the Raptor dances. Now you can potentially look for a kill, but you need more farm. You are
Cubify
very
is
behind.
solo initiating onto Zarich because he knows that his teammates are coming over from nearby. Krekker just looking for room to get close the distance. Cubify, I mean, Willow's a very good support versus the Timber, so if the Timber's even slightly far behind, but he just takes half of Zarich's HP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He does have the reactive armor, so it won't deter him from farming up the jungle, but getting pushed out of the lane by a support is never going to be the ideal case. Again, a lot of the conversation revolves around the Gyrocopter, who,
Radiant structures are
when
fortified.
he hits that BKB timing, I'm not sure if Spillet, even if they are able to jump on top of him with that roar, if they're going to be able to take him out. Because the Tusk is always going to be nearby. You have Cubify inching closer to that Yule Scepter for probably that Timbersaw or that Beastmaster, and you have a Crimson Guard. So even if the Tusk isn't nearby, there are so many layers of security that Lynx have built up. The Underlord, Vladik, can come in through the gate, pop the Crimson Guard, and suddenly the Gyrocopter becomes unkillable if he's able to activate his BKB. There is quite a lot to play through, and it feels like Spillet will spend the rest of their time peeling an onion.
And crying all the way through.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They
do
want to
contest
contest
Roshan,
Roshan. I mean, Raptor dance inside the Roche, but it's always good of it here. But Invis Rune is really what's going to be the difference maker. He can move in. This is going to be good damage inside the pit. 7 Jesu does pick up the Aegis, but it might not be enough. He loses life immediately. Buyback from Tusk, and Zarich is out of there. They've accomplished what they came in for. And maybe even more on top of it. Reinitiation. Kesko can't close the distance for the Hex.
Just what I was waiting for.
That's not good at all for Lynx's side. And it's gone from bad to better. At least as far as the Spillet fans are concerned. Vision will pick himself up a killing spree over here as well. Lynx just gave up all of their advantage there.
They did. They lost the Aegis, lost the Underlord, lost the Willow. After the fact, Willow could have actually made his way out, but he chose to go for the Bedlam play again, something that he has been demonstrating time and time again. But this time around, his team, Spirit's team, was nearby, and he knew it. So I'm not sure what that Bedlam play was. But for Lynx,
Radiant's top tower.
they still have a lot more options. That's the thing. But with that recovery, are able to come up with options of their own. The Shaman now has a Blink Dagger, and Kaisko, if he is able to get the jump in, if Zarich is able to follow, if the Beastmaster also jumps in, Lynx, whoever gets gone on, is probably going to fall, because the timing between that Underlord gate coming through is probably going to not be enough at this point. Gyrocopter does not have the amount of sustain to survive that long.
Well, he will have the BKB coming out very soon, so maybe that'll be changing. Topside Tormentor is what they are waiting for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is going to be the shot out for Kisko. So extra little bit of time for that foul play.
Melojule does have his BKB almost built up, so you're going to have simultaneous BKB timings being hit. Underlord almost has the Aghanim Scepter too, but they do have big power spikes. The only problem is Spirit are now going to be playing really quick, because this is the time to be aggressive. We saw them getting a bit too hasty in the laning phase. That's still okay considering the last team fight went in their favor. But now that they have the Blink Daggers up for both the Shaman and the Beastmaster, you can make plays for just anytime you want, anywhere you want. It's surprising they're not setting up Cliff Vision in this area that they do control. They're going to plant down an Observer Ward next to the tier 2 tower. This should help them to spot out their Gyrocopter if he continues to farm in this spot, as a second set of Serpent Wards do get used, and it seems like Spillet have come up. Oh, Willow.
Well, Willow is going to be looking to get out of there with a little bit more Netherrealm Skullduggery, but without a DP, this is going to be just asking for help from Melojule, and Melojule is not willing to deliver help out to a very greedy Willow play. Cubify's had a few deaths now, and those are going to start to rack up. Zarek picking that one up as well.
Melazul has actually not gone down a single time, so he is playing pretty well on the Batrider. The only question is, as time goes on, it's going to be harder and harder for him to be able to get the lasso and drag a target out. I wonder if there is going to be a point where it's no longer going to be possible into the Timber, the Beast, and the Kez. But you still do have a window where he can get it done for maybe the next 7 to 8 minutes, and ideally Lynx match the kind of tempo that Spillet are playing with, and maybe choose to fight.
Blinken and Hex from Kisco, and now you've got the Wheel of Wonder out and about as well. This Underlord isn't long for this world, and Vladik has found out that suddenly they're very far behind on Lynx. The net worth might not reflect it, but as far as momentum and map control is concerned, there are very few areas of the map that are still safe to farm, but maybe they can find safety and aggression. Zuzik is gone.
The Kez in that scenario is a very easy target to take down, particularly as he was only about 40% of his HP.
Melajul, though, you called him out for not dying, and look at what he's just gone and done.
I blame myself.
I do too.
Yourself or me?
You, always you. It's always your fault.
Okay, that makes sense.
It does.
But I mean, at the end of it all, though, if 7 Jesu is not the one dying, and if you're not able to squeeze his farm, then Lynx are always going to be in a good spot. Because at the end of the day, the Batrider pick suggests, and the Underlord pick suggests, that you are planning for the late game scenario, for the mid to late game at the very least. You're never going to be securing the early game win here. So you want a Gyrocopter to be hitting critical mass to get to that big Apache state. And for Spillet, you're going to have to contest against a Gyro with a Kez who is quite far behind. There is a 4,500 difference between these two carries. And that is going to be a significant factor once 7 Jesu decides to provide some aerial support for his team.
Radiant are scanning.
It does feel like Spillet have this 5-minute window where they can do whatever they want. And right now what they want is to find another quick support kill as they set up for what should eventually be a Roche fight contention. 7 Jesu trying to back up, but the Ringmaster is in pursuit. So is the Kez. Kez trying to make his way over. Ringmaster long range. Dagger is perfectly placed. And now with a slowed down Gyrocopter, he's forced to BKB. He knows he can't TP out of this either. Shosada just keeps on keeping on and getting so much damage out onto him, but he's managed to get the damage back as well. Somehow Kez dies in that process. The glass cannon is broken, and as Krekker tries to back himself away as well, it is going to be the Twin Gate that can potentially save his life. You can't give the same over to Melojul. He is going to fall.
Underlord not making his way over, Cubify not present in that fight. Gyrocopter getting caught out across the map, very far away from his tier 2 tower. He was playing around in this area for far too long, and we can see the weakness of the core Batrider right now, where he's simply unable to provide the value of that counterplay for Lynx when his Gyrocopter really needs it. So then I'm not sure how Lynx plans on achieving that counterplay. They have the Aghanim Scepter for the Underlord, which is supposed to be their big power spike, but quite frankly, Spillet, they're punching above the weight right now, and they're playing with a Kez that doesn't have as much damage output as he will in the next 10 minutes.
I'm curious about what this Gyrocopter even does over here, because he obviously has a lot of very good damage, but until he gets a Satanic, it feels like he can't really man-fight forward. There's no one to absorb damage unless the Underlord is very much ready and present before the fight begins. He can't use his Phoenix Gate to actually come into the fight. Otherwise, the Gyrocopter is going to be dead before he even gets there. 7 Jesus, smoke will pop, they'll blink forward, they're going to find Zarich. That's an easy kill for them, regardless of the Wheel of Wonder. No, maybe it's not. Zarich's BKB, the roar comes through as well. The pushback is enough to force 7 Jesu away, but now 7 Jesu turns out on Ironclad. He's doing so much damage. Kez is going to try and take advantage of the lack of the BKB, but his own BKB is running out, and 7 Jesu can fight back. Zarich is still alive. The double kill out there, and it's Melojul who's trying to close the distance. The Fairy Crown is not going to be enough, and Zarich not caught caught out by the brambles. Dodges at the flame break as well. Can't TP away. A root right at the edge, and Lynx finally get an initiation going their way.
Oh man, that looked super awkward when the Timbersaw was able to chain away, but Vladik this time around was omnipresent in that team fight with the Fiend's Gates coming in, with the Pits of Malice being dropped on top. It seemed like the Kez wants to chase after the gyrocopter, but you have to consider that the side gunner, even as the gyrocopter is running away, is still dishing out damage, and Kez has no kind of HP sustain at this point. He's only playing with the Desolator and the BKB. He has 2000 HP, which gets melted quite easily. So Spirit, they need to stick together in those team fights for the counter initiation like they came out with successfully, but after the fact. They need to have a contingency plan for when Lynx fights back, or for when the gyrocopter starts to zoom around. The Beastmaster needs to be there to plant the roar down, hold the gyrocopter down for the Kez to dish out damage against. Otherwise, if you give free reign to the Afterburner, you're going to get burnt to a crisp.
Blink in, and where Melajul finds the target, it feels like things are going well for them pretty much every time. And now will be no different. Foul play with this shot up does give Kisko maybe more life than he ever should have had, but hey, all's fair. Not in the meanwhile. That fight continues somehow. The rest of Schmidt has also been caught out. Krecker, you can't keep Zarek stun locked down. That BKB proven to be a real problem, but that BKB will run through, and there's still some of that Curse's Crown lockdown that was waiting to be deployed, and now 3 players down. Spillet just cannot find their feet, even when they've been given chances to do so.
Dire's middle tower.
Kind of feels like the last series where Avilas bungled it towards that mid game and finally found the recovery. Lynx similarly are able to find the recovery. They're playing as a full unit. Perhaps this is what they should have done 5 minutes ago, but now that they have adjusted, Spirit will have to reconcile with the fact that they're no longer going to be catching Lynx off guard with one hero spread around the map or one hero isolated. This is going to be a team effort coming in by Lynx, and Spirit will have to put in the same effort from their side. Maybe not for the next 5 minutes though.
This time there isn't going to be a magical Aegis contest which goes the way of Spiller and gives them a chance in this one. And to say, Ultras, one of the biggest discrepancies that we've had so far is just mid-performance. Aincrad is 6-8, but it doesn't feel like he's done much at all in some of these team fights. Beyond maybe the 2 where even there, Kez is the one who's actually, weirdly enough, running after people who are stragglers and being a pseudo-initiator. Beastmaster coming in more towards the middle of the fight.
And I haven't seen the Beastmaster actually start off a fight in quite some time. That's a big problem right now. Timbersaw is not going to be able to follow up unless there is a lockdown target. Neither is the Kez. It feels like the Aincrad's roar is supposed to be the glue that packs the team fight together, but it doesn't really feel like that kind of impact is there right now. Okay.
Another catch coming through, and that's the benefit of having a 60-second cooldown lasso over here. Very nicely done. Obviously, the Beastmaster's got something similar in the roar, but he's not been able to use it to anywhere near the same extent.
And now there's a Satanic on the gyrocopter. Now the counter initiation. Now 7jetsu doesn't have to attempt to run circles around Spillet. He can hold his position quite well himself. It also applies a dispel. To be fair, there's not exactly too much you can dispel away from Spillet. Maybe a few of those slows. But still, I think the biggest benefit of the Satanic will just be to hold your position, dish out the damage, and have Spillet be the ones to scramble for some kind of hope in the team fight. Which, to be fair, doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case, because it is an 8,000 advantage. By the time this Aegis expires, it might just be the 12 or 13,000 advantage, and pretty soon your last remaining tier 2 towers, they are also going to be besieged, or rather it's just the 1 tower that's remaining.
The Kez also hasn't gone for the Agnum Scepter, and he isn't feeling comfortable going for it at all.
We do see sometimes teams do shy away from it, but
He's
Spillet,
going full defensive is the issue. He's got a Manta going for the Lincolns up next.
I mean, I think you absolutely need a Manta style. You don't want to use the BKB just to be able to get out of the pit. You need the Manta and dispel away the pit, particularly as there are 2 pits that you need to be worried about. And you can dodge away the homing missile too. The maze can be dismantled with your Manta. It is a really good defensive item, to be fair, but you need survivability plus damage is the issue. We're at that catch-22 again for the carries, where you're 9,000 behind, 32 minutes in, you have a gyrocopter who is way too far ahead compared to your own carry, and your carry needs both to survive in the team fight and to carry the team fight in terms of damage. But it seems like neither one is looking like a reality or a possibility right now.
L1GA caught out, but he's going to be brought back by the drinking buddies. Immediately, Satanic's back up. He will be able to regen himself back up to full HP, and now you have to go all over again. 25 seconds till that Satanic comes off of cooldown. They've got good counter push, sure, but L1GA again, with Roshan's banner still having plenty of time on it, has the option of moving back over. There will not be a Kez ready for the fight. He just wants to continue farming away, getting closer over towards that Lincoln Sphere, but more importantly, 200 gold away from his buyback should it come down to it.
I'm not sure if the Lincoln Sphere is the correct item. I get it, you want to be able to block away the lasso from Metal Jewel, but quite frankly, you need more damage. And even now with the Parasma on that Batrider, even his damage output is going to be off the charts. At least the charts that suggest the lifeblood of Spillet right now. And it's not looking too good.
Raxes are gone, pretty much. 7J2. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. You've picked yourself up the last tier 2. You've got yourself lane at Rax as well. What more can you ask for?
Now, Lynx do still have that Aegis in their hands, but it's going to expire in about 10 seconds, so they can't go forward. Interestingly, 7J2 is actually going to go for that Silver Edge, I suppose, for that break mechanism. But I don't think I've seen the Timbersaw over on that front line in quite a while. Spillet, though, they will make a move outside of their base. This could go really well or horribly wrong, depending on who the first point of contact is going to be. The Tusk is right behind that gyrocopter.
They know they can't go in under the gyrocopter because of that very fact. It's not just the Tusk as well, right? It's the Terrorize that's available. It's the fact that you have to open your BKBs immediately, which means that 4 seconds out of your 6-second BKB are going to be during the Tusk snowball.
Oh, they're going to wrap all the way deep inside behind enemy lines and catch the Underlord.
Vladik is in trouble. This is exactly what they need. Blink in, pop the Lincolns. This could be the big kill that gives them a chance to fight a 4 versus 5, but with the Dust still managing to make his way over, Snowball is enough to buy them time for the BKB out as well. Rorna comes through onto the Dust. They don't want any more Snowball saves, but all the meanwhile, 7J will be able to pull out his own BKB. Homing missile chases down onto the Kez, and with the help of the drinking buddies, he's going to have even more movement speed. They only lose 1 man. That was as good of an initiation as you could possibly ask for. Spillet, they do everything right, and their reward is a 1 for 5 deficit in that team fight.
Vladik managed to plant down that Fiend's Gate as he knew his life was forfeit, so he essentially allowed his team to enter the fight at the back of that ultimate. And the pits were planted down, so they weren't able to chase after the Underlord as well. Cracker came in through the tier 2 tower teleport, and Spillet, quite frankly, by not having the damage on the Kez, by not being able to take the Underlord too quickly, they just lost the entire team fight, and I believe they may have just lost the game there.
Buybacks are necessary if you want to stick around for this one. You cannot defend versus Mega Creeps, and even if you can, it doesn't matter because you're not going to be able to push against them for sure. 7-8 still without his BKB, needs to be careful. This is about the time when you call for a buyback, boys. Glyph has been used as well. They really want to just hold on for dear life for these ones, but something tells me Lynx might just stay on and even sacrifice their life for the Mega Creeps if need be. 7-8 will not need to do so, can just back off. You've just given over Mega Creeps. Spill it. mean, this is the kind of time where you just sort of roll over and call it.
I mean, they're probably gonna go for one last hurrah. Might as well. At the back of perhaps a Hail Mary, you might be able to come up with the win. At least in a team fight or so. The only problem is you need 4 team fight wins, one-sided team fight wins to be able to come back into this game. And guys go, he just disappears. It's a headless chicken running around.
25,000 net worth lead at 37 minutes. It's not great. So what is great is our offer over with our betting partners at Stake. You can use code CCT35 for up to $35 as a sign-up fee, $5 a day for 7 days. But make sure if you're doing that, you are gambling. This is betting. Please be sure to bet responsibly and, you know what, bet for fun. Split though, they are not having fun in this game right now at all.
Yeah, even Zizian, he is just suffering.
That BKB is going to do nothing at all. Manages to get out of the Mountain Style, but with a shard already there, Bramble Maze is spawning all around him. That's a dead Kez.
You know what's worse than a death by 1,000 cuts time?
A death by 5 cuts?
Yes. Or a death by 1 cut. Which is just what happened to the Kez. Imagine an Underlord having the weapon thrice the size of your own hero swiping at you. It's pretty much done and dusted, right? The Kez, I mean, he may have a buyback right now, but it's not even the lead right now. It's just the fact that they have no way to apply damage. I don't think I've seen a successful roar, and that might not even be the Beastmaster's fault per se. The Tusk Wrecker has been on point the entire game with his snowballs. The Underlord throwing in the Fiend's Gates, even the Willow, despite the shaky Bedlam plays we saw, which were awkward. But when it comes to supporting their Gyrocopter, this is a full unit. This is a team that is not going to leave the Gyrocopter behind. And they will fight tooth and nail to make sure the Gyrocopter either makes it out of that fight alive or they get team wiped. And that is a very difficult team to play against.
Spillet, I am not sure what you're playing for. I don't think they are either. I have a grand total of 2 buildings left alive in their base. One of which has 50 HP, the other, of course, is a throne.
That building will fall, that last building. I don't know about the throne, but...
Well, we know about one of them at the very least. 782 comes through, another quick kill found. Buyback immediately from Solo, at least they're using their buybacks finally. Kez will not have one. Zarich is in the process of exploding with his quick little Agnum Scepter. That'll do absolutely no damage. Ironcrad has had enough. He's finally going to bow out, and Team Spirit are going to allow this loss to roll over their heads as it felt like it was inevitable. Performance and a half from Team Lynx. Yes, that one Aegis play and that one Roshan fight did go away from them, but beyond that and the 5 minutes after it, I don't think there were really ever any questions about who the better team was in this entire map, Teltris.
Yeah, and even as, you know, all of those fights were going on, as Spirit were finding the recoveries, you have to keep in mind that the Gyrocopter was always at the top of the network chart. He was always one step ahead of the Kez. The Tusk always had his game plan. He wasn't getting too ahead of himself. He was always there to protect the Gyrocopter, always there to protect whoever he needed to save. And quite frankly, Lynx played it better as a team overall.
Well, let's see what they can continue to do. So going into game number 2, we're going to be back after a break to find that out in just a bit. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. maybe the best with that Beastmaster in the previous one. They start things off with a classic. It's a Shadow Fiend first pick. And look, if they had fun with the Gyrocopter, I think they're ready to have some fun with the Shadow Fiend as well.
Yeah, 7 Jetsu and a Shadow Fiend is one to be feared. Sure, at this point, every carry player in the tier 2 stage knows how to play the Shadow Fiend well, but it's a difficult pick to play into in the current meta. There's a reason why Shadow Fiend has such a high ban rate across the tier 1 tournaments. It's just that overall amount of damage that comes in. Not to mention, Shadow Fiend will pick up the Silver Edge naturally as his items progress through. And Spillet, they go back for the Timbersaw, a hero that its Silver Edge is really good against.
Do you still go for this magic damage Shadow Fiend that we saw earlier on today in the first series, or is this going to be just a straight up right-clicking beast?
I think it can be right-click. You can go for a magic damage Shadow Fiend, but the Tiny is banned up, so you don't have an easy setup into the Requiem. So, I mean, physical damage Shadow Fiend isn't that bad. Even with the raises, you still have the same amount of magical damage. It's just not as fast, and you don't have the Shadow Mire slow kicking in. That's the only difference.
Kez ban is again, I'm quite surprised about the Kez ban. It felt more like a problem for Spillet and for Lynx themselves, but obviously it's a hero that they're very comfortable with playing, if nothing else. So it's something to keep an eye out for. I would just really like to see this being very clear lane winning priority coming out here for the Spillet side. Just get supports to do very well in the lane that are kind of bullies. Get yourself at even something that's straightforward like a Dazzle for position 5. Give yourself a chance to have some synergy over there where it's both saving and some aggression. That's all I ask for right now. Just try to win the lane.
Trying to win the lane is, I mean, against the Shadow Fiend is going to be very hard. If this is again going to be a Timbersaw towards that off lane, I do expect a Tusk to be coming out for Team Lynx. Split can actually steal that away from Lynx if they want to right now, but there's so many good support heroes still available in the pool. And the Willow is also available. We saw that last game. And honestly, all of those heroes pair up very nicely with the Shadow Fiend. For Split, I think there shouldn't be too much of a focus on winning the lane, because that is something that they tried. I think their focus should be on just evening out the lane, because at the end of the day, Timbersaw, he will be stronger, has the earlier power spikes. Play with your spells, maybe. That can be a way to come up with something.
Now let's see whether or not this is going to be something that synergizes heavily with Timbersaw right now, or do we just start shifting back over towards the other side of things? Just an early... Oh my goodness. Forgot about this. I know I talked about this to death before, but they do love their Nyx Assassin picks. But the idea that you have yourself a Nyx Assassin and a Timbersaw in the same lane versus the Shadow Fiend is a very scary idea. Now you've got the Tusk being picked up as well. The worst part of this is Lynx doesn't even have off Tusk. You can make this a position 5 Tusk and be very strong with the Shadow Fiend too. So you've got so much flex potential in both of the heroes that you have so far.
Yeah, it kind of feels like an awkward Nyx Assassin lane into the Tusk plus the Shadow Fiend. I don't know if this is going to mean that the Timbersaw goes towards that mid side or still sticks around towards that offlane role. I know that Split likes their Nyx, but I just don't think an Nyx Assassin is a good enough hero, at least this early on. I get the idea behind countering someone out, but there's no real heavy hero that the Nyx counters. The Shadow Fiend is okay, but most often Shadow Fiend is probably not going to fall to this kind of a tactic. As Split, they're going to be playing with a Mortha as a carry.
Mortha carry is also very awkward versus the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is one of the few carries where you can opt into full magical damage as well if you're going for the Ashakaya Blink Dagger build, which is very viable over here. The only hero that maybe do badly against is maybe the Undying, right? But Undying plus the Timbersaw plus the Nyx Assassin lane is not going to be much of a threat. You've got the Axe coming out, which is a thing considered dying, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know what you think about this Axe pick. I don't love it because it doesn't feel like there's anyone over here who the Axe particularly counters either.
I think the Axe can be good against Team Mortha, but the calling is going to be something you have to play around. Tombstone is obviously going to be a big factor into it, the decay as well. If this is going to be the Undying with the Morta as it should be, I don't think a Nyx Assassin position 5 exists for good reason. It's not a bad pick, but there are a lot of heroes that are available for the offlane role. Like Lynx brought up the Underlord last game. That is so much better than what the Axe is. If the idea is to hold someone down, come up with the Pit of Malice. You know, the Hoofstorm from the Centaur, a Tidehunter with the Ravage. There are ways to go about it that don't revolve around a very unidirectional hero like the Axe.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they try and pair up some extra synergy with that Axe down in the mid lane. Invoker's Order out, of course, and that's sort of mine as the obvious pickup over here. When the Invoker's banned out, though, is there any other big magic damage dealing sort of hero that you're looking out towards? Because for me, the Queen of Pain immediately comes to mind, right? Like, that's what I think would do very well in this game. Fairly good versus everyone except for the Nyx Assassin, and that is what sort of scares me. Nyx Assassin is pretty good for measures versus what would be traditional heroes in mid.
That is also a factor, and you have the calling, right? So the Queen of Pain, if you blink in, you can get silenced, you can get brought down, and you have the Timber Saw. So if you do get stunned, you're going to be getting hit by a lot of pure damage. So maybe not the Queen of Pain, but perhaps something like an Ember Spirit, it wouldn't be that bad for Team Lynx. Or if they want to go for the different route, the Viper's still available in the pool. And Viper's Nether Toxin plus the Berserker's Call, that is certainly a combination that I can get behind.
I wouldn't expect them to ban out the Huskar, though, if they're going for a Viper pick themselves. I like the idea. I think Viper could do very well over here, especially because that means Axe doesn't necessarily have to go for any auras beyond the Crimson Guard. He can actually start stacking up onto different items instead of, maybe going for the Crimson Guard vibe, yada 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 build. But yeah, let's see whether or not that gets banned out of here from Spillet.
Banning out the Huskar suggests that you're probably going to be looking towards an Ember Spirit or a Void Spirit or something like that, but the Ember does get banned out. Are they going to go for the Void Spirit, or is this just going to be something like a Viper? Invoker is also banned. Puck is never going to be good against the Nyx and is also banned. So, not too many options here. There we go.
They go for the Void Spirit. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is also not the best versus the Nyx Assassin. Obviously, universal heroes do somewhat struggle versus the Nyx Assassin over here. But more than that, I don't think it's the best versus, to be honest, versus the Undying or the Timber. So I think this is really only quite good against the Morta. And you don't have the best ways of dealing with this Timber. So I know you said when there is a Silver Edge buildup that's naturally present for the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, I mean, there is, but also that's not going to be relevant for quite a while.
Yeah, at least not until that 25, maybe even 30-minute mark, depending on how the Shadow Fiend's game goes. I don't like the Void Spirit pick either. I think a Viper would have been much better, or even a Razor in this kind of a circumstance. But the Spirit Vessel is a really good item to have against a Timber. Now, you're going to be coming up with a Storm Spirit, and I would imagine this is an equally weak game for the Storm because you have the Bramble Maze, you have the Axe with the Berserker's Call, you have the possibility of a magic damage Shadow Fiend.
You've got
right?
Dust to save you.
Exactly. So it's difficult for both spirits over here. At the same time, I think a lot of people would agree that Melojule is the more experienced mid lane player. So maybe he'll know what to do and play past the limitations of him versus the Nyx, as opposed to Eingrad playing against his limitations against so many counters. It perhaps might just come down to the battle of the spirits here on this mid side. Whoever is able to make more plays is probably going to come out ahead. I think the win conditions over on the late game do get more difficult for the Morta, because you're always going to be at threat of that Berserker's Call into that Requiem, and Morta will never be itemizing to the point where you become super tanky to the point where the Requiem isn't going to be taking you out. I think you're always going to be in danger of that, and as we saw from Team Spillet, you can't play as aggressive as you want to. Morta is one of the greedy carry heroes. You want to be able to get to that Mjolnir and the Hurricane Pike before you even think about fighting, and if Zizian chooses to press the issue, he is just going to get punished over and over again.
I'm quite surprised. We do actually have obviously 7 hits who picking up the Shadow Fiend with the Lasting Presence, so he's going out for the right click build, not for the magic damage build. wonder what you think about that. I don't love it. I think personally it's a little bit weaker versus the lineup that Spillet is bringing together, especially when you consider the ability to burst down a Timbersaw and a Mortar. If you're going for the right-click damage build, you probably have to go for a third item, Silver Edge, rather than maybe something a little bit later down the line. So I am a bit concerned about what the Shadow Fiend is going to be able to accomplish here.
I think even if you do go for the magic damage build, you're still going to be going for the lasting presence facet. It just depends on which lane the Shadow Fiend is going into, because at the end of the day, the magic damage Shadow Fiend is going to transition into the physical damage Shadow Fiend at some point after the Yasha, Gaia, Link Dagger, and BKB. But I think armor reduction, it's okay in this game. The Morta has one of the highest base armors in the game though, and the Timbersaw is playing with the reactive armor. The Undying doesn't rely on his armor, he relies on the sheer amount of HP he is able to build up. So the lasting presence isn't really going to be a factor, but once you do have the heavy amount of DPS coming in, that is probably going to be something that Spirit are going to struggle with. Even the Timbersaw, which quite frankly happens to be one of the only heroes that can survive against the barrage of the hits coming in from the SF, at least until that Silver Edge or that break. But to be fair, I don't even think it's just the break mechanism that's really good, because the Silver Edge has been changed. Your movement speed now gets capped to about 200 for about 5 entire seconds, and you're essentially slowed down to the same extent as a Scythe of Twice will slow you down, or a Shaman's Hex will slow you down. So the Shadow Fiend, there's a Silver Edge break and movement speed cap on just about anyone on Spillet, and they will be falling down. And that's not even to add in the Willow with the Maze that you have to try and avoid, the Ether Remnant that can hold you back, the Axe Berserker Call that can come in, or the Shards that can block your pathway. So it does seem like there's going to be a lot of maneuverability that Spillet will have to come up with in cases where they might not be able to. And is this going to be a Nyx Assassin? Okay, it's not. I really hope not. I saw Nyx Assassin moving towards the bot lane, the safe lane, and I thought it would be a support position 5 Nyx, but surely that is not going to be the case. He should just move through the gate. Vladik is being pressured quite a bit, body blocked by Nyx Assassin, and he might not be able to make it all the way back to his side of the map here.
Vladik's in some serious trouble right now. And not just make his way to his side of the map, he will do so, but it's with Kisco getting the first blood. They really wanted to allow the Deadshot to be the one to find the kill. 7 Asu will find a return as well, but with first blood obviously going the way of the Radiant side, it's a small advantage, even if I think 7 Asu getting the kill on the carry maybe matters more. Even Steven, but the Axe not off to a good start, neither is the Timbersaw, and Einkride, well, he's joining the crew of not off to a good start.
And I will point out that the Axe is probably easier to recover on compared to the Timbersaw, because Timbersaw is just dependent on his mana to recover, so he needs some key items to be able to do that. Maybe a Soul Ring, maybe those Arcane Boots. The Axe just needs levels and just needs that counter Helix to farm up. So a strong start on a bad start on both the Timber and the Axe is probably going to hurt the Timber a bit more, as Kaisko is going to realize just exactly how weak a Nyx Assassin is, but he knows this already. He seems to think,
he's been playing it.
Yeah, Spirit seems to think that the overall value of the Nyx is going to be more than the lack of value he provides in the laning phase, which could be fair, but it's a very risk-dependent hero in that sense, where you make sure you make the right plays, you will have a good game. But you don't make the good plays, and or you have a very late level 6 timing, you have no game on the Nyx Assassin. And past the 30-35 minute mark, Nyx Assassin isn't a hero any longer. He's a walking creep that can land a stun. That's it.
He's a good Blink Dagger builder at the very least, late game if it comes down to it. But yeah, his ultimate doesn't feel like it's the most consequential. And right now, it doesn't feel like you're going to have much consequence over here as Kisco anyway, in any shape or form. Cracker with a Blood Grenade will find that last hit and will get the kill. Kisco is down and out. And that does at least alleviate some pressure on Einkrad, but not all that much, if we're being frank. Jin, great Deadshot. You've got a great initiation with a call as well as the Undying Tombstone. And that's going to be just about enough to get yet another kill onto Vladik.
If I recall, back in the golden age of Solo, when he used to, win outright everything, I do remember his Undying to be pretty strong in the few times that he played that hero.
Solo's everything was pretty strong back in the golden age, let's be honest. Solo was one of the most winning players in Dota 2 at the time, except for at TIs. It's the only place where he just couldn't get it together. That was the curse of the Virtus Pro lineups. But Solo right now can't get it together here versus Cubify and Vladik either. Vladik not getting the kills does still hurt, though. This is an axe that is on the recovery pathway, and even if it's easier to recover, it's not easy to recover.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. I mean, the assist gold has been nerfed to the point where you barely get anything. I mean, the Axe got 56 gold at the back of that kill. He may as well stuck by the creep wave to get the 2 CS he could have that he missed by trying to go for the kill, and that would have been more worth it. But I suppose the experience is going to help him out quite a bit. As guys go, he does manage to find the creep pull alongside the range creep, so he actually drags away everything. But they'll bring it right into the tower, so it's not going to be the most effective pull in that sense. As Vladik, he's doing the exact same thing. Tombstone, Solo was thinking about it, but probably doesn't want to plant it down. With the Battle Hunger, Axe can essentially run away from that Tombstone, and the Undying can't chase after him with the movement speed slow. Vladik at the same time does need to be careful. I mean, this is potentially a dangerous scenario because of that dead shot. As you're attempting to run away, a dead shot can come from the side and push you back into the Mortha or even into the Undying. And you have to consider yourself having less HP than before. But we do see a rotation tea time. It is that Undying towards that top lane who has went in through the gate, and it'll be the Willow who will respond.
And while she's trying to respond through with a good Bramble Maze, but until they take care of this Tombstone, it's still going to be problematic. Tombstone picked up by 7 Jesus, and he'd really like to add another kill to that as well. Blood Grenade keeps Zarek in range, and 7 Jesus basically gets 2 kills from that. Tombstone practically counts as 1.
Not too good of a start, and again, we are seeing Spirit force the issue here. And by essentially coming up with 3 heroes, a tri-lane towards the top side, they've left the Axe to Solo over on that bot lane. And that will enable or accelerate his recovery, while the Timbersaw is going to be left trying to contest a tri-lane versus with his own tri-lane. And the Axe does well against the Mortha with that Battle Hunger. I mean, you just need to spam out the spells at the end of the day. So it's not the ideal scenario for Spillet to force the issue this way. They just need experience on Kaisko, who is just roaming around the map, not really getting anything done.
Zizek has to be careful of the hair. Stun's been missed, and Kisko, well, he's not going to be able to help them get the kill, as Krekker is there dealing damage onto Zizek, who just wasn't aware of how much this Dusk is bringing to the table. Now, Kisko, well, he's been bringing a lot to the table as well, Todd. So he's a good guest. Every time he comes, he brings food to the table because he is feeding Lynx to oblivion and beyond. 7-2, while 7 Jesus on top lane will also get themselves a killing free. Vladik will be able to move back over and farm this Tombstone. Look comfortable as he's doing so. Has to be careful though. There's a Mortha dead shot that makes his way over. Quick double kill as well, getting both Cubify and Vladik with 1 dead shot. Solo will at least be able to settle for 1 of his own. So somehow, some way, Lynx overextend into losing 4 heroes across the map. I don't know how they lose the Void Spirit in the back of mid lane. That has to be a big dive from Einkrad with that level 6 mark.
That was a solo kill on top of Mellow Jewel, so he quite clearly overextended. At the same time, 7 Jetsu got a solo kill on a Timbersaw. The assist goal went their way because there was surely some spell that was used, but all of the available forces from Lynx were on that bot lane. But that Tombstone right on that cliff meant that Lynx weren't going to be able to take the Undying down. There were just simply too many decay stacks up for him.
Contest of a hair. 7 Jesus wants to pick up a couple of kills. He's the only player who it feels like hasn't been having any troubles, but it's time for troubles to begin. Ultimate being charged up. Can't get the Requiem off. Double Wisdom goes away of the Dire's side, but they lose 2 kills for their trouble. Is it really worth it? Einkrad has to be careful. Look at this. Double Remnant damage. Triple Remnant damage. So much done, but it's not enough. Now Meloju comes back into the fray, and Team Lynx will get themselves 3 kills, 2 Wisdom Runes, 1 Tombstone, and 1 hell of a team fight.
Didn't even need to pop that Requiem for that one. I mean, Storm Spirit, I get the idea. You see the Dark Willow, you're going to be able to take him out, but I don't understand why stick around in that position. Do Spirit plan on fighting until the very end? because I guarantee you, with the way that the things are going, it will be their end first. And I don't know why they don't realize this. The Nyx Assassin is too underfarmed. Your Storm Spirit, sure, he got off a good kill on that mid lane, but you still need more. You had no Chakram from that Timber Saw. Your supports who came in could not provide enough value. It's a rough spot to be in. Sure, it's only 1,000 net worth advantage, but again, there's a difference between these two carries. 1,000 net worth on that Shadow Fiend ahead on that Shadow Fiend, 4,800 for him, while the Morta just touched the 4,000 mark, and the Void Spirit Melajul, who did go down solo, is recovering as well at the back of that extended play.
Yeah, the lead is more about the heroes that have it over here. Even if you're comparing offlaners, Axe is supposed to be the one hero that you've put enough pressure onto that, you know what, you don't really care too much about the situation. But he's recovering faster than the Timbersaw is, like we mentioned.
Dire are scanning.
And now Aincrad, on the high ground, they will not risk it.
Are scanning.
Then move forward to kill closer to that tier 1 tower. Cracker traps in Zuzek. He is level 8, so he will have the Pierce the Veil ready and waiting if need be. But 7asu makes his way over. They've got the stun. They've got the Requiem. They should be getting the kill. No, Deadshot interrupts the Requiem. 7asu can't get it off. Zuzek is still alive. Now the Requiem follows out. And with Kisko having his stun dodged out, they will still be losing numbers. But maybe they can keep this Murtha alive. Aincrad doesn't feel comfortable going back into the fight, as 7asu is just looking so global right now. Never seen a Shadow Fiend be this mobile before the 10-minute mark, but he's on 5,300 net worth. That is ridiculous at 9.5. He's about to be on 6,000 if he gets this tower and a creep wave after it as well.
A slight mistake coming in by Team Lynx. They could have gotten the Morta out, but they used the snowball while the Shadow Fiend was channeling the Requiem. That disabled the Requiem from coming out, and when he finally came out of the snowball, he got hit by a dead shot. That could have been better, but at the end of the day, that was still an exchange that went in their favor. They were able to take a tier 1 tower too. Now they did leave that Timbersaw alone, so he does manage to find a bit of farm, but it's still, nothing is going the way of Team Spillet. The Nyx Assassin, his level 6 is going to be the critical factor, as the Storm does find a bit of recovery for his team. He finds 2 entire bounty runes. Woo! I mean, no, it's not woo tea time, it is 400 gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know, it's something.
Don't say 400 gold like one player is getting it. That's the problem.
It's a team effort, tea time. It's a team game. You have to. It's a trickle down economy in Dota.
Well, we know how well that goes on. Believe this could be big. This is going to be the real redistribution of what they're looking for. Finding 2 big kills, and why stop at 2 when Melajul is nearby? Well, maybe because Melajul is nearby, that's why you should stop at 2. Solo will end up giving up his life regardless, but he's more than happy to be the sacrifice for the cause. And that is a very worthy cause. Big kill onto the Shadow Fiend. That's going to be giving a lot of gold out. Unfortunately, it's to Kisko, but hey, you take it, I guess.
They're playing a bit too awkward. I mean, they're trying to use the snowball as a delivery mechanism for that Requiem, and it just simply is not working out in their favor. They need to be able to have the Shadow Fiend play from a distance, because the amount of punishment right now from the magical damage coming in is not to be underestimated. The Decay that takes out his max HP, the Storm who can jump in, even the Mortar who can dish out that dead shot, and the Nyx Assassin stun, which is a good source of magical damage. So for Lynx, they have to play with their Shadow Fiend with the raises and not just brute force their way in.
Cash out onto the Undying is going to be a nice addition to it, but with Aincrad getting so many double remnants, that is problematic. Melajul is also going to be found by a Vendetta. Kisko just got that level 6, and the extra damage is certainly going to help. Big kills found, and Aincrad is doing it all right now. This Storm Spirit is being a serious X-factor. Whether or not it was the best game in the world for him in the beginning when we discussed it in the draft, Greca is going to find out that the Storm can get it done anyway. Will barely just keep himself alive, and Axis found this overextension and punished it. So Aincrad, who really felt like he could finish off Greca, and I don't blame him for it, so did I. Let's dodge out on the... It's beautiful from the snowball as well. Reinitiates, and Vladik is back in business.
The Axe came in with an invisibility rune, so Spirit had no idea he was coming. They got too greedy with it. They got so many kills there. They got the Void Spirit down. They got the Willow. They got everything they wanted, but again, this is a pattern coming in by Spillet. despite the Storm having such a phenomenal time, they're overextending constantly. And they need to, again, slow their roll. I feel like I'll sound like a broken record at this point by constantly just pointing that out. But still, you do give the Mortha some space to farm. The only problem is they are eyeing that Mortha because they realize they've given her space to farm.
Martha, well, space to farm or not, she's going to be caught out, stunned up, punched up, and brought down.
Next
Seven
assassin.
Haste even gates into the bot lane, just in case, you know?
And he is playing the magic damage Shadow Fiend, so he does need his farm. So sure, I mean, sure he has it, but I have a feeling with the way that his game has been going, this 7,500 net worth that he has could have been 8,500 right now if he just optimized a little bit better. I get that he wants to be involved with all of these skills. I get that everyone wants to be involved at this point from Team Lynx as I see it, but you need to fulfill your individual role in this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Rune fight is going to be very important. I know where they are. Good catch on the two. They will get the initiation they need, but can they get the follow-up kills? Aincrad finding the arcane rune in the middle of a team fight. Perfect rune to have for this situation. But with Vladik finding a kill on the Kisco with the help of his battle hunger, now they pursue forward. Tombstone erected on top of the hill, and there's no reason to fight uphill with the Tombstone on the other side, but Aincrad wants to give the Marines a nice blink in, taunt from Vladik. Great catch, and 7 Asu will get off the Requiem onto 4 because of it. The fear is too much, and back in goes the Void Spirit. Melojul forces back Zuzhik, who's pierced. The Veil is now stopped, and the Veil will indeed be pierced. Zurich now next in line. This is everything from Vladik. What a performance coming out. The Axe is saving the day. It's going to be kill number 4. For Vladik, and where there's 4, well, he's gonna come through with another one. Only reason why that's not a rampage is because that first kill onto the next assassin was so long ago that he respawns, comes back in, and dies again.
Radiant's middle
Oh
tower
man,
is under attack.
the Axe, he knew where to jump because the Storm Spirit jumped on top of the Shadow Fiend, the only hero present on that high ground. And even though the calling came out, the Shadow Fiend was able to drop down a Requiem, and as soon as the Storm dies, your fight is completely gone at that point. Spirit, they were scrambling to run away, but you see how quickly the Timbersaw melts to the amount of damage the tag team is able to dish out. For Lynx, they played that really well for the counterplay, despite that shaky start to the team fight, but I feel like now they're going to be way far ahead with the Axe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cracker in a corner, out of the corner. I guess there's one going their way at least.
Now it's all 3 heroes from Team Lynx who are at the very top of the network chart. That is concerning. This Timbersaw is so far behind. He is a full 3,000, or rather 2,000 net worth behind the Axe, which is quite substantive.
He's
That
just a
2,000 difference
non-factor.
It's probably Zaraj's sons and Gaia. And you're right, he does seem like a bit of a non-factor. It seems like the Storm is the only one pulling the weight right now.
And for how long? Aincrad can only do so much. He's going to need to start farming soon. Kisco, speaking of teaming non-factors, I mean, he can find Vladik over here, but what's the point? This Axe has got 8 creeps around him. Going in, maybe there is a point after all when the creeps will die, so will the Axe. 7 kill streak, also with Zarich, so some of that lead that we just discussed is going to be mitigated, but only some of it.
Radiant's bottom tower
At the end of
is
the day,
under attack.
sooner or later, Spirit will have to target the Shadow Fiend, and that's what the Nyx Assassin is designed for. It's designed to go behind enemy lines, catch unsuspecting heroes out, and take them out. You have a near global presence with the Storm Spirit, so you should always be able to find your zap in, take out that Shadow Fiend. But 7 Jetsu is just snowballing out of control right now. I believe he has the Blink Dagger built up, so now he doesn't have to rely on the snowball. Now he doesn't have to even go in that deep, because I think using the Berserker's Call, you can't jump right on top of those targets to land that Requiem. You'll have the calling up, you'll have a potential stun coming in. I think the Shadow Fiend in this game will have to launch those Requiems at a bit of a distance away from the calling once the Berserker's Call comes out.
Dire are scanning.
Lynx is still firmly in control, even if they're letting a few cracks appear at the surface. Smoke up, and they want to put this Blink Dagger on the Shadow Fiend to good use. The amplified damage rune spotted out but not picked up. They should be getting that, but they're worried about an Observer Ward down underneath that rune that might be able to spot that out. They would rather have priority be on the smoke working, and it doesn't feel like it will. Vendetta play from the Nyx Assassin could allow them to initiate onto this Void Spirit. That initiation is the only way they're going to find a big core, otherwise there shouldn't really be much of a chance of a hair. Vendetta forward, it is going to pop the smoke, and while they have a sentry ward down, so at the very least they should be able to find the Nyx Assassin if nothing else. They didn't deward the Radiant Side sentry, so Nyx felt very safe coming into that territory. Little did he know, that was a trap.
And that trap will set up for 7desu with the amplified damage rune to be able to acquire Roshan pretty easily. Now with the Aegis in their hand, ooh, there's going to be a smoke of deceit. Does Spirit actually want to contest this? They have the best possible hero to jump inside of that pit with that Storm Spirit. Can Aincrad possibly get it done?
They need Tombstone Vision. They've already lost out the Aegis. Aincrad up on the high ground. Doesn't want to go onto Vladik while his Blade Mill is still active. Krekker is low. Krekker has no reason to come out of the pit and reveal that fact, though. And now they go back in, blink forward. They catch the Muerta. Muerta's gone, and so is most of the damage from the Radiant side. Undying is a goner as well. Solo knows it better than anyone else does. Aincrad trying to back off from a very fast Shadow Fiend, and that very fast Shadow Fiend is just slowing him down. Blink forward, spots out the direction they're going in for. Kisko now, I mean, going back in over here would be suicide, Kisko. I hope you know that better than I do, but Krekker could be the only possibility that he has for actually finding a kill over here, and Kisko misses out on the Carapace and the chance.
I don't think he's going to go for it. I think the way that he's moving, he really wants to go for it. But just a rough position to be in. I don't know why they jumped on the axe. Even if you... Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's just questionable, man. I'm not going to lie. That's just kind of bad.
They saw him come in with this sentry ward over there. They're going to ping it out right now as well. I mean, when they went for the Roche fight contest, the idea is that you contest Roche, not the axe that you see. You know, the axe is the lost target that you want to contest. I mean, he's outside of the pit.
Yes.
He's there for a reason.
Let's
right?
go on to the Blade Mail axe.
And the Vanguard, right? It's. I don't even. I don't know. There are times where you give up trying to think what's behind a decision, because most often than not, you know, it's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the best. They don't have a plan, or rather, didn't have a plan there. Solo is going to be getting taken out too. This is turning from bad to abysmal. Spiller, they're probably going to lose both, or rather all of their tier 2 towers that are still standing, both on that bot lane and on that mid side. There's really nothing stopping Lynx right now, because the Shadow Fiend is completely online as far as the magical damage goes. Now he's going to be itemizing for the BKB, and after that is the physical damage that you have to be concerned about. And it doesn't seem like there's anyone that can contest against him. The Storm only has Zakaya, so despite the strong start that he did have, he has fallen way far behind. He doesn't have the magical damage output any longer. And your Timbersaw can't go in because of that Requiem.
Tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's a lot of problems, is the summary of what Tultrus's analysis is coming down to. It's a pretty good summary, if I say so myself. I'm the one who made it. And it's a lot of problems, guys. I found more of them, actually.
Yeah, turns out it's not even the Requiem, right? It's
Radiant's top tower
it's just everything.
attack.
Hyper mobility combined with massive and lanes that have been won very handily. The Lynx right now. I'd say it goes from bad to worse, but I don't think Kisko's death makes it get too much worse.
Yeah, that we're on the same page there. I think Kisko.
Radiant's
He's playing the
top tower
ultimate
is under
information
attack.
builder, right? He's getting information, and he's also having that information come into effect by Lynx taking him out. That is effective information. You know, what good is knowing they're there without having them do anything?
Good
Oh,
question.
another smoke
I'll
up.
give you that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
By Team Spirit. The next assassin doesn't have his vendetta, so they'll have to go in blind, and they don't have any vision in this area. So, I mean, they will see the Shadow Fiend, but he has an Aegis.
Zip in down to the mid lane, and it's going to be a lot of good damage on the 7 Jesus, and they need to, before he can get his Requiem, it feels like they will, but the problem is that Aegis, as it always is, Cubify and be up next before they can go in onto the Shadow Fiend again. Shadow Fiend blinks out. He doesn't want to fight here. They're fine with sacrificing their supports, but a buyback from Dusk makes them think that maybe they want to reinitiate.
A bit of an awkward buyback, a bit too preemptive. If there was a decision that you want to disengage, then the buyback should not be coming out. But as I say that, the Shadow Fiend blinked out as the Tusk bought back, so there may have been an initial decision to fight. My only question was, where was the Axe in that entire fight? Because there was no counter initiation, and Vladik has a BKB. He could have gone in, but maybe he just got it. I'm not exactly sure about that. But the Axe is the only one that can stop Spillet from jumping on top of Simon Jesu and taking him out. And Spillet do prove that they can, or rather are up to the task. It just is going to be harder and harder because all it really takes is one small misstep and Aincrad gets Berserker called and gets taken out. So you're gonna have to play careful.
Well, where Aincrad tries to move back in to help them out, he's found himself silenced and hypnotized. And silencing it is, it's silencing hypnosis. Not an unpleasant feeling, but Melojul backs out and he will allow them some solace.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This Storm needs a BKB and then another 8,000 gold on top of it. He's got the BKB at least. This wasn't
Yeah.
off cooldown before.
At the same time, the Berserker's Call is one of the few AoE disabling spells that goes through BKB. So you still will get held down. Sure, you're not going to get taken out by the Shadow Fiend's Requiem, there is that. But as I say that, theoretically, if the Shadow Fiend were to launch that Requiem while the BKB was up, he would still do massive amounts of damage. Because it's a Requiem. And the BKB only gives you about, what, 60% magic resistance? So about half of the damage from the Shadow Fiend is going to be mitigated. And the Shadow Fiend is about to hit his level 18. So he'll have the level 3 Requiem from 120 damage per soul to about 160. So it is a big boost, 25% to his damage output. I'm just not sure whether or not Spirit will be able to scale to the late game. It really just depends on their Mortha and whether or not Zizian can keep his position in the right manner.
Goodbye. That doesn't feel very good, but maybe it can. Maybe it can. Blink back in from the axe will make it problematic as Aincrad isn't able to get off his magic damage. They can't find Kreka over here either. Kreka might have a chance for another snowball while there's a Yusefta up on the Kisco. Kreka will not let that come off of cooldown. Aincrad rather will not let it come off cooldown. And now he initiates further ahead. This is exactly what they were hunting out for. The BKB on Aincrad means a call or not. He will not die, but 7asu is now turning around. He's fighting on. There's another call. 7asu triple kill, and why stop at 3? Muerta is now realizing that she's incredibly lonely, and no, this is not a commentary on modern life, this is just a fact. Of the state of the game for Spillet, they will find only one. And it really did look like that was best case scenario. It looked like they were so close to taking down 7asu so many times, but just too much disruption from this Axe and from this Void Spirit.
Yeah, the next assassin's position was really good. He managed to disrupt, or rather he wasn't able to disrupt the Requiem, but the Timbersaw was alive at that point. And even as we saw Spirit chase after the Shadow Fiend, the Mortha didn't chase alongside them. I do believe they would have had enough damage. And it's not as if the Mortha was chasing after the Axe. The Mortha was just second guessing himself on whether or not he wanted to go in. But dying after the team fight is over, isolated away from everyone else, is not any better than dying with your team. at least if you die with your team, you attempt to take out a Shadow Fiend, and we'll never know the answer to whether or not the Shadow Fiend would have died. So Spirit, possible recovery there, or, well, possible minor recovery there.
Oh, link up and call out for Kisco. Kisco really loves answering the phone, I will say that. He's getting all the calls. Popular guy, like Kisco.
I see, yeah. I'm surprised people have not done that before, is the thing. It sounds like a very doable thing, what you just did.
I've done it before, I can tell you that.
Are we still talking about Dota?
Yeah.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
1 minute to Roshan. And I hope Spirit don't contest. You know, they have a pretty solid high ground defense. I will give them that. They have the Remnant, they have the Chakrams, the...
Radiant
Okay, the Nyx is not going to do any... Okay, where... You know how I mentioned that the Nyx hasn't passed the 30-35 minute mark is basically just a creep? We're at that point. Except it's been that way since the past 5 minutes. So, probably going to have to adjust around the fact that your Nyx is not going to be a viable hero in this game. His stun is the only thing he offers at this point. Him not using the Vendetta would have actually put Lynx at a less of a lead right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. But normally I find silver linings, right? I'm trying. Let's go. Smoke spin pop. They go up the high ground. They go up the high ground because they think the guy is on the high ground instead. I guess they have the high ground now. I suppose this helps, but Krekker's force-staffed himself away. The dead shot pushes him further from his teammates as well.
Oh, maybe they take Roshan here? I mean, they
can't. They don't have the damage.
I mean, they do have the Tombstone plotted down. It seems like they want to go on forward. Darknir has the regen room. He has a lot of mana to play with.
Call out on the BKB and Storm Spirit, and now they're just hoping to back off and look for a better terrorizer. Solo makes his way over. BKB from the north as well, but she doesn't have target. 7A Su just trying to fade him away. This is a dead Timbersaw, but he saves his life only temporarily. Vladik comes in with Culling Blade to take him down, and in a full 4v5 they're managing to win it outright. Lynx does not need numbers. Lynx does not need numbers. Solo is trying to avoid Roshan. He's not trying to... he's not trying to avoid Solo. Vladik will now get the kill, move into the Roche pit, and pick up Aegis as well for their troubles.
That is a surprising good timing. Lynx ended that teamfight as Roshan literally entered his Roche pit. Of course, that was unintentional, but Spirit, once again, I mean, you can't get a better teamfight than a 4v5, right? Which isn't just completely one-sided. So, again, they went in, they did not know the Shadow Fiend was hiding in the trees. The Requiem came out, and the Timbersaw was dealt with very easily by Melojule. And Vladik, it just seems like they can't contest the axe right now. It seems like all of the oomph that Spirit put in is enough to take out 1 or 2 heroes at the most, but falls short of winning their team fight each and every single time. And there isn't too many rooms for error left any longer. This Aegis is going to mean a high ground siege is going to be incoming, and Spirit, I feel like with how far behind they are, may not be able to hold their base for too long. I mean, the Shadow Fiend right now, he has a full Satanic built up. He has the level 20.
They do have the... Well, no, they don't. Never mind. This feels like an uphill battle, to say the least.
It feels like an anti-gravity battle.
That sounds pretty damn cool, though. If I was anti-gravity, Touchless, I'd be floating in mid-air. I'd be doing, like, cool anime BS.
Yeah? What do you think the astronauts are doing up there?
That's just Naruto running across the moon?
Of course! You know, like, what would you do?
Probably get claustrophobic, if I'm being honest. I've thought about that. I don't think I could be an astronaut because I get bad claustrophobia.
I'm sure there is a lot of more requirements to being an astronaut.
You know, I'm
apart from
actually,
your fear
I'm
of closed
I'm
spaces.
genuinely too tall to be an astronaut because you can't be an astronaut if you're above 6'1".
So what you're saying is I'm the perfect person to be an astronaut.
You might be too short for it because they only make suits in so many sizes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite specific. At least that's what Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends told me. Lynx is smoked up and hoping to go in, and it is going to be all a goodbye. My goodness, 70 seconds on the sidelines. And Murtha is the one experiencing that slowdown in.
I mean, Morta doesn't actually have a buyback right now, so if Lynx were to go up that high ground, they would find a very easy high ground siege. At the same time, Aincrad can disable the pushes here and actually finds a pretty good kill, as Kaisko is gonna get punished for it though.
Radiant's top tower is under
I
attack.
mean, they will be able to take him down without too much effort. And now it's a 3v4, but still, 7 Jess was the only one actually poking these barracks, and I think Aincrad realizes this.
Well, Aincrad, that realization might not matter. He's dead to rights. He's got buyback. But if the last game is anything to go by, I don't know if he'll be looking to use it. Spillet, this is the time in the game where you generally start to say goodbye to your time in CCT. I understand wanting to stay on here for. All of us want to stay in CCT for a while longer, but some of us
Radiant's
to
top
do so.
barracks has fallen.
And dare I say it, Spillet is one of those some of them.
Yeah, it feels a bit
Radiant structures
a difficult spot to be in. I think Spiller,
Radiant's middle
at the end of the day, right, future seasons, other tournaments, that's something that you can always look forward to, but this was maybe the same kind of outlaws that we saw from in comparison to the previous series between
under attack.
Avulus and Pipsqueak +4. It kind of feels like it happened in the exact same way, with even less of a comeback this game.
Yeah, I think Avulus versus Pipsqueak was still a lot less one-sided than what we've had so far from Lynx. Kisko moves forward, will not be able to find his Impale, and as he's looking to escape, he will be assisted by Glepnir. A zip in from Aincrad. It's nice, it's cute, it's a quick little bit of hospitality for his guests, and in that hospitality, he served them up a quick kill as well. Zarich is on the dinner table, and he is being eaten alive. Pierce of Impale is going to end, and there's a lot of roses around him, so he's forced to use that BKB, no other way around it. Devanesu playing forward, Requiem is charged up and delivered, and they've got themselves another kill. Vladik is the player that they were bullying early on, need I remind you, now undoubtedly the MVP of the game. 18, 4, and 13. The Sax has had a good performance, and well, good playing forward and Glepnir from Zarich. I suppose they might be able to find something from it, but 7-8-2 and a Satanic are just healing all the way back up, looking for a kill onto this Undying Tombstone bunker, but he will finally die. They will get the kill on the Shadow Fiend, as well as the Dusk, and now as they continue to fight on, and it's a team fight, they will win. It's about, what, 10,000 gold that's probably going to go their way, something of the sort, but they lose almost all of their barracks for it, only one left standing.
I mean, it is a good attempt at the end of the day, but it's a very costly one. They lost they had to use just about every buyback in their arsenal that was expectedly their last stand, but they were able to take out that Shadow Fiend, able to take out that second life too. So for Lynx, all they really have to do is go at it for round number 2, and they should be able to find Mega Creeps at the very least. And again, I think the Timber saw, I mean, we saw him go down at the very start of the fight by him going way too far forward. Leaving your base in that kind of a scenario is always going to be a tough decision, always going to be, in my opinion, a worse decision, because when you have such a big lead against you, it can seem deceptive. It can be a case of you have the kind of damage that you want to dish out, but you're never going to be in a position where you're going to be able to dish it out. The Storm has been the one to dictate the tempo for Team Spillet,
Dire's top
but
tower is under attack.
his teammates seem to be getting way too ahead of themselves and aren't allowing the Storm to dictate the tempo right now as it stands.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Guys, go. He's on the hunt time once again.
He's been on the hunt for a while now. Maybe he can pick up a Wisdom Rune. Oh no, he can't even do that. At least he doesn't make it contested. At the very least, there is that.
Yeah, but he is on the hunt. That is
He's
an
hunting.
undeniable fact. This has not been a good showing of a Nyx Assassin. This has been... what can go wrong when you use a Vendetta, you know? Amplify damage rune available on that top side. A bit of a lucky boon for Team Lynx. Unlucky if you're Team Spillet.
The measure of power.
Oh, Melojule actually picks that one up instead of the Shadow Fiend. And the Void Spirit has done quite a bit of damage this game. It'll be interesting to
Yes.
see how much hero damage he actually ends up with. Because he's been the one taking out that Timbersaw. He has a Dagon as well to play with.
Yeah, definitely helps in that way. Cracker is now the one on the hunt. Observer Ward planted very deep down, and they know they are trying to pursue in with a quick initiation from the sacks. Cracker is unlikely the one to be going in first, as Solo in the back lines is there as well. Do they have an initiation onto any good target? Doesn't really feel like it. And the main reveals position. More Observer Wards down. They've got vision everywhere and more, but Spillet are just hoping to survive through this for a little while longer. And blink forward, they catch out Solo, they get the kickback as well. He's not going to be able to survive. Instant death, and Cracker might be the trade, but without Solo there, how do you keep Aincrad alive once his BKB runs out? And the Yule Scepter will ensure that that BKB does run out. Terrorize doesn't land. Zarich with 2. Kisko's managing to keep control as well, but now comes out the Requiem, losing Murtha, losing out all of your damage, and with Aincrad to fall, 7 Su, a full ultra kill, looking for a rampage, will not be given it, instead will settle for the game. Team Lynx, this was inevitable.
Barracks are under
They will be able to finish off in style. 30,000 net worth lead. There was never a question in my mind about which team is winning this one.
under attack.
Yeah, double Berserker's call coming in at the back of a Refresher. Truly, not even a question about who is going to be the MVP. Vladik, despite the shaky start that he had in the early game, he recovered fantastically at the back of... In fact, Spillet making moves on the opposite side of the map, which quite frankly did not work out. One of the key factors of this game was, or one of the key things that I needed to see an adjustment from, was them not trying to force the issue, and they did it a bit too much, and they got I mean, Lynx were happy to respond to the kind of aggression coming out by Team Spillet by just simply playing the map a bit better. When Lynx play as a full unit, they look incredibly strong.
The Lynxes look consistently like they're outclassing the Spillet side, right? And I mean, you talked about the hero damage being put out from Melojule. I've got to look at it. It's 40,000 hero damage. The closest to him was 48,000 and 7 Ace. Second highest hero damage. Fantastic stuff coming out from Melojule as well. Obviously, wasn't necessarily that sort of standout performer because we saw so many flashy plays from the Axe calls, but Melojule was constantly staying alive, constantly making stuff of him a nuisance, and going out to those back lines and finding that Timbersaw again and again, like, great stuff coming out from the Lynx camp. They absolutely deserve to go on and beyond, and the question is who will be facing up against him in this lower bracket next. Well, to answer that question, we need to take we need to maybe put ourselves in the shoes of the upper bracketers instead. We are not going to be the voices guiding you through that one, but we've got some beautiful voices and some fantastic faces to take you through that in just a while. This was a faster game, so we apologize. It's going to be a longer break, but we're going to be back in about 40 minutes or so with the upper bracket. It's One Win Team versus Power Rangers and Liga Team versus Pain Gaming coming up after this extended break. For now, we're going to see you guys in the chat, and later on we're going to see you guys back on air for the rest of the Season 8. Stay tuned. Come back in about half an hour.
idea. Or you're thinking about going for an Ember, which they aren't thinking because they ban it out themselves. They're probably just targeting Squad X, and those are some of his best heroes, but they let the Largo go through. And this hero is insanely powerful, and I still haven't seen a consistent way to deal with it. I've seen in high MMR pubs that people go for AA sometimes and it works, but in competitive gaming, the AA has gotten punished way too many times and people are just staying away from it.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like if you look at the most picked heroes in competitive right now, he's by far the highest pick rate and win rate. And it's like you said, like usually heroes that have sustain are dealt by bursting. But Largo, especially as a core, is super tanky. So like, how this year's gonna get nerfed for sure, right? It's for some reason it's been a very long time since the latest patch. But I remember reading like the threads of people saying core Largo was bad, and like it's by far the strongest version of this hero.
Yeah, I don't know how people come to those conclusions. And man, I hate it. The patch comes out and everybody thinks they're this genius who's gonna be reading it. Pro players cannot read it. Like nobody can read what the heroes are gonna look like because the game is so complex, and you need to go and you need to play and you need to see how good it's gonna be. And you know, the people who try to be smart and think that they know how the meta will develop, it's funny to me, man. There's no way we're gonna be able to tell.
There's a lot of haters. I remember the threads. It was really fun reading them. But yeah, they go for the Shadow Demon here, which is sort of a counter-ish, right? You can reduce his HP pool. I guess the Dispel is not necessarily that good. Like, do you like this response, or is it just like
it's a good hero. It's generally a good hero, right? And Disseminate is a rough spell to play against, right? So it could be that extra damage that you need to kill the Largo, actually.
Yeah, it's very nice. Now for 1W. Is there anything that's like extra OP that we didn't see banned just yet?
Clinks is in the pool, though he's definitely fallen off, but there are some teams who prioritize Batrider. Is one of the heroes that people like to go for. Super OP.
I've seen a lot of Batrider in the latest PGL. Like, I was surprised how it felt like it was like picked or banned pretty much every game.
Dude, its damage is just ridiculous. It's insane. You know, Jakiro is in the pool, right? That could be one that you want to go for either of the teams, actually. Though Jakiro plus Shadow Demon isn't the best support duo, I'd say, but I wouldn't mind it just because of how powerful the Jakiro is in the laning stage. But yeah, Batrider, man, I don't know how much you've played Dota recently. It's one of those heroes that when he starts attacking, you're like, why? Why does he continue to do 1 billion damage to me? It's just...
Yeah, it's the change to Napalm, right? Because they made it like go twice as fast, even though they nerfed the progression of the damage. It's crazy. They banned Storm. So do you go Puck here? Puck is definitely one of the most contested heroes. Oh.
He is okay versus a Largo in lane. I mean, other than the Frog Stomp, you don't really go through refraction charges. And you don't care about the lick, right? There's some heroes that lick just annihilates them in lane. Largo hits level 5, it's very low cooldown, and suddenly you're taking a ton of damage. DA, most of the time, doesn't care. And this does open up for a nice position 5 pick like a Tusk, which would be a great hero to have with the Shadow Demon, because then you would have this mix of saves and damage. And the thing is, do we steal a Tusk? Well, I don't know, because it's not particularly good versus either of these heroes. But they're gonna go for a Jakiro. That is a hero that is particularly good versus both of these on the side of Power Rangers.
Yeah, just breaking those retractions. Attack speed is low against the illusions, even though the illusions are not gonna be that much of a factor here, because TA is most likely gonna be the carry. Have you seen the Reddit thread that was talking about, like, I was not aware of this, and I remember testing it, and it apparently changed when refraction became a barrier. The like false promise now, if you have refraction on, you literally, like, one refraction charge cancels the false promise damage, and you like survive through infinite damage.
Really?
Yeah, so like some guy was saying like that Bet Boom would have won the semifinals because twice in a row TA had Rapier and she just wasted refraction instead of like letting the damage go through. And I was not aware either, because it only changed after the refraction becoming a barrier thing, and apparently like it's a thing.
That should be changed, to be honest. It has to be changed, right?
It's broken. But yeah, it does work like that. Like if you have one refraction charge, you tank through the entire false promise damage.
Yeah, it's, they're probably gonna change the false promise to be billion instances of all of the damage, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that's how it worked as well, right? Because I've really never seen a damage barrier save somebody's life. They're gonna go for a Warlock. That is a hell of a support duo, though.
Oh yeah,
But,
and with Largo, right? A lot of AoE Fatal Bonds here.
You mentioned that Puck, man. I'd pick it here. The Storm Bandit doesn't make much sense, but the versus these two supports, it's great. There's no Tiny in the pool either, so there really isn't a lot of mid laners that lane really well versus you. You also prepare for a potential Invoker, though your opponents probably aren't going to go that route.
And you ban Husker, right? Like that would be one of the bad matchups. I like it. Especially because I wouldn't be surprised to see 1W picking it here as well as their 18 pick. So, yeah, you need some aggression, some stuns that right now you're definitely lacking on the side of Power Rangers.
Yeah. Also, you have to be careful. If you don't pick a Puck, you have to pick something like a Shadow Shaman. You have to have heroes that are going to be able to catch that Puck, right? If you don't want to go that route, if you go for just another defensive support, then jumping into the back lines will be way too good. I mean, that's why they banned out this. Okay, there's the AA as a counter to the Largo, but I can't say I love it here, because I think now you are really gonna eat that Puck to the face.
Yeah, and you don't really have a lot of setup for the spells, right? Because the TA doesn't have a slow or stun. Usually that's when we, like, I guess the classic pairings for AA in the past have been like Alk and Wraith King. Very good in lane. I don't know how strong this TA AA lane really is.
Maybe they lane the Shadow Demon with the TA and just get a offlaner with the stun. I think one of the main reasons why this AA is being punished as much as it is because ranged carries are much more popular, and ranged carries with an AA are very easy to punish, whereas melee cores with an AA, it's not too bad at all, because AA actually does a decent amount of damage in the lane.
Is there like a universe where there's a chance this TA is mid, or like very
I haven't
minor?
seen it. I have to say, some of the times I'm like, I'd love for the TA to be mid. They're gonna go for a Slaughter, probably would have gotten banned anyway. So Troll not good, because there's an AA, there's a
it's a good flex though, right? You're
Awesome.
not sure where this Larger's gonna be, so you're kind of keeping your options open.
Maybe we see something like a Sand King here. A Sand King mid would make a lot of sense. Like any AoE stun from the mid lane would be great. Primal Beast also good, but I feel like Sand King is probably like the best one.
Their team fight's gonna be insane. Okay, but still a lot of AoE. I do like that, and it is a hero that just annoys the Slaughter quite a bit. Like he's not gonna be able to destroy the lane as he does with most other matchups.
I mean, it's also a flex. I have seen carry Quops, but I feel like 1W are seriously lacking luck. And that can turn into an issue, right? Imagine this TA just having free reign in a fight, never really being scared. You see a golem drop, you see an ice path being used, and suddenly you know that they cannot stun you. Plus you have a Slaughter and your damage output is insane.
I mean, going to your point, then it would make more sense to have carry Quap, right? Because you would rather have a stun on your mid laner that's going to be more active early. Then,
Beastmaster would have been a good carry, though. We will play with this.
True. It is being played, but not an option anymore. Do you take another mid here? I think you do, honestly. Because I don't feel like this Slaughter is going to have that good of a time against Quap. And is there an offlaner that you think is like essential here for Power Rangers that they would rather pick? I feel like there are better mid laners for them to pick than offlaners.
There is Brewmaster. That would be a solid.
Ooh, that's right. No lockdown, dispel, AoE dispel for Fatal Bonds.
And you also want to see what the enemies are going to pick, right? Because you do have the last pick on Power Rangers.
Any
But it
Ursa
does
here?
feel-
Like, is Ursa good enough?
I think it's a safe choice, but you're still playing versus Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
You know what would be a good choice? A PA.
Oh.
Love a PA.
That is a curveball.
But maybe you just go Medusa, right? It's a safe choice. Then you're like, yo guys, go fight whatever, do whatever the hell you want, and then once the time comes, I'm gonna win the game.
You know what that reminds me of? Like, okay, they go Naga. Alright, that's honestly, once they have Shard on Naga, like the AoE healing on 1W is bizarre. I guess they do have AA, but
Remember
Ding,
that
ding.
Sand King that I was thinking for 1W? Man, just pick it for Power Rangers. Like this is
do you
This
play
is-
mid or offlane here? Offlane?
mid, I think. You're gonna get the Blink Dagger faster, and generally, Quap will send you into the jungle, but with the Sand King, you don't care.
Oh,
That's also a good one.
Yeah, AoE initiator, double blink. These two drafts are pretty weird, right? They're not the type of drafts we were seeing at PGL.
Different, definitely different. But I think 1W they're gonna get smacked. Not gonna lie, right? First of all, you're playing a Naga into a Shadow Demon, so no matter what you get, your illusions are gonna be working against you. So he can pretty much deal with the waves. He might even be maxing out the disruption. Then Axe is just godly versus all of these heroes. Good setup for the AA. Slaughter will get a relatively early blink. He will lose the lane, but not by much. And then you have this TA to end it, right? And what do 1W have? What do they actually have in this game that counters the opponents? Only like overwhelming damage in a team fight. And it has to be done like snappy. Bam, bam, people die. So I'm not sure. I like the Naga in the sense that it can reset fights, but it is also a question how much violence is going to be present, how much he's going to want to be present, and judging by the way that he likes to play the game, he never comes early on. So I'm very much disliking what 1W did here.
Yeah, I feel like that is the type of draft that Falcons could make look insane, but also a lower tier team can easily fumble. Like, they have a lot of sustain, right? They like good fights, long fights, but if you just get bursted, and they do have the burst with like this AA, Slaughter, Axe type combination, the team fight's over, because once you lose like one of the supports, they're probably going to be lacking damage. But yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to power through this one. No interesting facets or lane swaps, right? Feels like it's just gonna be a normal game.
Yep. So AA went for the Bone Chill. I have to say, man, the other facet is literally was a level 25 talent. So I don't know why people don't go for it. The AoE Cold Feet. Is that still the facet? Should be.
I think so.
Yeah, exposure. Cold Feet applies in an AoE.
Yes. I mean, they do have a fair amount of stuns, but yeah, it probably depends on like how many stuns you have, right? Because it is as good as your.
I mean, wave
AoE.
shoving. Wave shoving, my friend, it's also a big thing, right? You come in within an AoE Cold Feet, you just shove out the wave versus a Naga Siren. It's definitely not to be underestimated.
I mean, BO3 is definitely good in the lane, but as the game develops, it's just weird. And I guess like it's ultra good late game, but I don't know.
The battle begins.
It's weird. I agree.
So, in terms of runes, what did we get? 3 for 1, if I see correctly, and I think I do. No, 2 for 2. Okay.
Yeah, 2 for 2. So, any of the lanes here jump to mind as maybe interesting to watch, you know? Not necessarily the ones we're going to see kills, but maybe something weird's going to happen.
I'm not sure about weird, but I'd say top lane is going to be where we should be looking for kills, because Ilbruck and Immersion are going to be wanting to play very, very aggressively. The thing is, you're versus a Warlock, so sometimes it's not as easy. But I feel like these two do have a potential, like from level 3 to apply some pressure. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Naga plus a Warlock is way too strong.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds is really annoying. Like, there's nothing they can do about that. Mid lane, it's one of those lanes where like Quap should do fine, but I've seen Quaps die to slaughters. Yeah, it feels like this is not gonna be the case. Nikki is already being pummeled.
I mean, this is normal for a Slaughter versus the Quap. I just want to see if Squadix is gonna be taking a point in Shadow Strike, because I've seen a lot of Quaps skip it, but nope, he will get it versus a melee hero. Too good to not get it.
Gets that extra region as well. Oh, man, pretty close this mid lane. Nikki cool. Does have a Fairy Fire, but this is awful. His 20 gold away from his bottle. Just beating her ass really hard. Can he draw aggro? Oh, he got it. Okay. That's okay.
It still needs to come, my friend, right? That bottle still needs to be delivered.
Gonna take a while, and he might lose both runes because he doesn't have it at the moment. Top lane, it's gonna be the same play, right? They want to Fatal Bond's gonna push the wave. Ideally, you pull and you just reset it. It is is the small camp blocked? It is not.
No.
So they do have.
It's very hard to block a small camp when you're Radiant, right? Because they just put that sentry in the trees on the high ground. You're never getting to that one. And
yeah,
it's just impossible. Even if you want to get it, you need to get it with a different sentry, and then use the second one.
Oh,
Nesphere is in trouble.
Nesphere. Oh, so much damage, but he will be okay with 36 HP. The Frog's very low as well, but with that extra slow from the Jakiro to the end, trying to turn it around, does get the kill with the TA, and that is a first blood for the Largo. So still probably worth it, right, if you're one win.
That's fine, right? Especially because it wasn't the TA that got the kill. Plus the AA died, so no experience
Fight
for him.
for the roots here. The fractions are breaking. Nesphere, he drew aggro and ends up losing his life. So even the Lotus going one win's way.
Fighting versus a Jakiro Largo is probably not what you want to be doing, right? Sometimes with an AA lane, it's fine to just continue getting kills back and forth because you just want early level 6, and even if you're giving away some gold, giving away some deaths, if you get that early level 6, which happens a lot faster if heroes are dying back and forth, then it works. But now with him dying again, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's not good. This TA is going to be very fragile if she's alone. And there's no TP on the AA, so 40 seconds of problematic times if you are Nesphere.
And this is why people don't get the AA, right? This is where you get punished. But also, I mean, you could have played it more passively. You really could have.
Even swapping the lanes, as you said, right? It wouldn't be. I mean, Axe is struggling anyways. I don't think the AA would be that much more help than the Shadow Demon.
20 CS is struggling. Okay.
I mean, he is. True. Okay. I think a lot of those are illusions, though. I'm not sure how many are creeps. But yeah. He is like taking a lot of harass. I feel like he did spend a fair amount of money on consumables. Because he is, he's like 4th, but he was 5th in net worth.
Yeah, his net worth is not looking great, but in terms of CS, he's doing fine. For an Axe, you just get those early levels once you. So he's going phase boots. I thought maybe he decides to maybe get a Vanguard, even though you don't see it quite often nowadays. Usually see Blade Mail into Blink. Versus this lane, it does make a solid amount of sense to maybe go for it.
Yeah, I guess the Shadow Demon being the off lane is probably related to stacks as well. Right now he doesn't have Shadow Poison, but X does benefit a lot from having stacks, which right now they have none.
Well, they are gonna go for Violent a little bit. They can't really take his life, but is Immersion maxing the disruption? No, he's getting 2 points in Disseminate, but we're not going to be seeing Shadow Poison, so either way, on level 8 to level 9, he's going to have it maxed out.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Like, just having that AoE damage with AA Blast can definitely do a lot here, as in the bottom lane, Disruption... Well, not sure what the plan was.
To save the TA. That is the plan. Like, save the TA's life because it was getting close, and Immersion just finishes TP. Also, now they're immediately going to be rotating for the power runes to the mid lane.
Yeah, that's huge. Level 6 on the Quap as well. Squad X has fair amount of resources. They will control the bottom side. Unfortunately, it's going to be top. And the Quap... Okay, Nikiko is not going to dive too much for this. Dual Breath with a couple of blows. Blood Grenade.
There's going to be a haste on
Ice
Quap.
Path.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's definitely dead. He's not running away. He doesn't even need the Quap at Sweden Strong grabs that kill.
This start is amazing for 1W. With this kind of a lineup, even though like I still don't like it that much. With this kind of a lineup, if you are ahead, the enemy heroes are just gonna die and you're never gonna be able to shove out the waves, right? That is like what's gonna happen. So you have to stop giving these early kills because this is too much. That all
OTP top lane, Alberca. They do have the Quap. Sonic Wave was not used, so it should be a kill. They don't even need the Sonic Wave. Oh.
And they're gonna steal the Wisdom Shrine. I don't think Immersion can do much about it.
He TPs, but I think he's gonna be late anyways.
He's just gonna die.
Oh my lord. Okay. Oh wait, I was not aware that disruption would prevent that from being picked up. But regardless, it will fall. And things are snowballing here. This is not great.
It's a disaster,
Dire's courier
to
has
be
been
honest.
killed.
And you've got Shadow Demon AA, right? So I think right now you just need to tell your cores, get out of the lanes, go and farm the jungle. These supports need levels. Till the end is level 3. If you get level 6 with an AA in like 12, 13 minutes, imagine the amount of punishment that will be coming your way. The enemies have a Jakiro that is having a perfect game, level 5. Your towers are gone.
Yeah, 3 points of Liquid Fire. And as you said, AA, not only his weakening lane, and because he's weakening lane, very often, you know, he gets punished, you lose Wisdom Runes, and that kind of snowballs even further, right? Because without his level 6, he's sort of a non-factor.
Yeah, AA doesn't do anything, especially with the Bone Chill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... they're starting to make stacks, so they do have a couple of stacks in the Radiant bottom jungle as well as in the triangle. We'll see if those are going to be stolen or even scouted. Oh, Olin in the mid lane. Sonic Whip. That's just a dead Nikiko. Squad X on a killing spree. And this is potentially a dead tower as well with the Jakiro already in position.
Radiant's middle tower
This tower is gonna go down. This is what we see a lot. As soon as the Warlock gets level 6, he goes in for it. And well, with the book and the 2 Wisdom Shrines, it was really not that hard to have the added experience to make this a possibility. They're even gonna apply pressure on the top tier 1. There's not really much Power Rangers can do because this dropped so fast. Okay, Rain is being a bit too aggressive with this golem. I would have preferred if he focused on the tower.
Yeah, at least they farmed the stacks. X got almost all of the ancient creeps, and he also farmed the large camp. But as you said, like, stacks are never going to be as worth as 2 towers falling, and that's what they're going to get. They're in no position to contest any of these towers. Everyone's jungling right now.
Yeah, usually with a level 6 Warlock, if you get 1 tower with your first golem, you're like super happy. Sometimes people just come over and they drop it just to make sure the tower goes down. But getting 2 towers, that's a little bit too much. You know, I'm even thinking that Power Rangers might not get a chance to play this game. That's how bad the game is going right now.
Yeah, it feels like this is solely reliant on one win not making mistakes. Or making, right? Like, the chances of Power Rangers play relies on how tight Dire's going to play, because at the moment, they have everything, and they're really relying on Blink Daggers because their supports cannot start fights on Power Rangers. And this Larder is poor. Like, his 600 gold towards a Blink Dagger. He doesn't have anything.
Exactly. One thing that we have to keep in mind is that this 1W lineup, it's not hard to play, right? The thing that the lineup is made for is if you are ahead, it's just so easy to play. If you're behind, then you have to be thinking of shenanigans, what you're gonna do, how you're gonna cut waves with the Naga, and so on and so forth. If you're ahead, it's fairly easy. See a hero, bam, bam, all of the spells, ultis, kill him, get a tower. While that is happening, the Naga is shoving in the waves, and you just rinse and repeat, and the opponents don't have a response to it.
Yeah, I guess the good side is because they have a Largo, once these tier 1s fall, we're probably going to see him farming Ags before they, start playing aggressive again. But it's going to at least buy time for Power Rangers to get their Blink Daggers. Do you think Axe goes for another Blink? Or would you rather see him finish the Blade Mail? Because he's saving for gold.
Finish Blade Mail, then go Blink, I think. Well, let me check. Okay, no, he's gonna buy the Blink. Okay.
Oh, Nesphere. They get the Golden with the Lick, with... Okay, they're not gonna chase for this. But it is gonna be a tower, nonetheless.
Guap is coming from the side.
Oh, she is. Invis Rune.
Radiant's top tower
We'll see the
is under
Courier.
attack.
We'll scout the T. I mean, it is a fairly high... I guess you can kill the AA. There we go. Just gets a kill.
Delay that,
Level 6.
yeah, level 6 even more. And the Axe will have his Blink Dagger. Alberca, he's gonna have to try and pull his team out of the dumpster. There's no
Yep.
Golem. Now is the best time ever. The thing is, this Blink reveal needs to be strong, man, because how do you make it strong when you don't have an AA ulti? Like, where's
And it's
the
not
follow-up
strong.
damage?
Already scouted by Ward. They know what's the Blink. Yeah, they actually ping it. They know there's a ward, but Alberca did show. We'll see. They didn't ping on the side of Dire, but if they were watching, they should have. Even if they click the X, right, it's gonna show that he has a blink because he was under vision.
At least AA is gonna be level 6, right? So you have the Ice Blast, so maybe you do have the necessary damage to kill somebody.
I guess I have to go for Rain. Even he is aware that something weird is happening. No one's showing. The Radiant scan's not gonna find anyone. Eesh, that's rough.
Yeah, you are in a position where you're searching for more than you're actually capable of getting, right? They could have just went for the Warlock, but under the current circumstances...
Oh, no! Oh, that feels so bad. Yeah. I can feel the pain, We've been there. It happens to the best of us.
No, it never happened to me. Like,
I see.
in my life.
Radiant's top
Pretty
tower is
capable
under
player.
attack.
Well, so what do you do? Like, your blink reveal didn't really do that much. Your other mid laner is also farming a blink, albeit very slowly. Do you... Like, what is your timing here? Is it death on the TA?
It's the TA. It's definitely the TA. You need the constant output of damage in this game. It shouldn't have come to this point where you have to rely on her that much, but you underestimated your opponents in the laning stage. You lost all of your tier 1s. Now it's just
Dire's courier has been
survival mode for Power Rangers.
I guess they do have capable... Like, they have the means to Roche, right? Like, you could potentially sneak Roche with this lineup. Has a louder TA, even if you're poor, if you had Death on top of it, which is finished.
Sure, but before that happens, you're going to be needing to get the mid lane tower.
Yeah.
Or get a tower, so that the lane can be pushed towards the opponents. Because look at the current state of the lanes. Mid lane over the river, top lane over the river, bottom lane over the river. A lot. So you are not getting out on the map. Let's just put it that way.
Definitely a real spot here, as the Slardar is 20 gold away from Blink.
Already Manta on the Naga. And I don't know if you will ever shove out the lanes. And once he gets the Orchid, that is when nobody can actually go alone to shove them out. Everybody who tries is just going to die.
Yeah. Alright, so Blink on Slaughter, Smoke was bought on the Shadow Demon.
Dire's
Do you
top tower
YOLO
is under
smoke?
attack.
Do you just group up, take tower? Do you smoke, try to get a kill? Because it feels like getting a kill is going to be hard. Like, this Naga, like, not only have no towers, but the Naga's just shoving out the ways, I just said.
You need to just go for a hero. That's what you need to do as Power Rangers. Right now, you need to change the status quo. If the status quo continues for another 5 minutes, you are gonna lose, right? So you just need to change it. No matter how, even if you jump in and die, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, they are not forcing the smoke as I thought they would. Most of the heroes are bottom. Slardar is showing with his blink, so Okay, they do smoke now. I guess they're gonna smoke towards the slaughter.
That's the best way. You need somebody to be showing on lane to maybe even be taunting the opponents to go for him. If you're all smoking missing off the map, it's gonna be easy to read.
Yeah, and they are sort of posturing. I think it's mostly for the rune. And it's gonna be on the bottom side. That's a amplified damage rune. Potentially would help them, but they do scan the area, so they know the rune is picked up.
Now they're just staying near their Naga. So even if somebody gets jumped, there's gonna be a sleep. It's completely nullifying that blink initiation. The question is, can you burst somebody down quickly enough?
And Roche is on that side, right? So they can't even sneak Roche because it's way too close from the Dire. And they're just getting a tier 2 for free here. This is... I guess Golden did get dropped for it, but... They're gonna go for it. They find the Quap, but a lot of damage on the X. Blade Mayo reflecting some of it as Oberka disengages. Very low HP. Oh, TA with a blink here just sneaks a Jakiro kill as they do defend the tower. So, not terrible. They're gonna all TP bottom as... Wait, can they sneak Roche here? Everyone just
when you say
showed
sneak,
bottom.
you mean run in like
Yes.
men and take it?
That might be your best chance. Am I wrong here? No Golem, lots of TPs bottom, that Jakiro, but they're
They want
not
chaos.
really. Okay,
They got
a blast on the Largito. It will be killed. Alberca gets a kill. That's not too shabby. They are starting to create chaos here as they are looking for the X. He has a ward to work with as he gets denied, and that should be a kill on both him and the AA.
The only thing I'm okay with them dying there. I mean, it was very hard to get out. The only thing I don't like is that Nicky Cool didn't TP to the bottom lane instantly, but TP'd back to base. To me, that shows that you're not 100% focused, right? So you're just like, I need to get out, I need to get out. But also you need to be thinking, where do I need to be? That bottom lane would have already been pushed out a lot, and the creeps would be on the enemy side of the map. This way, the Naga is just instantly going to make that lane, again, a problem.
Yay. They're on to you. There is a ward, but they are smoked. Masphere breaks the smoke. Ooh, blinks out. Alright. They will be able to disengage. Good awareness. Forces the smoke. Nothing is going to be acquired here. They are in position for Tormentor, but still a minute and a half until it spawns. So nothing of value was lost. Do you think they can... So... Tormentor is gonna spawn, right? Is that the moment that they can trade it for Roche? Or do you think one win is not gonna allow that to happen?
I don't think one win even needs to focus on the Tormentor all that much, right? And they're not gonna allow it. Again, the problem with Roche is look at the waves. How do you go into Roche without your enemies instantly being alert of something going on, and you know what you're up against in that Roche pit? The macro part, the sleep, and the sonic wave. Even the Golem, it's on cooldown now, but it's gonna be up in 5 seconds, so it's just way too risky, especially since all of the towers are still standing.
Yeah, they are starting to do some damage. TA almost got the top one. Mid lane did get some damage. But yeah, those are the two most important ones for what they want to do, as they will join the pit here. Alright. So they will try and brute force this. Slaughter is not nearby though, as the Dire scan is gonna scout. This is kind of sloppy, right? Aren't they? Okay, feels like they're not gonna be here in time. The Warlock's walking, but that minus armor is way too strong. Nesphere, they could potentially fight for the Tormentor as well now.
I'm very surprised this was allowed.
Yeah, and they didn't have the Slaughter in the beginning, as they will fight it here. That's just a one-shot from Nesphere. Alright, this is starting to look a little bit iffy here, one win. Okay, look at that refraction damage.
I feel like the side of 1W isn't really utilizing the strength of their heroes. You need to understand which parts of the map you need to play with the Naga. As I mentioned, this lineup is easy to execute, but you also have to have a good idea on how to play it, and it seems like they're lost at the moment.
Nesphere will brute force the tower. They're gonna drop a lot of damage here. Where's the save? Where is the disruption? For now, it's going to be cast. Golem used on the other side. AA Blast finds one hero, could potentially kill the Warlock, and it does, but at the cost of his life. Aegis gets procced as they're going to use the silence to block down the TA. Axe shows up, doesn't get the call. The Sonic Wave explodes the TA. Culling Blade finds one mega kill for the Quap, and Immersion is going to TP out. So they... Oh, that's an 11 HP tower. I guess the Quap Illusions can get it? Oh, there you go. So, what do you make of this? Is this anyone's favored?
Yeah, Power Rangers are very, very happy about this. I mean, you're not happy about it. You lost the Aegis and the TA. But the thing is, look at the lanes right now. The Naga Siren came to fight. He died with the Naga Siren. The lanes are going to get shoved in again. And that means that the Naga Siren timing is going to be slowed down. Whereas Power Rangers, they're already hit there. So as soon as everybody's up, you go back to fight again. This time around, there's no Sonic Wave and there's no Golem.
Yeah. Apparently... Huh. So... As you said, Naga did die, but Horde is about to be completed here with Essence Ring as well. Do you think that the Naga is going to feel safer, or like the burst damage of Power Rangers still needs to be respected?
Yeah, he's going to be feeling safer, but I'm still surprised he didn't just go for a butterfly. In my mind, Naga, after the start that they had, could solo win this game. Like, literally, I wouldn't even have minded if you just went for Manta Butterfly and made sure that you farm so fast and you're shoving in lanes so fast that Power Rangers are helpless to do anything. So, but if Naga is on her side of the map, which is the case right now, I don't think that hard helps you much. They jump him, they get an A blast and a call on him, he's still going to die.
Okay. Oh, Jakiro! Gotta be careful here. The lick will save Sweden strong. But damn, this TA. I mean, Nesphere, it's not even that farmed right now, and he did struggle a lot in lane, as we said, but looking very strong no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the draft. There isn't really many things to be afraid of as a TA in this game, and especially once some Force Staffs come out, it's gonna be a problem for you to kill him in any way. He's gonna have his own very soon. That might just be enough, right? There's gonna be a Solar Crest protecting you, and a Glimmer from the AA will be coming fairly soon as well.
All right, so a smoke from the Dire side. They do have that incredible timing of Largo level 15 with Kaya eggs. The problem is the initiation. You're relying on, I guess, a snare. It's working for now as Florida jumps in with BKB. The Sonic Wave is going to deal with the axe, and Nikki Cool also very low as they want to get some stragglers. The Song of the Siren only finding the AA. Now finds the Shadow Demon as well. Not sure if they have the catch for it as Immersion will be able to disengage on the left side. So that's 2 kills and a tower of the BKB being used on Slaughter. So feels pretty worth it, right? You might even get a tower out of this.
Yep. Very nice play from 1W. They went in on Power Rangers. The strength of the Power Rangers lineup comes from them jumping in. The only defensive play that you have is a disruption, and that just means that you have to read the opponents. Whereas if you are jumping in, then you're getting that first kill. You can chase for more, and your Shadow Demon is still going to be behind if the enemies try to re-engage, to attack. So I'm surprised that Power Rangers aren't going to be on the aggressive side. I guess that's what 1W are going to be doing with this heart, right? Just run in first, and if Power Rangers are not ready to jump instantly and blow somebody up, their lineup doesn't really work.
Yeah, do you think this is a game where Immersion might buy a Blink here, or is there something else it could potentially buy? Just because it feels like that save could be a big difference maker, right? Whoever gets a snare and silence dies if they don't have BKB, and for now TA is going all out on damage.
Blink or Force, right? Those are the two options. It depends how he thinks the game will go. Blink is probably a little bit better. But if they get Roche, Force would be a better one, because then you're just gonna be positioning around the TA, and then you can hope for the enemies to go for you. But overall in this game, the way that they should want to play, by jumping onto the opponents, Blink Dagger is probably the one that gives you a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, for now, the game's still pretty even in net worth here. It started looking very scary for Power Rangers, but they It's weird, right?
Radiant's bottom
They are
tower
dealing
is
with the
under
net
attack.
worth pretty well, but game-wise, it does feel like they're being slowly pushed away, and that's with a Naga lineup. Usually they're not that good at taking towers, but the Warlock, Jakiro, I mean, they are two of the strongest supports that usually go through, so I guess it makes sense.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, Naga doesn't take it super fast, but also you shove in all of the waves, right? And then while the enemies are
Yeah.
dealing with the other waves, you're just pushing it in.
Radiant's
I don't
bottom
think
And the wave shove of Power Ranger is pretty bad, right? Besides the TA, it's not great. You have to show 2 melee cores.
Nobody's responding to
this
violence.
is... Okay, they get the call. AA Blast on top of it, not dodged by the mirror image. The song will be enough with the golem to disengage as the TA is trying to do something here. Sonic Wave will not find Alberta. He even TP's back to lane as they find a Quap blink out with the spell of the Corrosive Haze and amplify damage for Squadix, but they feel like it's enough to disengage. So again, 1 win. They force pretty much everything out of Power Rangers. So even though they didn't really lose anyone, they don't have the means to fight, right? They just keep trading cooldowns. But losing structures.
Let's check your Latin a bit, Bowie. So click on Esphere. There is a
Okay.
Latin saying next to his name. Do you know what it means?
Oh. Alelacatista.
Alea iacta est. Just
I think it means die by the sword and live by the blade.
No, the die is thrown, you know, or like
Oh.
a cube die, you know, the one that you. That's
What
it
does he
means.
mean? Oh, wait. Say it again?
The die is thrown. Okay, wait a moment. Nesphere might get jumped on. Okay, he's gonna get out of time.
Pretty bold here. They do have some vision. Oh, he misses the call. So Burke is going to be exposed, although he has BKB and he's holding on to it. They're going to drag him around. No cooldowns being used. The AA Blast sort of whiffs. They get a good Corrosive Haze. But look at the damage. As Larder doesn't even BKB. It's actually a cooldown. 11 seconds. They got baited into a fight they could not take. And now another core is going to fall as they potentially try to save him. But that's a disaster.
He even dodged the axe call with the mirror image there. The second one, 2 axe calls completely whiffing. You cannot win a fight like that. Your lineup is reliant on bursting a hero down. But to be honest, him not catching that Jakiro was bullshit, man. I think he got him. I think he got him, and for some reason that Jakiro decided I don't want to fight.
That Jakiro's on Monjaro, man, because I feel like he's definitely what's the name of the thing? Like the model was definitely on range, but you might be taking Monjaro.
That's how it looked to me, anyways. But
Radiant's middle tower is under
Power
attack.
Rangers, definitely. This is not the form that I'm used. Oh, they caught the TA as well. Violent, he's healing him.
That's not ideal. Yeah, I mean, as we said, no BKB, and his Hurricane Pike was on cooldown, so he just dies there. As they will find the Largo, AA Blast with that disseminates Sonic Wave on the other side, but they will find the Largo. That counter is working sort of, as the Naga Siren will make mincemeat out of the Axe, and the Slaughter is being chased here. Could potentially TP out, and he will do so.
They have creeps bottom, so the Naga Siren can go and push. Right, all 3 lanes are shoving in. Power Rangers, they literally cannot leave their base. And that was
and that's a
2-man
butterfly
Ice
Naga.
Blast. It still won't work. And man, I have to say, these 2 teams, I expected them to be cleaner, both of them. Both 1W, when they got the advantage that they did, I thought there was no way this game can turn around, but he gave a couple of openings to Power Rangers. But Power Rangers, man, laning stage, they allowed themselves to get completely destroyed, and now a couple of their spell usage just hasn't been on point.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, a lot of whiffs. I mean, as we said in the draft, though, their draft is harder to execute. So it is, I guess, more concerning for 1 win that we did see them whiffing a couple of fights as well. But on the side of Power Rangers, like, if you don't get a call, like, you're exposing yourself so hard, right? Like, they do have 2 melee cores, but some of those calls were just not hitting, and they started a fight with no BKB. Like, there are definitely a fair amount of mistakes happening.
You need to fight this Roche. If you allow 1W to get this Roche, you're gonna lose the game. So you have to fight it right now. And this could be the last fight for Power Rangers if they don't use their spells properly again. But look at the waves. This is so freakishly obvious because your waves are literally.
And there's a catapult wave. They might lose top out of this as they are slowly dealing with Roche. The smoke's gonna break. Alberca should know where they are. They get vision, call off the mark again, but cancelled mid-swing as they are camping the triangle here. Naga just slowly dealing with Roche, but as you said, every lane marching forward here as they go for a secondary smoke. Going towards the right side this time, but that Blowthorn
Roche is dying.
making a very quick
need to go.
hit of Roche, and they got it. Okay, do you still take the fight? Okay, smoke on smoke. There are a couple of TA traps giving vision, but I just gotta cut the waves, right? Like this, I don't think you can take a good fight anymore. Why not try?
Radiant's middle has
Doesn't
fallen.
look like it.
This is really awkward. Like, this is... They might find the Naga alone. Naga is gonna have to song
Let's see
here.
who found who.
Oh, yeah. Alberca is actually under fog. Will be ice pepped and licked as they do drop everything. Alberca's just gone. His BKB doesn't matter against the Sonic Wave. They're gonna lose 2. This is looking like a disaster. The TA trying to man up. Oh, it needed 1 extra hit and the GG flies out. Power Rangers. They're gonna call it. Whew. Okay, so what do you make of this? Is it really an outdraft? Did Power Rangers just fumble their lanes?
I think Power Rangers fumbled, and that's it. As I mentioned, these two teams, these are players that I would expect to have chances of making it to tier 1, right? Pretty much all of these players, and I think for players with that kind of potential, this is unacceptable. That's how I see it. For I'd even say 1W, yeah, they won. It looked like an easy game for them, but it started off so easy for them. I actually can't believe they gave any footing to Power Rangers. So I'd want Power Rangers to pick up the pace, at least in the laning stage, and then we'll see, right? Because sometimes when you screw up the laning stage, the game feels so hard to play that everybody just kind of shuts down. Not what I wanted to see from them, not what they want to see from themselves, but it just happens from time to time, and you just cannot get it out of your head. So in my mind, you know, first game of the day, maybe they just weren't warmed up just yet. Some of these players, they sleep till very, very late, and then they come to play even though it's 4 p.m. They're like, yo, this is our first or second game of the day, not warmed up, and then you make a couple mistakes. So I'm gonna amount it to that. I want to see what happens.
I'm pretty sure Power Rangers are waked up 24/7 there to save the world, so I do not like that explanation. But regardless, this was just game 1. Hopefully we're going to see all 3 games, and we're going to go on a quick break, but don't you worry, we'll be back with game number 2. think this is good enough?
Well, who knows, right? It depends on how well they're gonna be utilizing it. But generally, you are setting yourself up for a success by playing Largo. This I did not expect. Even though I have a lot of respect for the Marcy right now, I think the hero might be underutilized ever since the Fleeting Fury was taken out of the equation. People are like, Marcy's bad. She's not bad. This hero can do a lot of damage.
Is this sort of a targeted Largo pick? Like, is it particularly good against it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Right? Unless maybe you get an Axe and you continue silencing him, or maybe you think that the burst damage if you're a core Marcy is going to be good enough to kill him. I don't know, man, but I don't see Marcy as like, oh, that's the Largo counter.
Yeah. Interesting. Very curious to see how they're going to approach this one, as we do see the Shadow Demon ban on the side of Power Rangers. They definitely respect that hero. That's how they try to counter Largo. Well, we were talking about AA and melee core heroes. Do you think there's any chance 1W is gonna try that hero out here, or you think it was just kind of a fever dream here from Power Rangers?
That could be cool, right? That 1W plays it like that. Imagine a carry Marcy and the 5 AA, or 3 Marcy and the 4 AA. This could be a support Marcy as well, right? You do see it from time to time, but I actually would like it, right? Dispose after the cold feed, though, versus a Largo, at least laning stage wise, the AA is not that great because you remove the cold feed very, very easily.
Yeah, that is true. They do ban TA, so they're not necessarily convinced Marcy is going to be a core, or at least not a carry. And now for 1W, you just take one of the very, very good heroes, right? 3-inch hero. I guess Warlock's still in the pool. Maybe that's one you either pick or ban.
You could get it for yourself, right? Though versus a Largo plus Warlock would be very, very hard to deal with. I mean, we saw it in the previous game, so
Yeah,
one or the other. Like, don't let them have both.
it will be addressed for sure here. I'm looking for other supports, but yeah, I guess Tusk, Shadow Demon. I mean, Tusk with core Marcy is also very strong, so that could be a path that 1W chooses. Oh. That is a peculiar way to go about this draft.
So you go like, I think you go Warlock Hoodwink here for Power Rangers or something along those lines.
Fair.
What I like to see. Usually Power Rangers would like to play a Phoenix because they play it on both 5 and 4, but versus a Marcy, it's probably not the idea. Okay, they're gonna pick it. Okay, wasn't expecting that.
Big balls on the side of Power Rangers. I guess, you know, Tiny is one of those heroes that literally does nothing against Phoenix, or maybe they feel like it kind of balances out, you know, Marcy the counter, but Tiny is a known factor. But Warlock surprisingly still not picked. And once you have Phoenix, Warlock seems a little bit weird, right? Isn't that like a weird support duo to have?
You would want, but you know what? The Warlock still wins his lane most of the time. So not versus a Tiny. I think that's what the Tiny pick was for. Pick the Tiny, and then the enemies don't want to get a Warlock, because Tiny with boots just crushes your lane because he's consistently dragging waves. You can't do anything about it.
Okay.
So maybe get something a little bit more aggressive on the other support.
Oh, that's that was the hero that they banned.
Is it? Is this gonna be a support Largo? Man, I hate the support Largo.
Yeah, that's weird. Would you rather have support Centaur or support Largo?
Support Centaur, 100%, like 100% support Centaur. Make it a 5 and then play a melee, a ranged carry, right? I would like that a lot more. I have seen some mid lane Centaurs as well, but I'm not sure what to think of this right now.
Yeah, I'm not even, because like Centaur's definitely good against Phoenix because you can disengage or just like get into the egg and kill it. But I'm not even sure I understand where the center
If you-
came from.
If you wanted a offlaner, you would pick a Mars, right? Not a Centaur.
Yeah.
That's kind of my idea. So I have to keep believing that this Centaur is not going to be an offlaner. I just have to.
1W is as confused as we are, as they are burning through his reserve time. Not really sure what to make of this. You just pick like Timber Saw here? Like, it looks like an amazing Timber game.
The thing is, you're good versus these three heroes, but they are also pretty good versus you. They can kill you. They have a decent amount of damage on Power Rangers to deal with the Timber Saw, so it could be a little bit risky.
Oracle Timber, let's go. Just save your Timber. It kills everyone first. I mean, they're gonna burn through the entire reserve time here. This has been very confusing. Okay. Or Beast, and we'll probably pick her 5 here, unless Marcy is her 5, but it's Warlock.
That could be a carry beast as well. Like
Yeah.
very much a possibility.
I'm not sure if they play Mid Beast on 1W, but that's also very popular. So it just became, again, like from time to time, Beast becomes that hero you play every role and is back at doing just that.
Would this be a good morphling for Power Rangers? I'm going through all of the ranged heroes that you would want to lane with the Largo or with the Centaur. I feel like morphling is probably like the best one. Luna here could get bursted down.
Yeah. I like Morphling here. You have Phoenix heal, you have Stampede to work with, you have Largo just amping up the hell out of him. It looks pretty good. You got by a shard as well on the Morphling. You're pretty much unkillable unless Marcy has eggs.
Even then, you're gonna start morphing when they stun you, right?
Yeah, it's very unlikely you die.
Is there anything else?
Very wise.
Maybe there's Medusa.
Yeah, I just don't like because Dusa Largo reminds me of that time where everyone was playing Dusa with a hero that heals. I forget which one. Oh, Cass.
Bonebreaker.
Yeah. It feels like a little bit anti-synergistic, but they go Cass.
I'm not sure about the Kez here, right? Because you have burst on the other side,
A lot.
and
of
you
burst.
have enough lockdown to kill him without any saves on the other side too. So whenever I see a Kez, the best games for him are the ones when he cannot get burst, and you know that you're gonna get the rapid dance off. And in this game in particular, it's not
think-
set in stone.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the Kaz is just supposed to follow. Well, unless Beast is carrying it, but you want to have Kaz in the Beastmaster lane, right? Because he can kill the boar. The lane is good for Kaz, I think.
Sure, but in my mind, this Beastmaster, where I've been seeing him, is the least amount in the off lane, right?
Yeah.
If it was Pirate just having the Beastmaster, then Alberca, it's one of his top heroes, then I would understand. But Mr. Morale, yes, he can play it, but I feel like Squad X and Violent both can pick up this hero, no problem.
Yeah, and they are banning offlaners for 1W, so... It's an interesting choice, nonetheless, as they take away... Yeah, I think it's going to be a Dusa pick. Wait. Yeah, is this mid-cast Dusa? Because... Nah, they can pick anti-mage. I don't think you can do so.
No, they're not gonna do so.
Because Titan and Underlord are very good against Dusa, so anti-mage is open. And they don't have a clear carry on 1W.
What's a mid laner for Power Rangers?
You want something that doesn't get bursted. Can you like Primal here?
There's a Beastmaster on the other side, and you have two BKB piercing disables that go through your ulti. I wouldn't like it.
Oh. So it's... Okay, that's...
Mid lane Centaur? Mid lane Tusk? Mid lane
That's-
Phoenix? Like, I
That's so
don't know.
weird. I have no idea what's happening here. We know the Kaz is scary. That's like the only thing that's set in stone here. Yeah, I'm not even sure I know which
I guess
offlane
it's offlane Largo with the 4th Tusk, mid lane Centaur, and then the Phoenix and the Kez laning together. That is the one that I like the most. And then you pick this Tusk to make sure that the Warlock lane is kind of annoying.
Bristleback. Gonna be a Nikki cool Centaur. Alright, you were right about that one. Do you like this Power Rangers draft?
I don't hate it. I can see the potential of it. They have a lot of team fight. They definitely have timings that are gonna hit at some point. Nikki Cool can be versatile with the Centaur. You don't really have a set in stone build that you can go for. Definitely in terms of the order of the items, but it is kind of weird, right? And I feel like this Bristleback last pick is going to be untouchable, right? At some point, he just stands there, and how do you kill him? Your damage output is going to be problematic. I like the Tusk pick last because now you can save people from the roar, and that is something that's going to help keep the Kez alive. However, I think 1W have all of the tools to even prevent that because you have an avalanche, and the only chance that you're going to be able to snowball save the Kez is if you have a blink BKB, and having that on a support early on is going to be rough. So I feel like 1W definitely got better end of the trade here.
I did space out for a second here. Did you mention Phoenix's offlane?
No.
Yeah.
And I hate this.
It's an Alberca Phoenix into a Largo for 2DM.
I really don't like a support Largo. That's one thing I'm gonna say.
I'm not a big fan. It's like the dispel part's nice, and I guess there's a fair amount of things to dispel, but
what are you dispelling in a Bristleback Marcy lane? Nothing, man. This Bristol versus 2 melee heroes, he's gonna break their necks, man. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this. And also definitely. Phoenix, high damage hero, but the thing is you're always low, and Fatal Bonds could just kill you. I'm just afraid for this laning phase, man. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is definitely looking like another very experimental game here for Power Rangers. Wait, no Nesphere? Need rehost. Oh, so apparently we have some issue here, but yeah, should be fixed soon, my friends. Apparently he had a problem, but everyone's DCing. We're just gonna rehost with all pick and hopefully things will be
admins
sorted
still
out.
haven't said anything, right? So I don't know. If it's a bug,
well, they
then
literally DC'd, so even if okay, so there's a break, guys, and hopefully once we're back with the game, we'll let you know what happened. But I hope this is just gonna be a normal game too with all pick, green pick.
Solid lanes. Sure. Oh, are they gonna wait for them in the gate?
Oh. Could be. Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh no. Oh, Bristle. That is a disaster. And he is going to feed first blood to Alberca. Oh well. I guess that can happen.
我哪里猜了呀？标针针已经乱
Interesting.
说好吗？
I really don't see this much. The themes are just next to the twin gates. The before the creeps come. This is very interesting that both of these teams kind of focused on that, and both game 1 and 2. But either way, good start for Power Rangers.
Yeah, Nikki Cool commits for the rune here. Did need to learn Hoof Stomp level 1, but should be completely fine. And yeah, it's gonna be a mid tiny this game. Oh, they're gonna try and go for the tiny, but a little bit too late with the tag team hit, which means that Squadix is going to be a-okay.
A lot of weird stuff happening before the lane starting. I mean, it makes sense, right? When you see weird bats, weird stuff are
Yeah.
it's definitely gonna be happening. I also like Nikki Cool that he got to rings of protection. You're versus a tiny. He would smack you so hard with 0 armor, and he went as far as going for 2 on it, because versus a tiny, you pretty much just want to trade.
One interesting thing this game is they have a lot of attack speeds low on the Dire, right? You have the Fire Spirits that, by the way, might just kill Violent, but you also have Bitter Chill from the Tusk, which means the Beastmaster will fall here. Alberca 2-0 might die to the boar. Oh, the hit. Okay, what? He survived somehow. The Tango HP regen is enough, and the bird's gonna suffice as they get a good shard block, but the Phoenix is nowhere
Fatal Bond
near.
soon.
Oh. Will you die? It does have another Tango. He should be fine. Top lane. A lot of damage here to the end, getting body blocked by the Bristle, and they're gonna trade 1 for 1. Largo for Marcy. A lot of action here. Power Rangers though with 3 kills. That's a really good start for the Phoenix. I feel like this is the type of hero that needs a good start. Sometimes Phoenix, if they have like a mediocre game, they just fall off real hard. Do you think this changes your opinion on the lanes at least? Like that they need a good lanes for this to work?
Yeah, it's definitely looking solid for them, and I like what they did on the bottom lane, that they instantly went aggressive, right? This is what you do. You do not allow the Beastmaster and the Warlock to get a couple of levels to harass you out and then just kill you. You just make sure that from level 1, we are strong, we are going in. Meanwhile, Mr. Morale.
Initiation here on Morale does have a lot of quills stacking up, and that could be the death of till the end, as another... Oh my god, the Bristleback's going to be
He's alive
here, as Nesphere will disengage. Oh, Nesphere looking... No, does not find a connection. And they might actually get the Lotus as well because of these trades. The wave is pushing in the top.
It should, right? Because Largo cannot really TP. He doesn't have a TP. It's going to take him a long time for him to come back into the lane. I never looked at it, but Largo has very low base movement speed, 290. He's not like CM and Shadow Shaman tier, but he's quite close.
Yeah, pretty slow, big boy frog.
He's a fat frog, right? He cannot even hop.
He basically just croaks. But overall, looks like the game did stabilize a little bit. We're not seeing that much action in any of the lanes. And tell me a little bit more about this mid-center, because I have not seen that much of this hero. Oh, do you have any expectations here for the build?
In just a moment, they're gonna go for till the end.
To the end, taking some damage. As you said, very slow. Big Frog has no way out. Does get a lick going, but that's going to be some HP regen for him, and they did not have enough damage. Guess that 1 point in Bristleback not giving them the burst damage to kill the Frog.
Speaking of the center, I don't think much changes. You just go Helm, and then you go like Blade Mail or Pipe or Crimson or whatever you think you need. You probably don't go for a Blink super early on, unless you really feel like your team needs it, and In this game in particular, I don't think that's the
Oh,
case because you have the
uppercut.
snowball.
Almost dies, but A eats the Lotus. Oh my lord. So much harass.
Yeah, this is what we talked about with the Phoenix. You want to be low because of the Dying Light, but versus a Warlock, it is just way too risky.
Yeah, struggling here as they will try and punish this. They did use most of their spells, but the Fire Spirits are going to be off the market. The Phoenix, it's so funny. Like stacking so many axes on her, but will not drop.
Well, the runes are going to be very important, right? Not in terms of giving it to the Centaur, but taking it away from the Tiny. This Tiny is going to be a menace in the game, right? If you really look at it, the heroes and Power Rangers are not particularly tanky. The Phoenix doesn't want to get bursted down. The Largo can get tossed back. Like, you have so many melee heroes that can get tossed back and just burst it down, and you need to slow down Squadix as much as you can. Considering his laning stage is going really, really well so far, you need to stop him from getting those runes.
Yeah, Kaz is the one that I feel like really is the one you want to toss back, right? Because he's a very
For sure.
squishy hero. If you get a toss back, there's no Stampede that will save you. So you're gonna have to
not
play
really.
very careful here on S-Sphere. Oh, Largo goes back to the top lane. Mid lane, though, as I said, the runes support starting to set up, dropping some wards. The Radiant Ward did scout out Immersion, planting that one as he goes for body block. Not really blocking anything.
They're bringing
It's gonna be a
heroes.
3-on-3. They go for the snowball. Invis room gets picked by Immersion as they're gonna get a lick with a... I mean, that's just so much displacement happening in the mid lane as they lose the Tusk. But denied the rune. So overall, no big winners, I guess.
Alberca barely survives on the bottom lane. Yeah, they took away the rune from the Tinies, so that's kind of okay. Did Tiny get the kill? Yeah, he did. Okay, that's a little bit bad, right? Because you don't want to be accelerating this Tiny at all. And he's actually going to go for Soul Ring into Phase Boots. So Squadix, he wants to fight so early that it is insane. With the with the Soul Ring and the
Oh,
and the Phase
hello,
Boots, you
hello.
don't even need the Blue Dagger.
Body blocks with the lick with the tag team, but a TP will be cancelled. Tiny just making sure that no one's gonna fall there in the bottom side. But they do now know that his TP is on cooldown.
There is ulti on the Phoenix. You'd love to use that before the roar, because when the roar comes, they might just use it and kill you.
Yeah. Okay, they're gonna try and force something here as they get the shards again with the lick. Enough damage should be present as they kill Rain. And they do know about that Tiny, so if they want to use that egg, as you said, it is possible. I don't think this Beastmaster has enough attack speed to kill it right now.
Oh, definitely not.
Wisdom Rune will be picked up, so just a 1-for-1.
Dire are scanning.
Tiny
They wanna-
starting to pressure the mid tower.
They want to play around the Tiny. With the Soul Ring, he just has infinite mana to spam, and they're bringing in the Phoenix.
Holy moly, Squadix, that's an ungodly amount of damage. They're gonna go with the Stampede slow and the egg as well. They do not have the attack slow to stop this one. Good toss from the Marcy. The shards, though, might be sufficient with the Fire Spirits dropping. That's gonna be a double kill for Alberca, I feel like. And this bird is shining as they want Sweet and Strong as well. That was such a godlike play from him, but even that wasn't enough to stop Alberca.
Pretty big. You are leaving the Beastmaster alone, so he's going to be getting a ton of farm and working towards his Aghanim Scepter. But either way, that is what you want. This Phoenix, you want to have the best possible game. He's not going for a Vessel though, which versus the Beastmaster, Bristle, Tiny, just even the Warlock just makes so much sense. But
Going straight up Shivas. I mean, they do have a lot of healing as well, right? So, and the attack speed slow is great, but I agree. Maybe someone else can buy Vessel?
maybe he buys a Vessel after the
Shivas.
Shiva, though. That's a late Vessel. I feel like Urn would have been great if you get it early, but now you're probably just gonna skip it. Shiva is still good versus the heals, right?
4 heroes, 5 heroes here to this bottom side as Violent looking for a war potentially. Really good jump. The Golem with the roar on top of it. The Largo will be eventually killed, but the other 2 heroes are fine. So 2 ults for a support. Not a dream here if you are shooting for 1 win.
If you can pressure the tower, sure, but versus a Phoenix, that Golem really isn't going to be hitting the tower all that much. Oh, they want Mr. Morale.
Okay, Snowball. They do have shards available.
Help is here.
Here gets the grapple. A lot of that. Look at that Raptor Dance doing a lot of damage. Tusk will fall as they do not kill the Bristle. Very tanky defense does okay. With the Stampede, that's going to be sufficient damage. Fire Spirit's off the mark, but Sweden's strong. Can he get the portal? No, he might tick down to the damage of the Phoenix. And this bird, I mean, this has been one of the strongest Phoenix performances I've ever watched, especially from the offlane.
Yeah, looking pretty good, reminding us of DM Phoenix, right? And just how powerful this hero can be in the offlane role.
I think that's the problem with Phoenix, right? In some games, it looks like this, like absolutely bonkers. And sometimes it's a very volatile hero.
You know, when you have 3 players on a team that can play it, then
True.
then you can just pick it whenever the hell you want, and it's gonna work out somehow.
They are maybe setting something up here. The Beastmaster shows, but not long enough for them to get the jump. Which means that you keep farming towards that eggs. I mean, very close. This is going to be a 12-minute eggs, probably.
They're gonna go for Nikki
Mid
Cole.
lane, Nikki Cole, the Marcy, with that little toss. Snowball towards Quad X. No mana on him. He's going to have 9 seconds for the Soul Ring. This might take too long, as slowly but surely, they're going to kill that tiny TP from Nesphere, making sure that happens. Oh, a little bit unfortunate here. Tiny was having a really good game. These 2 deaths, slowing down his Blink Dagger.
Definitely looking good, but one thing we haven't talked about is the amount of damage that this Tiny is going to be doing because of the Mars bodyguard, right? So it's
Oh, Stampede is going to be used here, looking for Mr. Morale. They definitely have enough damage. That level 2 Bristleback, not enough to go through all of it. And yeah, they just, they're all separated, right? Because they want to farm Blink on the Tiny, Eggs on the Beastmaster, Lotus on the Bristle, which means all of the cores are just farming waves. And every time you have Stampede, you just find one, right?
Yep, but the net worth isn't increasing all that much, and you're not getting towers. So I'd say that 1W are still okay with the way that the lanes are going, but this is definitely helping, because one thing the Power Rangers really need a lot of are levels, right? And if there's a lot of kills that you're getting, at least in the experience department, you're going to be making a difference.
True.
Are scanning.
Yeah. The supports do have level 6 at the moment. Largo and Tusk, both level 6. On the Radiant side, they are a bit higher on the supports, level 7 on Rain, as well as this Marcy that's very close to level 7. The game... Oh, I did hear a roar somewhere, but I mean, that bar was stinky as hell. You're not going to kill this guy. That's just a really weird play by Violent. Good toss back, but the damage over time will be enough to go through the Beastmaster. Sweet and Strong trying to hold his ground here. That Marcy is a feisty one, but with the egg being dropped and with the lick, they're going to go through Marcy. Now they drop the Golem. This is a disaster. This Warlock is alone. And they're gonna one by one lose so many heroes here. Yeah, that's awkward.
Very weird. Using a roar onto a Largo with a shield rune was very weird. I understand you just got your Dragon Scepter, you feel super strong, but especially with you being alone.
Even the position, right? He was right in front of his tier 1. It's not like he was out of position there. So that's how they were able to just close the gap and kill him. 1W.
Also, this Kez is looking pretty strong. I thought that Mr. Morale is going to be breaking some necks and teeth and whatnot on that top lane, but it just didn't happen. So definitely a much better start for Power Rangers. They still haven't opened up the tower, and their heroes are very, very bad at doing it. So that could come back to bite them in a couple of minutes. But for now, it's still looking okayish for them. Plus, with all these kills, Tusk is getting a decent amount of gold, so he's kind of halfway there towards his Blink Dagger.
They do have Blink on Tiny now, so this might be the first big move we're gonna see from 1W. SquadX also has an Arcane Rune, one of the best ones for this hero.
It's a huge one for sure, but you don't have a golem, so opening up a tower isn't going to be that easy.
Yeah, they do scan the position of 1W as well, but potentially, okay, they see the cast, but he's actually the one that initiates the fight. So definitely a bait happening as the kick pull from the other side. 1 center stun, 2 center stuns, and oh, good Lotus Orb might actually save to the strong end. That snowball putting the Dire Heroes out of position, but look at the Avalanche. They're gonna get a really good spot as well, but with the Shivas, look at the slow. This egg is going to be overpowered. No, it's not. 1 HP is enough, and now even that Avalanche is not gonna stop the Dire. They're gonna lose 3 heroes. Sweet and Strong was so close. That Shivas being the difference maker there in the egg not falling.
Huh? Really making the difference. Okay, SquadX does get Nest Spheres, so a constellation prize after that fight. You know what the funny part is? Even though you are getting multiple kills, Power Rangers, their net worth isn't increasing.
Oh, another one!
Oh, even
he
another
has the
one!
Arcane Rune. Oh, that's huge, but he might be punished now. The Phoenix with all of that DOT. He cancels the TP, so he's gonna fall regardless. Are they gonna get baited again? We saw a lot of these fights where one win feel like they can take it.
Oh, Durka doesn't have a dive.
No dive on the Phoenix. They're gonna drop dead. Saved by the snowball. Holy moly, that was insane. And now the Marcy falls again, and they might be getting baited here. Mr. Morale still trying to fight, but there is a dive available for Burka. This is not a very clean kill, and the Phoenix will
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What a snowball. Holy shit.
Yep, dodging the golem stun. If that stun had connected, there's a good chance that they take them both down. But with the snowball dodge, move into the side, it was beautiful.
At least they get the tower, so it's not, you know, terrible here for 1W. And I mean, as you said, the gold lead is remaining constant. Do you... Does this favor any side? Like, with an even gold lead, or I guess with no gold lead, which side you think is stronger?
It's a rough one. I feel like the timing of 1W is coming, and the Power Rangers, they might need a bit more time. But then I look at this pipe of the Centaur, and they might be able to stand their ground. So here's the thing. If Power Rangers can defend this Roche, if they can stop 1W from getting it, then they're definitely going to be the ones ahead, right? But if 1W get the Roche, then even though you get like this pipe, 1W are going to be stronger in a fight. They're going to be stronger around the Tormentor, and they're going to be getting the advantage. So
I don't think they can
Roche,
stop it though, right? No egg, no Stampede, and this Beastmaster is huge. They will find. They will get vision of Roche.
Radiant's middle tower
All right,
is
yeah,
under
this
attack.
is enough. That Helm of Dom already paying dividends here, stopping the momentum.
Exactly. But for now, I'd say this game is even.
Oh, Roar does get used here. They want to kill this sneaky cool Centaur, and the Stampede is not enough. He will be killed. Violent claims that one snowball, Lotus Orb snowball, allowing them to get back, but they do want to disengage anyway, so Violent in a way doesn't get saved. Trying to go for the egg, just not enough attack speed. That's going to be another one.
Smoke
Beyond godlike streak for Alberca as he chases the Warlock, and this is going to be another one. It feels like the Tiny shows up, not enough damage. Death Frog is very low, but still croaking as the Gas also trying to disengage. The Marcy gets that one. That's huge. As SquadX
Spell's coming
get
back.
A toss back, will get the Frog, and the Avalanche might be enough to blink away. No, he will eventually fall here. That's a team wipe. What a crazy game.
And Emergence now has a blink. I think that changes the game so much because Power Rangers, they really didn't have the real initiation. It started off so well for 1W, but from the mid lane, they were so late. You could see that the Tiny and the Marcy, they're just hitting those creeps way too long. Just use their spell, smoke towards the top, get there faster, and kill everybody. But because they were just that little bit slow, it was a problem. Plus, 1W, they didn't focus on the Phoenix. The Phoenix got an egg to use it, like when he was 1 HP. If they just turned around on him, if they were a little bit more
Are scanning.
let's say, aggressive, they might have been able to kill Burka before he gets the egg off, but I probably thought that he was baiting him. He wasn't baiting, he was just waiting for like 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and if one hit went his way without the egg, it would have been a disastrous fight for Power Rangers. But either way, clutch fights are what usually baits your opponents to just give you everything, and that's what happened here, right? A full team wipe.
Yeah,
Radiant's
just
bottom tower has fallen.
the way they've been baiting 1W in a lot of these fights. Like a pickoff gets found on either side,
Radiant are scared.
and as the fight develops, it feels like the longer fights are much better for Power Rangers. Like the healing from the Phoenix, the healing from the Largo. There's no anti-heal coming from Radiant, right? We were asking for a Vessel on Dire, but there's a lot of healing on Dire too.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, they might find Violent? No, they give up. A little close, but felt like it was way too deep to go for the play.
Well, now with the blink on immersion, you do want to be aggressive, but probably not that aggressive, right? Because Power Rangers, if they get into a bad position, a big avalanche,
Oh,
big
hello.
drop,
Oh, Martial's going the same path as they were, so they see Sweden strong for a second, but they don't get that kill.
he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's already very deep here. Maybe posturing for the Wisdom Shrine. No, we'll TP back to the mid lane. They still hold that Meteor 1. That's huge for a 1 win.
It just Power Rangers aren't getting any objectives, right? And this is kind of the downside. But if they get the Tormentor, that would be quite nice. And given the positioning of 1W, it's most likely going to happen.
Okay, so that's a Croak Shard. Not too shabby.
Not bad. He's going Holy Locket. Does that apply to himself as well? It should, yep.
Yep. That's pretty nice. A lot of healing. Already has the talent as well as max catchy lick.
And I think he should go Glimmer, right? So then it makes a lot of sense.
It's very good. So the game definitely slowed down here. Do you like the travels choice here by Alberca? Do you think just is this all about just like shoving waves and having advantageous positions when they decide to fight?
You're obviously having issues with the waves and getting objectives, and this is definitely gonna help once and throughout the game. So yeah, I do think it's the right choice. I mean, it's
going
not
straight
like
up refresher on the Phoenix, by the way.
okay.
Okay, they find the jump, instant Walrus Punch, so the Tiny do not have a second to react to that, and potentially if they can force mid, this could open up Roshan for them, but they don't even try to brute force it. Oh, they just want to go Roche. Okay, that's even
Smart.
Yeah.
Take the Roche away from the Beastmaster. This is something that this hero really relies on. He needs it, and it's just gonna be taken out. There's absolutely no way that you're stopping this. Plus, it's a pretty fast Roche from these guys.
Yeah, the Desolator definitely increasing the pace. And Nestor picks it up. As we said, he's the highest. I guess I wanted to say the highest DPS, but this Phoenix is so fat that I might be wrong. But definitely a hero that's easy to kill and brings a lot of damage to the fight.
You still haven't opened up the towers, though. And I feel like with this Aegis, you're gonna have to do it. Because at some point, you will lose a fight. It just happens.
Oh. That is going to be a dead Sweden strong. And this could be the kill they need to start opening up those towers. As they are grouped up top here. Could potentially see them trying to get at least one.
There's a BKB on the Tiny. There's a BKB on the Beastmaster. The Phoenix hasn't finished his BKB just yet. Even though they have an Aegis, I think now is the time for you to fight on 1W. Like, literally go for a fight, right? Okay, there's a shield rune on the Centaur. Unlucky.
Yeah, he's just gonna get that tower for free, it looks like. No real response. They also want a BKB on the Bristleback, but they are very, very far away from that.
Nah, he's not gonna be getting that one anytime soon. Is he out of the Bristol? Barely.
Yes. Okay. I mean, if they can keep forcing Dire to waste time. That's what you want here, right? You don't want to take a 6 versus 5 fight. Power Rangers are struggling to get towers, so as long as you keep some of those towers up and you don't get baited into any fights, that's the dream for one win.
I thought they wanted to, man. You need to kill this Phoenix with the roar. Jump, roar, avalanche over him so that the snowball save doesn't come through and get him down. I think it just has to happen. The thing is, there's going to be another save with the card.
Yeah, they do have double blink, so they definitely have the damage if they can brute force find this Phoenix alone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean,
Yes,
but
and
bottom's
towers.
just, yeah, just getting a tower for free. And they're smoking towards the top lane. They feel like he's behind, they're serious behind him, but that's not the case as they find through the strong again.
He's dead. Right now, 1W are... I think they are not understanding that they're not that far behind, actually.
Yeah.
That they have chances of winning fights.
Oh, Stampede and the Shiva's not enough to find the bristleback. They don't get vision, and he actually survives. So, I mean, that's the type of move you want, right? You force a lot of heroes, the wave is pushed. They're not gonna get anything out of that, and you just keep burning through the Aegis duration, ideally.
The thing is, these kind of chases, and generally, like, when you dodge them and TP back, this is awesome opportunities to go for a smoke yourself, because you know that the opponents are going to be dispersing, and they didn't do anything like it. So I think this is what I was saying, that for me, 1W and Power Rangers should be stronger than what they're presenting in this series, not gonna lie. I don't know if they're scared, if they're giving a little bit too much respect to each other, or what the problem is, but these two teams, in my mind, have played a little bit higher level of Dota just a month ago, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one for sure. We'll see if they're gonna get back to form here as they bait the boar, but the Beastmaster will be able to blink out.
In terms of split pushing, though, 1W are doing a good job. That is something that we really have to praise them for. Even though you bleed a kill here and there, you're bleeding on the enemy side of the map, and thus that is the reason that this gold lead is as low as it is.
Top lane, Sweden Strong found again. We've seen that movie a couple of times. Doesn't get the TP out. I mean, the gold lead is like literally even. Oh, there's been a lot of heroes to the top side here.
You want to
The
fight?
Aegis will expire in 40 seconds, so that is not a bad... Okay, can they get a toss back? Roar is going to be utilized. They want the toss back onto the bristle. That's a long TP, though. They don't even need the toss back.
Okay, nice response. Get a core kill. Now losing that Marcy doesn't really feel all that bad.
They can chain those kills into more kills, right? Because the Aegis will expire before the center is back up. Ideally, you would love to get this momentum going. Some are the waves, though, that travels on the Phoenix, just allowing her to shelf bottom non-stop.
At least the Centaur bought his Aghanim Scepters, so he
Okay.
he didn't really lose any gold.
Yeah, that is the one response they have to this Roar Avalanche thing, right? Ideally, the Centaur, if he blinks into the right position, could still save the Phoenix through Avalanche.
What's the play for Power Rangers right now? You did take a tier 2, so that is a pretty nice one. But I'm trying to think, do they have the strength to just go towards the top part of the map and fight there? I'm talking about, triangle and stuff like that. Because in their own jungle, sure, they're going to smoke there if 1W get a little bit deeper. But do they have the strength to go forward? And if not, when will they have it? I actually think they do. With the BKB on the Phoenix, you can stay in the fight for a very, very long time without using the egg. And I think that's the main thing. That's the main thing that you need to do with this Phoenix. Hold the egg for as long as humanly possible. And if you can do that, the fight will be yours. The amount of damage that you're going to do is going to be insane. But if you use the egg, there is a chance that they turn around and they kill it, especially with their BKBs. So if Alberca plays everything properly, it's fights are going to be tough for 1W. I think with this BKB and the Phoenix, it was definitely the right choice, and I think Power Rangers should pretty much win every fight, no matter what happens, right? You have a save for the roar. You have 2 saves for the roar, actually. Like, you just need to make sure that you don't screw up, and the fight is yours.
Yeah, I think the ideal fight for 1 win is literally a toss back and you just eliminate someone, right? If you find someone out of position before the big fight starts, that is the one. If it's an actual 5 versus 5, it definitely looks much harder for Radiant to take it. Wow. Goal is called back. Sometimes when these big pauses happen, you know, heroes just die because people just forget how the flow of the game was going. We'll see if 1 win will find someone as the Centaur is gone. Doesn't really look like there's any chance of that happening, considering how they're positioned.
He just gone?
Expires.
You don't want to be split too much as Power Rangers because there's a lot of pickup potential for 1W and don't really need a lot of heroes, but Mr. Morale is in trouble.
Yeah, does have the Lotus though, will dispel the fire spirits and will tank through a lot of the sun ray damage here. Stacking some quells, they do not have the burst damage necessary. Okay. Yeah, I guess that is the one problem. If Cass, until their Silver Edge,
Radiant
it does take a lot of resources for them to kill this Bristle. And he's looking for
Radiant's
someone
middle
that is
tower
not
is
there.
under attack. Dire's top
Just need to
tower
be
is
patient,
under
right?
attack.
Do not commit super hard on the Bristle. If you commit super hard on the Bristle and don't use your BKBs, the turnaround could be problematic. Do you really think they can go high ground? I'd advise against that.
They almost got top with the boars here, and after that glyph, I think Violent's gonna get that top tier 2 for free, but it does come at the cost of the mid lane potentially falling, unless he wants to TP. Yeah, the boar's gonna get it by...
Just so you know, Bowie, literally free means without the cost. So if it does come at a cost, then it's not free.
Oh, Violent gets Vision of the Tusk, blinks out of the Walrus Punch, and lots of TPs here though. You gotta be so careful, Violent. Get the hell out.
He's fine.
Is he really? I mean, it's 1 versus 4. Oh, he's going for the Phoenix! Oh no, Violent! And you can't even BKB because they have Walrus Punching wasted, but it doesn't matter. He's still gonna be... Well, yeah, that's not the play.
It's very weird that he went for that one. He even had a ward. He kind of knew that the
yeah, like they
Tusker
got the
didn't go
tower,
out.
right? They would come
Yeah.
back. Okay, Mikiko with the cart. BKB TP should suffice here, as they're also going to disengage with Student Strong. Yeah, not very convinced by the Violent Beastmaster performance. It doesn't feel like he's very comfortable with the hero, if I can be honest.
Yeah, Violent is usually very, very greedy. Beastmaster does. It is a relatively greedy hero, but it still requires a certain amount of movement and threat around the map. So, not really something that he plays too often. But he has been playing it recently, so with solid success. So you know, sometimes you just go versus a team that is better than what you got used to before, and you are gonna have some issues.
Oberka gets the tower there with his Icarus dive. No one to punish it. And Cass very close to the Silver Edge. So
he's getting it. It's being delivered right now.
Oh, true. Yeah. That's a full Silver Edge now. You gotta be respectful of it. Smoke action here on the Radiant. There are dire wards in the mid lane, so battle of vision. It is daytime. Both teams working with some extra vision. I mean, a lot of dire wards here. If they go, this is gonna be awkward. Blink out of that stun. Really good BKB here from Violent with the golem drop. Can they kill Nicky Cole? His card's not gonna be enough to save him. As Violent is trying to disengage, does have the Lotus Orb, doesn't reflect the Walrus Punch, and on the other side, Mr. Morale is dragging a lot of heroes. Beastmaster will eventually
Messer is
fall here.
gone.
Great shards. So that's a 2-for-1 as they keep going here. This Bristleback's going ham. Just doing
get
a
away
lot
from
of
the
that egg drop. They're going to be able to
They can re-engage.
Snowball back into the Bristle. Do they have enough damage? Marcy goes up, gets a really good save, and they're gonna kill this frog. I don't think he has the region necessary. The toss with the Quill should be enough. Rang with a double kill. The egg and the Sunray gets nullified, and get a team wipe. What a beautiful fight. And that was a fight with like definite vision superiority on Power Rangers. What happened?
What happened is that Squadix is dancing around that fight, getting the Octarine core in the middle of it, and then spamming spells like hell. And Mr. Morale just standing his ground. Look at how much damage he did. He did 8.5k damage. And this is what we talked about. 4 melee heroes versus a Bristleback, and even a Phoenix coming close. Then you add the Fatal Bonds into that one. And now we're talking, you need a long fight for Power Rangers, you know? Just doesn't work out. Plus, your main hero, in my mind, their main hero, the Tusk wasn't there. So you just allowed your Centaur to die in a roar. That should never happen. The Tusk always needs to be there. Somebody gets roared, Snowball is there, you turn around the fight. But when the Tusk is missing, when the Tusk is not close, that roar is just an ultimate spell that kills anybody.
That was not enough. They're also getting roached. They don't have the beast here, so it's going to take a little bit more time. But the smoke, it's not going to be fast enough. They will get it. It did not roar because it was picked up by Power Rangers first. Oh. Bristle? Okay. I mean, this Bristle is sort of the actual carrier, right? He was dishing so much damage, as you said, in those in that fight. They didn't get the Silver Edge hit on him as well, which allow him to survive for so long.
He did at some point. He did at some point.
He really?
Was kind of half HP, but there was nobody around to stun him, so he just ran away from the Kez.
Yeah, because you don't lose the stacks you already have of Warpath, right? So even if he stops getting more, it's still going to be fast as hell.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, they do get a Tormentor, so it's going to be a shard on Tusk. Pretty good one.
We just need to look at Squadix in these fights, man. He's just going to be doing so much with this Octarine core. Like, 8-second cooldown on Avalanche and 6-second cooldown on Toss. And Toss requires no target. Plus, if he gets level 25, that Avalanche will basically have no cooldown.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to a very scary point in this game. And with all of the... Yeah. What's the cooldown? That's a 8-second cooldown Avalanche, 6-second cooldown on Toss. That's before the level 25 talent. There's Largo. Oh, that's a long TP. Largo, hello. Okay, he actually TP. Oh, that's the worst case scenario. The support goes out and they lose a core that has no buy.
And Mr. Morale with an Aegis, he can just go forward. Like, what are you going to do to this Bristleback? You can look at him and you can pray that he leaves your base, but he doesn't want to.
So they have Refresher on Phoenix in 9, but do you even want to take this fight when the center's gone? Well, regardless of what you do, at least they have a tier 2 tower on the bottom side, but this might be 2 lanes of barracks falling here, unless they find an incredible way to slow this down. The fire spirits are strong, but it is actually taking longer than I thought. Okay, Silver Edge, it is there. They break the Bristle. That's the first life. Barracks are still up. Icarus dive with the Shiva slowing down the Tiny. They will drag the Bristle away, and somehow, okay, they will get the melee with the toss. And there we go. That's one lane of barracks. Good save. I mean, not the dream for 1W, but still a pretty convincing win, right? You still have the goal lead, you still got a lane of barracks.
They should go and smoke right now. There's no BKB on Alberca. Yep, I really like this move. It's going, Power Rangers.
Do they read this? The Bristle shows up. They want to make sure this is not obvious, but it seems to be obvious enough for the Dire.
It's
the wave are too pushed, right? Bottom is way too heavily pushed.
Exactly. You understand without the BKB and the Phoenix that you're weak, and you should chill. So they do exactly that. They chill. Both of the side lanes are shoved in. The thing is, though, 1W can cut the waves on bottom, and the creeps will eventually come. But I think if I'm 1W, I want to deal with both the top and the bottom waves. Send the tiny top, use his spells, come back to the team. I think he definitely can do it.
Well, for now, they're going to be camping the triangle here, just addressing bottom and mid, and forcing Power Rangers to play this awkward game of cat and mouse.
Arcane Rune top again. Just pray to God the Tiny doesn't find it, because if he does,
will.
it's a solo fight.
And he also gets a wisdom, so he's at level 24 pretty much. Oh, he's actually not going to get the arcane.
And he might get caught, right? Because Power Rangers, they saw him and then running towards that side of the map because they still have waves there. Tiny needs to be careful.
He's a pretty tanky boy, though. I don't think they can kill him before he presses BKB.
You're underestimating cast damage, my friend.
Dire's bottom tower.
Especially because they have break, so your Craggy won't do anything.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna get a tier 2 for free here as they see that the Dire Heroes finally showed, and they will force the entirety or a lot of the Power Ranger heroes to get back to the base. Tiny does not have a way to be there though, unless he TPs to the outpost, but it is a little bit slow.
He's not showing. He wants to Avalanche toss the wave. Oh no, he's TPing immediately.
Finally goes. They do have that banner, so dealing with that is something that is awkward for the Dire. Only the Phoenix is the core that can hit it.
Those siege creeps are strong, man.
Yeah, the tosses, they're gonna slow siege this with the toss. Oh, look at the wraparound though. They're getting a really good one. There is a Radiant Ward, but the Warlock's in vision. Still alive, force that to the left side. They will get the roar. Egg's gonna be dropped with a beautiful Sun Ray. Just doing a lot of damage to this melee force. They will BKB and get out, but can they disengage from the fight? No Blink Dagger on Violent, 2 seconds, no. He will perish. 3 casualties here, just a beautiful wraparound from Power Rangers. The patience pays off, even though they lose the tier 3.
Yeah, I really didn't like the positioning of the Warlock. The Warlock was kind of the first one to get hit from the side. And you knew that they can come from this side, just go through the twin gate and get on top of you. And he should have been the one on the high ground or the one to the farthest left. It's weird that they allowed that to happen, but they did. Plus the Violent used his refresher, right? He didn't use the second roar, but he used his refresher, and that is gonna hurt you in the next fight. So definitely an opening for Power Rangers to change this game now.
Yes, thankfully, Roche still very far away from spawning, but it is not an easy position to be. We'll see how much Power Rangers wants to pressure. They're gonna actually poke high ground here. Phoenix is in the bottom side for now. Oh, toss back! The Lotus a little bit too late! They dropped the goal and the cat is going to
Raptor
reach
dance!
the card! Still alive, but he's very low HP. Oh, never mind. His 70% HP.
Report Raptor dance.
That was so close. That was incredible.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the
they have a
thing,
beast
right? You gotta
master.
respect this Tiny, because going high ground is a nightmare if the Tiny's alive.
Especially through the mid lane, right? Because he tosses
Yeah.
you straight into tier 4s. From the side lanes, you don't get tossed into tier 4s. It's not that bad, but through the mid lane, it's just a disaster. I'm very surprised they just went for it like that.
It's the only wave that was pushed enough, but yeah, it is dangerous indeed. So, Roche still 20 seconds until we know what's up with that, but Beastmaster is back and we'll have that refreshing 50. That's the one thing that prevents one win from fighting at full power.
Top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 gets claimed on the top
Radiant's
side.
top tower has fallen.
Very tense game as Roche will spawn in 20 seconds.
That's for me.
Roche on the Radiant on the bottom side here. Violent with that refresher ready in 16. So the fight should be at full power for both sides as they will smoke from the Radiant side, I'm assuming here. Do they even have... Yeah, they have 2 smokes on Rain. None on Sweet and Strong. There we go. Oh, but Roche has already been taken. And they have this freaking Kaz. It's just way too much damage. They are not going to be here in time. The Tide is also showing top, so...
Immortality.
Do you think they should have, like, were they slow or did they decide to give it up? Because the Tiny was
I
showing
think
the
they're
whole time.
slow. I think they were slow. Tiny does have level 25, so Avalanche cooldown is 4.5 seconds. It's literally 3 seconds downtime. That's so
Well,
hard to play against.
As we said, it is a very, very hard high ground to go when Radiant has everyone alive. Do you think it's like a bait to try and force this high ground, or you have to at least try?
You still have to try, but I would really like if they tried it on the side lane. But first off, you shove in all the waves, right? That is what you can most definitely do. Getting out of the base for 1W is very, very hard. Even through the top lane, it's already shoved in. So worst case scenario, you shove in 2 waves and the mid lane +1 and you go through the side lane.
Okay. Vi is now done for Oberka, also close to the 25 on the Phoenix.
Ooh, they can fish. They've got the Ags on the Tusk, so you can definitely fish for some kills. So now you can be the ones going in first. The problem is it's daytime, so surprising them from Blink onto the high ground is going to be very hard.
Yeah, it can be a bit awkward. They are very close to a lot of 25s on Power Rangers, both the Phoenix and Kaz. It's unfortunate they're going to have to fight probably before those 25s are online. They do have 25 on Bristle, 25 on Tiny, as you said, and 23 on Violent.
There's still these Power Rangers are just gonna take it slow, and you know it's not bad to do it, but still at some point you will need to find an opening.
You gotta respect the Tiny, right? It's so awkward to go for the high ground.
I mean, with that being the case, you could you could say 1W can stay in their base and you're never gonna be able to break it, right? So you have to find an opening. You have to find a way to go in. I think this Ags on a Tusk is a pretty good one to have.
Okay. We'll see if they're gonna get that opening here. They will, because they're not posturing anymore. Finally, One feels comfortable leaving the base, and that's when those weird fights could happen, as Netsphere gets his own shard. Kazurai Katana shard.
100% from the Impale.
Radiant are scattered.
Not too shabby.
Max burst stacks to 1,000, and
They're gonna smoke here, but they don't really have a lot of vision to work with. In fact, the Triangle of Radiant has a very good ward, which means Mr. Morale will see everything as they get the kick. BKB is going to be activated, so none of those things are going to happen as Sweet and Strong tosses the Bristle to the low ground. First egg is going to be a waste. They're actually saving everyone for now. That egg doing nothing as finally the golden drops. Netsphere is very low. War's Punch on Squad X. Another save from Sweet and Strong. What a clutch play. The second egg is here. They will kill the Tiny that has a buyback. In fact, they have 2
Mr. Morale is
buys.
dying.
Oh my. Was that fatal? What?
No, that is the Kazurai Katana. He's just doing way too much damage. He had the 1,000 stacks on himself.
Tower is under
And he
attack.
doesn't have a buy. He was buying an Abyssal Blade. Only the recipe there in his backpack. What do you even do right now?
Radiant's middle
They
tower
want to
is
find the
falling.
roar and immersion and then buy back. The thing is now you have 2 saves because of Nikki Cool as well. Does he have a card? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that's not gonna be easy. So maybe you wait for the Warlock to spawn and you fight for the second lane of barracks.
Has fallen.
I mean, they have another glyph. You really shouldn't allow the enemies to get to lanes. Though, to be honest, 1W all three of their cores deal with creeps really well. The Beastmaster is hunting. He wants to go in.
Yeah, they're gonna wrap around here. Mars is in position as well. Okay, Shivas gets activated. They find the tusk. They use the first roar, but that's so much bashing and garbage
surviving.
thrown at the Beastmaster. The buyback's there. They are not killing anyone. In fact, they're gonna lose the Marcy. They have the buyback as well. The Tiny will die for a second time, and this is looking like game 3 is on its way. Rain healing in the base will not die to the cast, but they're just out of juice. They don't have anything else.
Nope.
All the buybacks get consumed besides the Beastmaster one, I think. No, he used it as well.
Use it. In 20 seconds, you're gonna have another egg as well. You can just hope that this Bristleback will do enough, but I don't think it's that easy. Plus, they've got another banner. There's so many creeps.
Yeah. That glyph's not gonna do anything. The creeps are all alive. Look at the toss onto that Beastmaster. He is gone. And somehow they turn it around here. Power Rangers, they clutch it with, I mean, a pretty flawless Phoenix performance. 17-1, 1 death. This was the Alberca show. I mean, everyone played really well, but can't really ask more out of a Phoenix, I think.
Yeah, the offlane Phoenix really made a difference versus 4 melee heroes on the other side. It was so hard to play. You could say that Mr. Morale and his Bristleback versus 4 melee heroes should have done maybe a bit more on the Bristol, but as you mentioned, just with Alberca being that strong, it is always hard to go in. You go in, there's an egg. You go in, there's a lot of AoE damage coming out from this Phoenix. I really want to see just how much he did. Like, did he do more than a Kez? No. Imagine this: a 17-1 Phoenix just doesn't do as much damage as Kez. That is just how powerful in terms of damage dealing this hero actually is.
Yeah, that's crazy. 48k against the 53 of Mastery. It was pretty close, but yeah, some heroes are more overtuned than others. And because this was a pretty long game, we will go on a break. But this series starts to get very spicy, and we're going to see who will take game number 3. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, we are back with CCT number 8, and I mean, this is gonna be a banger, right? We started with a 20-minute game, and we ended up in a pretty long game
How do I show
too.
8, man? It's just my camera is too small.
Well, you're too small, but hear me out. This game is actually very, very important, and I want your prediction here. Do you think this game number 2 gave Power Rangers the, the morale boost to take it?
Yeah, sure. Sure, it did for sure. Right? Especially because it was a back and forth game. It definitely wasn't one-sided. It's not like you stomped it, but you overcame a couple of problems. If you even overcame the enemies taking a lane or axe from you, and you played a relatively unconventional draft. So it is nice to win like that. So it seems that people just don't want to be playing versus that Nikki Cool Centaur. When you have this potential for a flex, it's just too strong of a hero. But
Largo gets taken out, right? That's the biggest
yeah,
change from game 1 and 2.
yeah, nobody wants to play versus that hero any longer. And even as a support, I actually think that Largo did a lot
Yeah.
throughout the game. To be honest,
He's just one of those, like, because a lot of the tanky supports, like the really tanky supports, aren't necessarily that useful besides being tanky. Largo just does a lot. And if you can survive, just posture the initiation, still live, it's huge. Because now they are looking for a response for this SD. Jakira's in the pool, right? That one
probably
seems
the
to
best
be
one.
a no-brainer.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's also a follow-up to the disruption, right? If you disrupt somebody, avalanche is a problem when you're coming out, and or a toss back that can force the shadow demon to lose his positioning and starts running forward. So I guess it's fine. Tiny is definitely one of the more popular heroes now in the meta, especially in tier 2 Dota. In tier 1, here and there, like it depends from team to team, but in tier 2 Dota, Tiny is very, very popular.
TA gets banned. We did see that hero looking promising in game number 1. Phoenix also out of picture. Definitely don't want to give that to Oberka. I think I feel like that game was very uh based on the fact that he got a first blood and a kill in the lane, but even still, he played very well.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. He understood like how he needed to play the Phoenix. Sometimes you can screw up a couple of fights. He didn't screw up a single one, right? Sometimes you
Yeah.
are unsure of exactly where you need to egg, how you need to egg, how defensive you need to be, and so on and so forth. But
Yeah, like he
he
had
was
underwhelming eggs, but no bad eggs. Like
exactly.
he definitely played well. As they get the Warlock for them. Here's in the pool. Probably a good one here.
Who? Who did you mention?
Jakiro.
Kiro?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be a good one. Depends on what you want on the carry roll for 1W, right? Maybe you could go Jakiro and steal take the Ursa for yourself, steal the Ursa. Because Power Rangers, there's a chance that they just pick an Ursa on their 16, 17.
True. It is a Shadow Demon though. We did have that conversation in game 1. It's always a bit scary. But besides the Shadow Demon, definitely.
You know what I'd like to see? A Slark. And I feel like the Slark now is very strong, and I've seen these carry Slarks pick up a Blink as a first item. It's actually quite cool. You max out your third spell, you pick up
Yeah.
a Blink, and you go. The only thing is that if the enemies are aware that you're going to do this, they might just ignore you in lane because you have no farming capability whatsoever and just go stack and farm and not engage you at all. But it still can catch you off guard and can be a problem.
Yeah, that third spell is crazy when people don't respect it. I've seen some crazy Reddit clips, Slark diving fountain minute 14.
Yep. He has like
Killing
300
everyone.
HP per second. It's dumb, right?
Yeah.
And people tend to not respect it, just like they're not respecting the SF sometimes, right? You see the SF with like 6-7 lasting presence. Like, how did you get to that point? And people are still running into him and getting two-shotted.
Yeah.
the wave, get the
Time dilation Pit of Malice is crazy good.
Yep. If I'm this Shadow Demon in this game, I want the shard as fast as possible. Time dilation, Pit of Malice. Then you have the Fatal Bonds as well. Like, just imagine how easy it will be to play if you put the Demonic Cleanse onto somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good game for either one. So this might be, at least
Bowie,
in
what's
my
with your
opinion.
camera? Like, you turned into some phone signal thing.
Oh, hello.
Okay. They put my face. This is much better.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened, but I should be going back.
It's okay. Just
It happens
just leave it
sometimes.
this way. Leave it this way. We're gonna be attracting more viewers for sure.
Well, I'm back, guys. Sometimes, you know, when I cough, that happens. But do you think these drafts are equal? Because, like, this is the most normal draft I think we had this entire series.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know which one I favor more. I'm kind of weak on the Faceless Void. I really like it. I like it as a support, though, nowadays. But I feel like in this game in particular, the time dilation is just way too strong. One thing that I dislike is they don't really have great catch for Coddle or Shadow Demon. And sure, Tiny can find them, but you need somebody to give vision, and you do not have that hero. So I think 1W have a bit of an edge, especially with the Luna on their side and that extra night vision.
Yeah, that night vision is going to be very important to deal with the Faceless Void. So there we go. We finally have Game 3 of this series underway. A series that is already a little bit going into the time of second series. So, I mean, don't you worry. Not only are we going to have a banger of a game here, but there is a Pain Gaming series waiting for us right as we end this one. And yeah, as we said, this is a very important game here for CCT. I'm not gonna lie though, I've been very impressed by Faceless Voice, at least the games I've seen. So I feel like this hero, you know, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like Spectre in a way. Spectre definitely has its patches and then its shitty patches, but it is a hero that if you go late enough, it feels really hard to lose with it. And as I jinx the Faceless Void, he just goes up the high ground like it's nothing, no one's business. It's gonna be fine though.
Yeah, level 1W don't really have much to kill the Faceless Void. Maybe if he jumps and then you disrupt into an Ether Remnant, but even that is like very unlikely. Plus, you don't really want to be starting with an Ether Remnant on the Void Spirit, do you?
Yeah, definitely messes up your lane, which should be a bit annoying against Tiny. You definitely get out denied by his tree throw. So very curious to see how this lane is going to fare against both of them.
Void Spirit is actually good versus the Tiny because the way that you deal with the Tiny is that you run into him, right? And you hit him and you trade. And Void Spirit having the Resonant Pulse shield actually helps you trade.
Yeah. Gotta be careful with the tossbacks though. It can definitely be a problem if you get tossed into a range creep. But yeah, that is one of the, like, there's not a lot of mid matchups that are interesting to watch anymore, but that's one of the ones that at least kind of pique my attention. Feels like I really hope that whenever we have a big patch, something is done with the mid lane, because it's been boring for so long, man. I can't take it anymore. Like, we need some skill-based thing added to it. It's just so boring.
Well, I guess laning stage is very important overall. If you lose all lanes, you're kind of screwed. You're going to lose the game. And I feel like they made it so that the mid lane is kind of always going to be even, almost no matter what. There are some matchups, but very little for the moment. You know what? I'd like for the towers to be pushed back again, so that, you know, the Monkey Kings, the Ursas, the IO +1 can actually work. I would like that.
I wouldn't mind that, and I think that's a very easy change to make. Not really, you know, not complicated, no fancy numbers. Because, yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel like you need, like, we had so many changes in the side lanes, right? Like secret, the side shops being removed and towers being moved and like ancient creeps under tower and freaking rivers dragging you around. Like the mid lane, besides like refilling bottle, I feel like that is the last change that they made to the mid lane.
And I feel like they made it because Ice Frog was mad that people were pinging him, so that he has to TP to the mid lane and refill the bottle.
I mean, he's a Sand King player though, so I think I'm not even sure that's the case, because he might be a core player.
What do you mean?
No,
he
that's
only
Gaben.
plays
Never
Slark and
mind.
Largo.
Yeah, never mind. Gaben is the Sand King player.
No, maybe you think they're the same guy, huh?
I don't know. I feel like if Ice Frog was as rich as Gaben, I don't think he would care for Dota for such a long time.
Yeah, well, he doesn't care much about Dota. That's what people on Reddit keep telling me. So, you know, maybe he is.
Well, he might be listening, so careful with rewards.
We solved the mystery of who Ice Frog is.
Well, mid lane is pretty even. Nothing of value really happening there. Do you think there's any lane where we're gonna see some extra action?
I think this bottom lane is just gonna be constant harassment. And top lane for me is like the kill lane, where there's most of the spells do damage here, right? So that's where a kill can happen if somebody's isolated. But because of the pokes in the bottom lane, maybe we can expect a kill there more. I'm not sure. In my mind, there shouldn't be many deaths in the laning stage, right? There should be focus on stacking, and that's about it.
Pretty interesting skill build on Faceless Void. Second point time dilation with upheaval. So they really want to, like, they have so many, like literally every spell besides Bristleback is inactive. So potentially can do a lot of damage here with Fatal Bonds and Time Dilation.
Bristleback hates playing versus the time dilation. Time dilation at the moment is just such a strong spell.
Yeah, that's why it's a good support, right? They just made the spell very good.
Yep.
Hoodwink going for a couple of stacks. So we already see a couple of stacks being done in the ancient side of the Radiant.
Oh, is still the Undying?
Oh, there has some heals going on here. Time Dilation was on cooldown, so they do try to exploit that as much as they can.
Well, he used the time dilation when Bristleback didn't have any of his spells on cooldowns. Pretty much wasted completely by Nesphere.
Yeah, that's 90 mana, right? I feel like this was way lower mana in the past, but I could be wrong.
It was 50 mana if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
90 is crazy. Oh, they're gonna push Void into the tower. Doesn't want to use the stick to Time Walk. Finally does.
I think he should just be spamming those sticks. I mean, versus Mr. Morale is just going to be coming to you over
Yeah.
and over again. In 5
No
minutes
point in
in,
saving
you have
it.
no kills.
Yeah, this game might be kind of a slow burner, right? Like Faceless Void is notoriously slow. Bristleback's one of those offlaners that doesn't really like do much before you get that first big item. Tiny also wants to farm Blink. Speaking of Tiny, he's sort of low. They get the Blood Grenade with a Chakra Magic. They actually get a kill somewhere else. It's Burke, a Killing Ring, as the Tiny's still alive with the Avalanche. They do not get the Remnant off, and with some TPs, they, yeah, they're not going to punish this.
Mickey Cool, you should probably go back to base. You need resources for the rune fight. If you don't go back to base, you're not going to be able to fight that rune at all.
Yeah, he waited too long. Like, he doesn't have boots, so maybe that's why he didn't want to go, but now he's definitely not going to be ready for this rune fight.
Maybe it comes back in time? Nah.
I don't think so. It's just a big fat rock. They're going to try and just, you know, be on one side with Immersion. We'll see if they're going to win the 50-50 here.
Meanwhile, Alberta is caught.
Yeah, taking some damage. Should be
Disseminate.
A-okay.
And Nicky Cool got the region rune. You were saying something, Bowie. He's not gonna be there in time. You have something to say again?
Well, the Hoodwink was. And then she saved the rune. But, yeah, I'm surprised they didn't force it as much, but one of the supports was fighting the Underlord top, and they were getting stacks on the Dire Triangle, so that's why. They have 3 stacks on the Large Camp and the Ancients. Both sides, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a slow game. We already see lots of stacks on both sides. The question is whether either side will try to contest the opposing one. Do you think... Which side has better stack taking, actually, like early into the game?
Is that a serious question?
I mean, I don't know. Underlord's good.
Bristleback. Luna.
Okay. Now Luna's garbage early on. Like she needs way more than like she needs to be like level.
He has a fatso Bristleback in front of him, so then he can.
Okay. But do you think the Luna and Bristleback's gonna steal the enemy one?
No, probably not. The only stealing I could see is if Power Rangers get the early level 6 on the Warlock, but considering he only has 2 books, obviously, because there's 1 kill on the board 7 minutes in, then it's not gonna be like a super early golem, and already the stacks are being taken by Mr. Morale.
Yeah, true.
While
Yeah,
we
I
were
guess the
thinking
Bristol
here-
definitely the Kato helps, right? Because
Yep.
this early on you can get the large camp, but the Ancients are way too strong. Speaking of way too strong, gotta be careful here, Bristol.
Until the end, they did place a ward there, so maybe they're thinking of not taking away this round of stacks, but there's gonna be another round of stacks for the Bristleback. So maybe that's the one that they're thinking of contesting with the
It's a
Warlock Golem.
very happy Bristleback already. Looking really happy. But they do have their own stacks. That's going to be an 8-minute stack. Arcane Rune gets found. They're going to teleport the Underlord here. Good Eclipse, Immersion taking some damage, will survive for now as the Underlord gets a right click, gets a kill. Burka going ham here, looking for the Luna. Can they get as low with the tree throw? They can. And the, Fairy Fire, saving Violent for now. And they will, the Crown Spear gets the Luna. 1 hit, 2 hits should suffice. There we go. And they get the Kodo with a beautiful Bushwhack as well. Great response.
Now the Warlock has level 6. If he wants it, he can eat the book. This is the movements that I wanted to see from these two teams, right? They're all moving around the map. They're fast. They're responding. This is the level of Dota that I can expect from them. That everybody does everything right? You pick the laning stage where you really cannot mess up for either of them. They stacked, they did everything as you should. And now the rotations from both teams were quite good, but Power Rangers just a little bit better, just a little bit faster, and had better heroes to fight it there, of course, with the Fiend's Gate and the Chronosphere. So I really like what both of the teams did there.
Yeah, that was a pretty deep commitment from the Void. Like the fight was not close to his tower at all, but he still showed up and got a carry kill. They will lose the Void in the meantime. So a little unfortunate there. We do jinx Nesphere. But stack-wise, they find they actually stole a bunch of the large camp stacks. Quadix was there, and they are holding on to the golem here. The Warlock hitting the tower awkwardly, as they don't want to necessarily commit the golem unless they have to.
Awkwardly. Yeah, they're probably gonna get it anyways. But Power Rangers, I just want them to be easy on the trigger on both the golem and the chrono. Like every time that you have those spells, especially the Chronosphere, just use it. And even for the golem, just if you don't feel like using it top, then find an opportunity to use it in the bottom lane. Oh, Burka, there is an eclipse.
Oh, disruption. They don't have level 6 here in Rain, but he is under Disseminate and Blood Grenade. Does run to the other side, has the Warlock nearby. Do they want to force this, though? Not a lot of mana for the Underlord to work with. Do they have a Pit of Malice? They're waiting for it. Good drop and gets stunned. Oh, TP out from the Luna. Is that going to be enough to get a Bushwhack? Oh, no. Violent. 2 deaths. I'm not even going to say it's necessary. They just connected with all their spells there.
Yeah, if they went a little bit more aggressively on the Underlord, at least he wouldn't have the HP to continue with this chase, but they were holding on to the Eclipse, and ultimately it ended up costing him his life. If you
they do get a mid-tier 1, or the attempt of a mid-tier 1 at least, but I'm not sure if it's worth your Luna dying. Did I?
Fall. No way.
That's tiny for you. 167 base damage.
No, it's a tower open and you have a Void Spirit, so in terms of hunting these supports, it is not going to be hard for him, especially when you have the Coddle. The bonus damage will be there. Coddle went for the Solar Bind, right? Yep.
Very good against the Faceless Void. I think that's the one reason I like the Coddle here. I mean, you have so much synergy, but you also annoy this Faceless Void quite a bit before he has Manta, before he has BKB. Might need both this game. And the pipe on the Underlord, right, is going to be... Besides this Bristle, all of their damage is magical in the early portions of the game for 1 win.
Yeah, pretty much. When you get the pipe, you're not going to be taking any damage. But the thing is, you need to get together. And it's not going to be that easy to get together, right? Because dealing with the waves, it's going to be problematic. Bristleback can start diving you somewhere else. You're going to be using your TPs. I think most of it comes down to this Bristleback. Will he be able to force you to react to him multiple times?
Oh, they cancel Tyrian's TP. I mean, I don't know why he TP'd, because he knew the Remnant was viable. But does get taken down in the mid lane.
You have to try. Sometimes you really have to try, Bobby, right? You can't just accept your death that easily.
No. I accept my... well, I accept your knowledge, so I will agree with you. But in the top lane, will they accept Luna's death? They will, because Immersion gets a beautiful sharpshooter from afar. And
That's a Shadow Demon.
third.
That's not a Luna.
Well, she was lifted 5,000 range in the air, or I guess he was. But yeah, yeah, that was a Luna that just died in respawn. And this Kato though is being a nuisance. He's just farming the Radiant jungle non-stop. He's gonna get a Holy Locket. We're gonna have that extra healing.
You need to stop jinxing Lena. This reminds me of one time I was casting with Snare, and he's like, top lane, top lane, top lane, and we're looking at bottom lane. There's a fight, and when the fight ends, he's like, I don't know why I was saying top lane because the fight was in the bottom lane. The observer is right to us like, Snare, stop giving me a heart attack, right? So this is what Bo is doing. I'm seeing Shadow Demon on my screen, but he's screaming Luna as Alberca is being targeted.
Yeah, he tries to use the Fiend's Gate, gets stopped midway, but with the drop of the Pit of Malice, it's a bit awkward to engage. They will get the Shadow Demon this time around. By being activated here makes this fight very hard as they go towards the mid lane looking for the Bristle, or maybe just the mid tower, because that Bristle's still a pretty tough nut to crack.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
But
Dyer's structures
he didn't send the golem towards the mid lane, so I feel like this Bristle maybe could have postured aggressively and defended this. A little bit too afraid of the Chrono plus the Sharpshooter that wasn't available at the moment. But that was a nice movement from Power Rangers. This game, I'm loving how Power Rangers are playing. I'm loving how 1W are playing as well. They forced out the pipe and a lot of rotations at the top lane by just giving away a support plus the golems. So definitely a good understanding from both of the teams of what they can do.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest issue for me this game is if this Faceless Void is allowed to be more farmed than the Luna this early on, it's a really tough matchup for the Luna, right? And you don't necessarily have that many answers for the Void. Like, you have a Disruption save that could be nice, but the Void is huge. It feels like it's just so much easier to play as Radiant.
At the moment, seems that way, but you know, Mr. Morale, he could posture aggressively, and the question is, can you really kill him early on in the game?
Does have the Lotus Orb now, so the time dilation isn't going to be as annoying as it was. And he will try here. The TP.
Look at the damage.
Holy moly. Yep, seeing
You were
red
saying
for you.
something? He's easier to play? I don't know. It's easier to play when I can 3-shot the enemy support and nobody can do anything to me. I don't know, man. Sometimes this Bristleback feels overtuned. The immersion, they want violent.
For it, they get the Eva toss.
Oh,
They're not gonna land. No, they do. They landed, and that's enough. Unfortunately, a little too slow on the lunar orbit there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, bottom side, Chronos. That's not gonna be enough damage here. This Nesphere Faceless Void. Oh, they actually cancel Squadix. Those tracks have been crazy. Immersion, just the unsung hero of this game. 3-0-4, make it 4-0-4. This Hoodwink is out of control. 8 of the 9 kills on Power Rangers side.
And Nikikul is hunting with an AD rune. He has so much vision around this mid lane. If anybody pokes their nose, in terms, especially the supports, are just gonna get blown up. This is what you need with Power Rangers. As I mentioned, whenever you can, use the Chrono. Here, it looked more like a defensive one, but when you have heroes to respond, you can always get a kill right afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nikiko, there is a ward that is unscouted, so they know what he's on about here. He might even get baited, but for now, they're not gonna show.
Take the ward down at least.
There we go. That's good enough. Okay, so what's your read on the game here? Do you think, despite some of these hiccups here, what is the timing where we're going to see one win potentially playing a little bit more violently hard?
I want to see what Luna wants to go for. He wants a Manta, but I feel like in this game you might want to get an Aghanim Scepter after that Manta. I wouldn't hate it. I don't know if like a BKB and you standing your ground will work.
Well, that Shadow Demon there as Nikiko is disengaging. Bit of Malice slowing down what Squadix can do. Did go for the Vessel route here on this Void Spirit. They're not getting a lot of kills, right? Do you think this hurts his game a little bit too much?
Of course it does. Of course it does. You have a coddle. You literally have somebody to play with, and you need those skills around them.
Dire's bottom tower
Though
is
at this
under
point, I'm
attack.
not sure how you get him. Maybe an isolated support, it can die. But at this moment now, with the game going as it is, this Void Spirit should probably focus a little bit more on farming. You need to get back into this game. If you have a weak Void Spirit later on down the line, and nobody to just pick up the back lines, you're just going to be screwed. Plus, time dilation will kill you every single time. So you need to be able to burst people down instantly.
At least he has the shard, so it does increase his farming speed a little bit. And what I do like about the Vessel, even though he's not getting any kills, is that alongside the Brawny, it makes him very tanky, right? The reason Faceless Void couldn't even dream of killing him is that he's quite tanky, despite the fact that his DPS is not that high at the moment. Okay, so that's a smoke.
Dire are scanning.
And off the mark. That's a level 15 Bristleback. Holy shit, he's been farming some stack arenas. He's the highest level in the game.
Yep. He is big, and he has the most farm as well by a decent margin at that, like 20% over the next hero.
Oh, they fight to the end. Another bro. This guy cannot break every TP getting cancelled, but it means that everyone else will potentially disengage. I'm gonna cut the wave, and I'm assuming they want to get the hell out.
Yep. They're gonna be fine.
That's a free
Still-
Tormentor though, right? They're gonna get
It
it.
should be. Faceless Void does have a Chronosphere, but I don't think anybody can get there in time. They're just gonna be able to kill it in mere seconds.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they already TP'd out, so it's gonna be. There we go. They have the heals from Call. Ooh, that's a nice shard to have this game. Spell
No, we
time
talked
dilation.
about it. We talked about the demonic cleanse. Now, at least the Void Spirit is not going to be too afraid of going into Pit of Malice, going into the time dilation, because you're always going to have that urge to save you.
Okay. So, pretty slow game so far. Underlord did go for a Lotus Orb of his own, so now they have a way to deal with some of the annoying garbage that they have on one win. Do you like the Lotus Orb here? Like, is there enough justification for this item?
I don't love it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, they actually save the Bristle mid-avalanche. No toss back for now as they're holding the Chronosphere. They should have it, and they actually get a two-man Chrono, hitting the Bristle from the front. Hopefully, very tanky, but that's enough damage. The Coddle not close enough to get the heals.
Used so much for this Bristol, so I feel like 1W, they should probably look to fight. No. They're going back, which means Power Rangers can go in.
They do not find the connection here. Can you just respawn and go for a play though as Dire? Like, how do they even initiate a fight?
Go and walk into the Roche Pit. I'd actually walk into the Roche Pit. Also, did you see there that the Warlock just used the Golem on himself? He didn't even use it in a fight. He literally just dropped it on himself and sent it in. It's kind of weird from till the end. I think it's probably a misclick. Maybe he clicked on the minimap or something.
Yeah. A little awkward indeed.
I don't think you can double click the Golem. And
I don't think you can. That would like there would be no reason. Oh, wait a second here. We thought Dire was gonna go for an aggressive play, but Oberka just rifting in the midst of everyone. Drops his his pipe actually was never activated. Finally, uses a TP out. No, it's not gonna work. He's just gonna die. They got a really good bushwhack, but that's not enough damage to kill any one of the Dire. And what's up with that rift? But now they're gonna lose Roche.
Now, without the Underlord defending the Roche is going to be very hard. You do have some spells to spam into the pit, but you always have to be careful because Quadex is going to be ready to just jump you anytime.
They will smoke. Chrono still 40 seconds cooldown. You need to go now because you need to poke. They see the Shadow Demon. He's in a good position to break the smoke. Yeah, they know exactly where he is. They toss him into the bushwhack, and that's one kill. Roche 20% HP, so this fight's still very spicy. As the Faceless Void actually doing a lot of damage to the Luna here. Then Mjolnir doing some hefty damage. They hypnotize the Void and they kill him before he gets anything of the Avalanche. A little bit too late as the free throw. Not enough to kill the Luna. The lifesteal.
He's alive!
And she's alive! Holy moly, Squad gets a triple kill and they're gonna get Roche on top of it all.
Heals from the bottle, the blinding lights. We just doing so much in that fight, saving Luna, and when you're committing for a hero that long, and you're not killing him, and not killing him, and not killing him, it always turns into a disaster because this Bristleback is going to continue just dishing out the damage all around. Somehow, a Void Spray that did the 1,000 damage got a triple kill, and a Bristleback who did 3,000 didn't get a single one.
Yeah, I mean, even this Void, like, without using Chrono, he did the second highest damage. But unfortunately, he didn't really have the Chrono until the fight was over. So that's a 6k goal lead here for one win. And after a sort of a rough start, they are looking pretty good. You were, hopeful that they were going to get to this point. And you're right. They have decent control of the game right now.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I'm kind of surprised that Power Rangers committed that much. I think they got baited in by finding the Shadow Demon. Like, oh, we killed the Shadow Demon. Let's go, go, go. But the thing is that they should just poke. Get one kill, poke, 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 wait for the Underlord, and then go and fight that Roche. This was probably a little bit of an unnecessary fight.
Yeah, they will get a D-ward here, close to the tier 2 bottom. As they try to... They don't necessarily want to take a fight because there is an Aegis, but you also don't want to give free towers. Then this Underlord makes it very hard for those towers to fall. So do you like Manta on this Faceless Void instead of BKB? Like, is that enough to make sure he's not going to die in any of these fights?
You don't really need the BKB. There's not a hard lockdown on the enemy side that should catch you. And you can time walk any of the damage, I think. I think BKB is something that's not necessary at this moment.
Well, for now, it seems to be working decently well for him as Violence scouts Nesphere here. Oh, that is a dead Warlock.
LDN's positioning really hasn't been the best in this game. There were a couple of times where I'm like, cool, if he died on the enemy side of the map, it's fine, but this was definitely unnecessary.
Yeah, not looking very good here. As now they're gonna start taking towers. That's a tier 2. Right in the bag of the Bristle.
I mean, Luna is very good at taking towers, but where you really need to be afraid of her is if she gets in your base. If a tier 3 falls, that's where the Luna shines.
Yeah, they are getting close to that. Second tier 2 taking damage here as the Bristle. Going very aggressively, taking a lot of damage. The Lotus Orb's going to be dropped. They're going to buy some time with a disruption. Luna on the other side, just making sure that the tower falls. They're going to drop a
heal them
Golem.
so much.
But yeah, this Golem is not going to do anything. In fact, it's just going to be disposed of very quickly here by Violet and the Bristle. They hold the Chrono, but that Golem is something they're going to be lacking.
Going straight up high ground is very, very hard still. Tiny and the Underlord, both of these heroes are very hard to deal with. Squattix did get an AD rune, so now he's gonna go hunting. Because the Bristleback is bottom, it will be giving a false sense of security to Power Rangers, so... let's see, 1W, they're running towards the Bristleback. I thought that the Bristleback might start running towards them.
It is nighttime though, right? So you still have to be worried.
Alberca?
Oh, that's
what?
not good. As the Lotus Orb actually gets stunned by a freaking creep, and his pipe is not going to suffice.
Wait, this is... What the hell? How could he think that he's gonna live there?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Like,
Well,
was
maybe he
close
didn't
to an
think.
item?
Maybe he wasn't thinking.
Man, that is... I really don't understand that positioning. Like, where would the opponents be than there? Literally, that is the position that they're gonna be in 100%.
Yeah, well, look at the Tiny. It doesn't look like he's safer than the Underlord. TP is going to be cancelled, and they're just dropping kill after kill. This Luna's going to finish a Butterfly. Age is only 50 seconds, but the momentum, they can poke for sure.
Oh, for sure, right? Without the Tiny, like, what are they gonna do? And Underlord as well. You need the Glyph, but they should
30
stop.
seconds for the Aegis. Can you hold your barracks here? I guess we're gonna need to use Chrono and buy back this Tiny, or else things are not going to go your way. As you said, the tier 3 falls and everything starts crumbling here. They drop the Pit of Malice. Doesn't really lock the Luna, as no, they will give it up. They don't want to force that buyback, and they will concede. Well, I guess slowly they will concede the barracks.
Aegis is expiring, so you should probably bail if you're 1W right now. No reason to give Power Rangers a fight. Power Rangers would love to fight right now in front of their base. It's just not going to be allowed. Plus, the Luna has a butterfly with the anti-illusions. You can just send those in, and your opponents are never getting out of the base. So 1W, at this moment, this is their game to lose.
Void's not going to do any damage to this Luna, right? You have Blinding Light and Butterfly on the Luna. Good luck getting enough hits. Like, your other source of damage is this Tiny, and I mean, he does have a Phylactery, but he fell off real hard. He's quite poor at the moment.
Who
has a BKB flying out to him, but that's about it.
Yeah, with 11,000 net worth, you're really not going to be doing anything. These supports are now going to be positioning themselves in a very good way, and even if you catch them, they're not easy targets.
By the way, Ags on the Kato, so that's another garbage thing they can throw inside the Chrono to make Nesfear's life a little bit harder. No
now
BKB
you need
means...
a BKB. Now you need the BKB, and you're not going to
Oh,
be getting
hello! Speaking of the Void, he gets hypnotized. Will get the Time Walk and Manta off, meaning this fight is still ongoing. Disruption saving the Shadow Demon for now. Luna trying to get out. They will drop the Chrono, but there we go. The Will-O-Wisp
the White Bolt.
luring the Faceless Void. They try to fight, but the Luna will hold her ground, and that Butterfly is strong, but not enough to save her life. Nesfear somehow still alive here, battling the Bristle. Will Time Walk away as this Faceless Void gets pushed back. 2 seconds for the Time Walk. He doesn't get it off, which means Alberta could be in trouble. 3 for 2. It's a miracle that they killed the Luna and they cut their losses.
I think Squadix made a bit of a mistake. He went to the backlines to kill the supports instead of being around his Luna. I think when the Luna got Chrono, that if he was there to assist with a couple of Aether Remnants, that the Faceless Void goes down and then you do not have the damage to finish her off. Either way, it's still fine for 1W, but it definitely could have been better.
Yeah, unfortunately they have no creeps, so this Bristle's here, he's gonna cut the wave, but the waves are not only they're far away, there's a creep actually cutting the mid lane, so they're not gonna get as punished, but 72 seconds for the Chrono is still a problem if Roche spawns very quickly.
I think 1W might even decide to go high ground. They do have the outpost, so once the Luna is back up, he can TP in. Nah, they're gonna take it easy. Just go for the Tormentor, wait for Roche. It's probably the safest way. But some teams would here knock on your high ground. It's not like you have much to respond to them.
This Luna is gigantic. Definitely, you're not killing her without the Chronosphere. Unless you get a toss back, but this Tiny is still not level 20. Much harder to get that type of play.
He's gonna have a Satanic in no time. For the Roche fight, it's definitely gonna be up. Very early Roche.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. It's not
Depends.
gonna be up for now, but no one is aware of Roche, at least. It's so quick.
Somebody should check. I mean, you literally have 2 supports. You can throw spells in it and find out.
Oh. For now, it's not gonna be scouted, but they're going Shivas on the Tiny. Do you like that?
Heals are annoying. Heals are definitely annoying. I don't dislike it. I mean, and it gives you the tankiness versus the physical damage as well, which is good because you have a BKB, you have a pipe, you're pretty much set when it comes to surviving the magical damage, but the physical damage from the Luna and the Bristleback is what scares you.
And the Faceless Void still going for the greediest build. No BKB, just wants the MKB to do the evasion. I think they need, right? Even though there's a lot of things that annoy him through the Chrono, you still need more damage.
For sure.
Roche, though, will be... Well, gets revealed by the Roar. I don't think they're in any position to contest, so it doesn't really matter what happens here.
Too many heals. Luna with the Satanic is not touchable. I don't know, man. I feel like they had to fight this Roche. If a Luna with these items and the Aegis comes to your base, the game is just over. You do not have a response to it. You're not killing this guy twice. He's gonna have to mess up and like pop the BKB and the Satanic as he's dying, no, and not get hits off, and then you kill him again afterwards. If that's the only way that I see them killing this Luna, then it's very hard for that to happen when you have 2 defensive supports ready to bail you out at any point.
Yeah, they also have a banner problem, right? Because no one can kill the banner because they have 3 melee cores. So it's definitely going to be tough to deal with these high ground pushes. Faceless Void. Time walks to the fog. Pit of Malice will hold them, but they're going to have to TP back to the base at some point, or else...
I mean, now...
Yeah, like... Okay, Dire forces a glyph at least, as they're pressuring the top side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Luna is in.
On the Radiant. Faceless Void, he is 200 gold away from his MKB, so that's why he's not showing, but that means that these towers and barracks are soon gonna fall. Tier 3 dies. No glyph available for the Radiant. TPs. They need to go. Okay, where's the toss? They find the Luna. That's a really good toss. Holding on to the Chrono for now. They drop the Golem. If they can kill the Luna the first time, oh no. That disruption could be the difference maker. It doesn't matter. Luna did fall. And
He
actually
popped the
using that,
Satanic. He screwed
he
up.
popped the Satanic. Tried to survive. So this Chronosphere with the MKB is going to be enough to get the kill. And the barracks are still alive. The Chronosphere inside protecting it from falling. So somehow the Power Rangers are taking this fight convincingly. Okay, Nesphere very low. Time Walk is available. It's going to be fine.
Also, I don't understand why they went for the mid lane, right? The top lane is a much safer choice because they cannot toss you that deep. So,
yeah,
very unnecessary approach coming out from 1W. Plus, the Luna, she should have stayed on top of the Ether Remnant at all times.
Oh.
He just moved away. I mean, Tiny, of course, is going to BKB and toss you back, but stay close to the Ether Remnant, stay close to the creeps. It's just going to make his life 10 times harder.
Yeah, that Satanic proc was very problematic. Ends up just dying twice there. Oh, sneaky cool. Can he get the toss back onto Bristle? Well, I don't think you even want to toss the Bristle away, as the Bushwhack, I think, interrupts the toss, and they do lose the Tiny there. Faceless Void, time walking towards the Pit of Malice. The only sort of protection they have. That amplified damage on the Void Spirit is hurting.
Luna is going to come in 5 seconds, and without the Tiny, your chance of defense are just non-existent.
Yeah, no Chrono either.
You should have it soon in 40 seconds. Okay, that's not soon enough.
Yeah, no glyph as well, so the Bristle gets it by himself, and they're just gonna march towards the top lane. This Bristle, 4,000 HP, has the Essence Ring, has the Disseminate on top of it. Cannot burst through this guy without the Tiny. Oh,
I think you cannot burst through this guy, period. I don't know how you kill Mr. Morale.
His morale pretty high at the moment, as they are using that Will-O-Wisp to annoy Nesphere. I mean, the Luna's not even hitting the base. Like, Bristol's all they need.
Yep. Next stage is gonna go to this guy, if there is a next stages.
You get the Megas. Hypnotization here on Nesphere as he tries to punish, but... yeah, 1 win. I mean, this Luna hero is something, huh? I mean, I guess this Bristleback hero is something too, because they don't really have enough damage. They have no breaks besides the Sharpshooter, but even that doesn't seem to be good enough.
Mr. Morale is just so freakishly tanky. Is he getting the Eternal Shroud? Yeah, we don't see that item too often, but he really wants to be this unkillable beast.
And he is achieving just that.
Will they
Okay,
really
so-
wait for Ocean 1W, or are they just gonna go and end the game? I feel like this Bristleback should go and end the game.
Well, this game has been way more back and forth than I think one win expected. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them play. Say, look at where Luna is. Doesn't feel like they have any intentions of increasing the pace of the game right now.
It's not even my birthday.
I still buy the Ags on the Luna. Not gonna lie. Stay back, and since you found out that they can't kill you, just stay back. If they go for your Bristleback, use your ulti and then start running in.
Yeah, is there anything else? Like, I guess you could buy an A on disc, but I don't think that's necessary.
You could get a blink. And then jump in when your Void Spirit gets a target. Jump in and kill somebody with a Swift Blink. I mean, the damage up on the Luna is no joke overall. But I think those are the two options. I don't know if there's a third one. Maybe just go Daedalus. Considering he's just staying behind, I feel like Guide Blink or Ags would just
Radiant are scanning.
contribute more.
I like the Swift Blink. I
Radiant's
think it's
courier
probably the best
has been
option.
killed.
You also have Disruption, right? So you can actually blink out of Disruption if
Dire
you
are
get saved,
scanning.
depending on how the fight's going.
Well, 1W are definitely taking their sweet time. Let's see. Void Spirit. He's got a full Shiva. Bristleback. Only 1,000 gold on top of that. Eternal Shroud. Hero Light is going for a Hex. And you have to understand, on a Coddle, this is like the item. Because you get 300 extra cast range when you pop your ulti. It's kind of insane. You global Hex, basically.
Yeah, it's insane. And he is pretty much there. 200 gold, so we're gonna have potentially Aegis. I don't really think Radiant can contest. Maybe you can like Dark Rift into the Roche Pit, but it's just so dangerous. Like you can have a 5-man Dark Rift into a Will-O-Wisp.
Why do you continue calling it Dark Rift? Was it ever called Dark Rift in Dota 2? I think not, right? It's do you call him Pit Lord
Are
still?
scanning.
I actually do sometimes. Wait, BKB?
Bash. Oh, wrong Void.
Yep. Faceless Bash. Well, I don't think. Do you think there's any chance? Like, you know, it's a 99% chance. Oh, they're actually gonna smoke here. So maybe expecting the Radiant to expect them to be inside pit. Well, not when the Bristleback's hitting your tier 4s. So he does have that Eternal Shroud you talked about. Does have, okay, toss back into the Underlord. He dropped the Golem. Tiny already very low. He's just dying here. That Will-O-Wisp destroyed them. The Bristleback still 90% HP. He doesn't seem to be phased at all by all of this. Finally,
And the
they deal
Aghanim
with
from the Luna also helping with the damage.
Yeah, Faceless Void trying his best here. Big EV gets used, pops the Chronosphere. They're trying their best. Oh, the disruption. The cast range from the Shadow Demon being good enough. They're gonna kill him as he buys back. Bristle still 20% HP, and the time walk towards the Bristle is a big mistake. Nesphere dies with no buyback, with no hope. As Radiant. Okay, to get a toss back onto the Bristle, but I don't think that's gonna be good enough. He's still tanky as all hell. GG gets called, and one win. It takes them a fair bit, but they take the series.
Yeah, Mr. Morale on the Bristleback in this game, just unstoppable. In the previous one, they definitely had some answers for him. In this one, it was completely unanswered. They tried to go for this Faceless Void a little bit more of a...
I understand.
A little bit more of a greedy lineup, let's say, late game oriented lineup, but I feel like it has to be a little bit different with the Faceless Void. You either have to have overwhelming team fight like we did in Invoker with the Chronosphere, or you have to have both the mid laner and the off laner being able to jump and create kills, create space around the map, which well, they were lacking both of those things.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Power Rangers. They were pretty close at times, but I definitely expected this Power Rangers lineup to utilize like that early momentum that they got to maybe pressure the Luna a bit more. It felt like she was able to free farm the whole time. The Bristle got like he was just farming stacks non-stop. He was the highest level, minute 20, And even though they killed him a couple of times, it just takes so many resources, right? That the Luna is also, if also the Void Spirit, he was doing way more damage than anticipated to break the back lines and just win the game.
That Roche fight is, I think, one of the deciding moments of the game where you make too aggressive of a move unnecessarily, and it ends up going badly for you. And I think it could have also went even worse if the Void Spirit was paying attention and there stayed close to Luna. But either way, I like how the teams played, at least in Game 3, and this is the level of Dota that I think that the teams are capable of. Maybe even more than this, but Games 1 and 2 didn't have the same level for sure.
Yeah, luckily for them, this is an upper bracket match, which means we still have Power Rangers in this tournament. They're going to be playing against either Team Lynx or Avilas, which also means we're going to be casting Liga versus Pain Gaming. A Pain Gaming that 2-0 Avilas without having Parker. A lot of people were like expecting the team to crumble once Parker left, but they're still looking okay, playing from South America. But yeah, this is a series that's going to happen 10-15 minutes from now. So be calm, and we will be right back with another banger of a series for you guys. We are back with CCT 8, and this is the last series of today, but a banger nonetheless. It's Pain Gaming fighting against Liga team. I'm Bowie, and I have the beautiful Harry Freak.
I like how you're giving me compliments all the time, but there's only two words that you know. Beautiful, and I don't know the other one that you used, right?
You're
So I know only one.
entitled little jerk as well. I could use those too. But yeah, I like to start with the good ones and to get on my nerves.
Why?
Just ruining
Why?
my presentation here.
Okay, now I'm sad. Now I'm sad, Bowie. That's
As you cry, you can tell me which team you think might be the favorite for this one. Because did you expect Pain to 2-0 Ablis?
no, but after I saw them in the first game, I was like, okay, there's a class difference, and there definitely is a class difference because I think you and me we cast some South America, and I was looking at Dark Mago back there and Elmi show, and sure they were solid, but they definitely weren't in good form. And then they came together with Parker, as you mentioned, and they started crushing the South American qualifiers, just completely running through everybody. And now it seems like even without Parker, this team looks very, very strong. So, I do expect them to do to actually do solid on ESL. And in my mind, this tournament for them should be a walk in the park if they want to have any chances.
I agree. They definitely have to prove that they, deserve to play amongst the best in Europe. And I said they were playing from SA, but now that I think about it, because
They're in
ESL
Europe.
is on the way, yeah, they might be playing from Europe, which
I checked their pings yesterday, and the highest ping
Oh.
was like 50. So
okay, good to know. Which means that there's no excuses here against Liga. They're gonna have to show they definitely are good, and I could see, dude, I see a lot of potential. I feel like first of all, it's like obviously Parker is a very good player.
invented toxicity. Every game that they come in, and they were like, one of them was rank 50, the other one was rank 100, the third one was rank 300, but the rank 300 guy was on maybe 500. Like every second game he ruins, so he was very good. And like the way that they're toxic, it's so like every pro knows them, every pro laughs at what they're doing, right? And it's insane. And we recently had a conversation like, man, Dota was so toxic. Like, is it our 3 guys that were like, it used to be even more toxic like 3-4 years ago? Was it their fault that they were playing? And we came to a conclusion that it probably was. So I have no intention of calling you South Americans toxic when the guys from my country, everybody knows them. Like these 3 guys, they will ruin our games. They're also pretty good friends in real life as well.
Yeah, no, it happens. Dota can, get the best out of you, can get the worst out of you. And speaking of best, we have a Disruptor Tusk combination here. Disruptor hero, I haven't seen that much. I think it was banned in the last series, but not that popular of a hero. Do you see any reason behind this pick, or do you think it's just comfort here for Liga?
I hope that there's a reason, because I want to see some hero that finishes people off and then you get an extra kill, right? So then you can have it. If you're asking me if there's a reason for them waiting for like a hero from Pain Gaming to come out, I don't think so. But I like the support duo in general, because Tusk lanes with DSF brings in the damage. If you get one more high damage dealing hero, he jumps in, he kills the target, and then you go for the bonus. And it is an Eastern European special. The Disruptor always has been, always will be.
Okay, so I feel like TA would be the obvious combination of Disruptor, right? You always get the TA trap, which you glimpse, but Slaughter Wind Ranger here, definitely annoying for TA. You can break the refractions. You have Vision for the Meld. I have Evasion for the TA as well. So
you think they're gonna play a mid lane SF?
It is possible. I feel like if this Tiny has any chance of being mid, there's always a reason to play mid SF. It can be super destructive for the Tiny. And that's a hero that needs timings, that needs fast blink.
They're gonna leave it as a flex. Yep.
I like it. Centaur here. I mean, it's pretty good, right? You have Disengage for Wind Ranger, you have Jump for her. Ringmaster also hates Gap Close heroes.
They're batting out the Enigma, thinking this is going to be a mid lane Slardar in the position for Tiny. That's actually a pretty solid read.
Yeah, Frank definitely likes to play that hero. Now, both the Tiny and the Slardar could struggle into Shadow Fiend, so there's an incentive here for the SF to be there. The question is whether it's worth, because I feel like carry Shadow Fiend is definitely like the best version of SF right now.
The thing is, people play it in similar ways, right? Everybody goes, like, even carries go for Kayasha Blink, and mid lane goes for Kayasha Blink, but still stay with the lasting presence. And then sometimes the mid laners also transition into right clickers. So, but when I see this Tusk, I'm thinking that you do want to lane that with the SF, and the Disruptor would be there with the Centaur. I don't think League are going to be doing any mid lane Centaur shenanigans.
Yeah, I feel like that, especially if Tiny is large. Like, those are heroes that can actually do pretty well against the Centaur. But yeah, we've probably been another offlaner here. Is this a bad Underlord game? I think it is. We're not gonna ban that. So...
No, you want something that gets into SF's face. Even though the Tusk is there, right? So...
I don't think there's like an obvious hero. Could you potentially like pick Darks here, play it with Tiny?
I like the Darks here, man. That would be a nice one for sure. Emberban is good though.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they keep their options open. And now Liga, can you keep the options open? I saw some carry storms, but it's probably just going to be carry SF mid storm. Very good against the melee possible options that Pain has.
So off lane Slardar, mid lane Tiny. I like this. I really like this because the Tiny, sure, you're not gonna be winning the lane versus the Storm, but you can still trade farm quite nicely. And later on down the line, Avalanche is pretty good in this. I mean, generally, 4 Tiny is good in this game because you're You do have some nice targets to kill. Both the Storm and the Disruptor are pretty easy to bring down. And I feel like Slaughter plus Wind Ranger can be problematic for the SF lane.
And it's kind of like a free Ursa game, right? You don't have a lot of lockdown for him. He can just 100 to 0 to the SF. You want to have BKB. You don't really care about anything. There's Stampede. Like, that's the one thing that can kite him out.
And your lane as an Ursa isn't that easy, man. If they do send the Disruptor into the position 4, Disruptor plus Centaur actually annoyed the Ursa quite a lot. So sure, later on down the line, it's a free Ursa game, but the laning stage-wise, this Ursa could suffer. So that is where I'm a little bit afraid for Pain Gaming. But this looks right up in their alley. I mean, after their yesterday's performance, I can't help but see them as the favorite, and in my mind, they should be taking this. But drafted-wise, Liga have done a good job for sure.
Yeah, I think both sides drafted pretty well. I'm a little bit unsure about the support Wind Ranger. I have not seen that much of it.
It's strong. I mean, kill shot is not to be underestimated, and shard is just insane.
Yeah, shard's very good. Okay, so overall, you think this is a 50-50 draft, or do you give any sides a little bit of an edge?
I'd actually rather play the Liga draft, not gonna lie. I think if they set up their lanes nicely, there could be a lot of damage in lanes, and both of the supports rotations through the twin gates land you kills. Pretty much no problem. So I feel like that's great. The only problem I see is that the Storm is kind of in trouble versus the Avalanche, and there's a lot of follow-up stuns. But you always have the snowball save, right? And that's where you go. So I think the skill ceiling for the drafts is definitely higher on the Liga side. So they could outplay their opponent, but that's also a problem, right? Because Pain Gaming's lineup is just very straightforward. We jump, we kill. That's pretty much how it goes. Like, we're gonna have 3 blinks on 3 of our cores, and we're just gonna jump and kill you. So it's
yeah, I think that is the one thing that I'm scared for Liga. Like, once this Ringmaster has levels, like, you don't even need 2 blinks. Like, the Eva toss into the whip is so much disabled and so much damage that I feel like the Storm can die like multiple times.
for sure.
Tusk is gonna have a hard time. Like, he really needs Blink this game to try and help the Storm. Or I guess whoever gets jumped, even the Shadow Fiend can struggle. Because, like, Stampede doesn't matter if you're controlled for like 6 seconds.
Exactly. And it's so easy to combo with the Wheel of Wonder when you have a Slaughter and a Tiny on your side.
Yeah. So that is definitely going to be an issue. As I think they scouted the Dire Ward. They had this very early Radiant one. And I feel like Mirage might have warded before after his smoke broke.
The battle begins.
Are we gonna see any fight for the runes? Doesn't look like it, Bowie. Everybody's a coward. Like,
South
where's the South America killer mentality? Come on.
Yeah, well, it's been in the dumpster alongside our placements in tournaments, so it was like South America was trying to improve, trying to find their footing here. And you know, I'll say, I feel like this might be a TI where either SCA or SA could actually do well, because we're not doing like garbage. We're not playing garbage tier Dota, but we're also not looking too good, which I think is nice. Like, sometimes an SA or SCA team looks too good early on, and like they get confident, they get figured out, and like they just perform poorly. Well, I am expecting either OG or, you know, maybe Heroic or Dispain, who knows, to do okay at TI. That's more than I can hope for any of these 2 regions.
Yeah, but
no TIs.
The thing is, I could see OG winning. Like, that's for South America, I can't really see them winning. For OG, it would be surprising, but I could see them winning.
Yeah, I could see them like getting 3. They've been really good, but they are not performing as well already, right?
Yeah. Usually it is like that with OG rosters, right? They, I mean, in recent years, they just start off really, really strong and then start falling off.
I hope they regain their footing, because it is one of those Dota brands that you want to stay alive, right? Like they're so iconic. I feel like a lot of people have fond memories of the times they were doing well.
Yeah, and the streams have also been quite nice. When you see No Tail and he's jumping in his chair as they're playing. So it's actually quite fun when you have that much legacy behind you. Just the content is always going to be nice.
Yeah, and I think they are like one of the orgs that understand content better than most orgs. I feel like a lot of orgs are just like, yeah, let's hope our team do well and people like our players. But OG, even when they're not doing that much, they're creating content, which I can really appreciate as a content creator myself.
You're a content creator?
That's sort of what I do my whole life. So yeah.
I know, Bowie. I know. For me, your Dota channel is one of the best ones.
Thank you.
Why did Wits just go and feed a courier? He literally just went and fed it, because it's not like they cut off the courier or something. He just sent it to their side. So definitely a misclick.
He's a bear, right? So he might be feeding his prey to make sure that they grow very fat. Yes.
Okay. That
The
makes
whole
sense.
Lotus for Pain, by the way. That's a pretty big win. Both sides picking it up. Hey, pretty slow laning stage as well. Is any lane you think might be our first blood?
I think every lane has potential for first blood, but if I'd have to guess, I'd say top lane is gonna be the one where people die, because this disruptor is
Yeah. Lane pushes, you get cocky.
I'm surprised that they didn't send the Tusk to lane with the SF. It's very weird, because disruptor would have been a huge problem for the Ursa, and Ursa this way you're seeing that he's gonna start to farm a lot better.
Wind Ranger is mid, by the way, trying to deal with the water rune. Gets picked up by Mirage, but on the other side, Arcmago was not able to pick his, so they send supports, and Pain ends up with empty hands.
And Dark Mago still has a lot of resources, so even not getting that water rune is kind of okay for him. It would have been bad if he was low, if he was trading with the storm this way. It's kind of fine. Sage is in trouble.
Could be okay. No stacks being attempted so far. But both sides would love to have stacks in the mid lane. We finally see Schofield trying to go for a play, holding on to that power shot, doesn't get the kill shot. Bottle usage here on the Storm with the Fairy Fire. The Blood Grenade gets the kill as Schofield survives, and they trade the Tiny. What do you think? Is this... I mean, obviously Pain gave me favor, but you think this hurts the Tiny in any way?
He's fine. He's gonna have a soul ring in no time, and then he's gonna be spamming spells, so it's kind of okay. I'm just surprised that Schofield didn't get the connection there with the
I think he didn't charge it. He didn't charge it to the fullest, because I think he hit, but he didn't get the
yeah, the idea was there was an infused raindrop on the storm, and then it didn't do any damage. Oh, Mirage.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of damage here. If they could kill him again. Oh my lord,
He's
very
alive.
close. He should
That-
be
that-
okay.
that was in
As the
trouble.
Tiny dying here for the Tusk. They will kill the Storm. Huge power shot.
Oh, this is a
He
disaster.
from
These supports are in
respect.
trouble.
And now he gets feared and should be dying. This is a disaster here. Pain overwhelming
Power shot?
attacks. Oh, Schofield, that's Legolas for you right there. Gets another one, and there's a catapult wave in the mid lane with no TP on the Storm, so that's power rune, 3 kills, potentially mid tower. That's a disaster.
Not Legolas, Katniss Everdeen. Like, what the hell, man? Legolas is a boy. Like, this is
Well, I mean, there's a boy playing Legolas.
okay, but you know who Katniss Everdeen is, right?
No.
Hunger Games.
Oh, yes, I do. It's the main character, right? The female
Exactly.
main character. Okay. I am very bad with names, so I would never be able to.
I actually have no idea how I remembered the name. It has been years since I watched that movie, so...
Yeah. Oh, look at the top lane. They get a good Shaco, and they have the tiny TP as well. This Shadow Fiend, 3 throw with Frank's right click. Bang Gaming opening up the map here. Storm unable to react.
He didn't have a TP. In terms of wisdoms, it's gonna be a 1-for-1. I'm kind of surprised that the Tiny didn't try to go towards the bottom lane, considering that there was no TP on the Storm. They probably could have
Radiant's middle tower
at least attempted to steal this, but I guess killing the SF is more valuable at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty big. No way. Will TP to the top lane. Not scouted so far. But Tiny, like, he will have another TP because he did TP with Arcane Rune turn on. Which means that they could potentially kill this SF again, knowing he's there.
Ascalto is in trouble.
Oh, good glimpse onto him. The shards will block his path, but the Fairy Fire, buying some time as they get the bash onto Zoe. The Snowball will slow down Frank, but he actually get the connection with the dart, and Zoe could be dying. The toss is there, Dark Mago. Another great rotation, and this Shadow Fiend dying again. And I don't even think they're going to lose the power runes. It's going to be a 50-50 at least.
The usage of the Carney Classics there from the Ringmaster was amazing. When you said Fairy Fire for the Wind Ranger, that was actually the strong Mentonic. And then it gives so much HP, man. It's insane what this thing does. I just want the other 3 because they look very fun to be popular, but the Carney Classics are just OP in my mind.
I hope they buff the other ones because I agree. I would like to see, like, this hero is super fun. I think it's one of the most creative heroes released in a long time. But yeah, it's kind of a shame that only one facet gets used, even though, I like both of them.
Interesting that he doesn't have a point in the box. Usually we see 2, 1, and 2 on the Ringmaster, but he's just maxing the Tame the Beast. It is very
you have so much
damage
aggression,
spell.
right? Yeah, like if you have control, so as long as you land those spells, you're killing the Storm and Shadow Fiend over and over again.
I mean, Tame the Beast does so much damage. Level 3, 380? 380, how is that fair?
Yeah, AoE, mind you, as we do see some sort of move here. They wanted to connect with the Ringmaster, but they're not really going to get it. He's going to get level 6 very soon. And then not only have the damage, like all the damage you already talked about, Wheel of Wonder is also an insane amount of damage.
Dire's middle
Yep.
tower is under attack.
With the Avalanche, it's actually easy to get the connection.
Premium tier 1, by the way. Dark Mago just gets it for free.
Has fallen.
That's a problem. You have a Tiny, you have a Slaughter. These heroes are going to have early blinks with that tower being dead. They're just going to be able to murder everybody.
Yeah, that's a pretty greedy build on the Tiny as well. He has Phase Boots, has one, has Soul Ring, so he can still fight even before that blink is ready. Oh, respect. He's under vision here. El Misho gets the connection. Not enough damage for now. Oh, Tusk fighting Sayu, fighting Dark Mago as well. Jump onto the Ringmaster. That should be a kill, but they do get the connection of the power shot. Toss almost enough damage as Frank is looking for the Tusk. Good charge though.
Power shot soon.
Blind power shot?
No blind, he sees him because the throw is.
It's very easy to disengage though as they taunt the Requiem. Another Shackle will miss. We're gonna throw both the 3 and the Wind Ranger. So that's going to secure another kill. Rotation from Wits. This potentially is another tower. They have a Catapult Wave.
I told you, man, they're so fast on Pain Gaming. Even if they allow their laning phase to be slow, they're just so good. And just look at the positioning of Liga. All 3 of their cores are farming defensively. The only reason that it's not super bad in terms of net worth is that there's so many camps, but Pain Gaming are, while they're taking away your map control, they're farming as well. So once they get the first round of items, it is gonna be them increasing their lead even further. Because what are you gonna do to counter this Tiny Blink? I don't see a response at all.
Yeah, it has to be a snowball save, but this Tusk is poor as hell. It doesn't have the 6. He's gonna rush a Blink Dagger and hope for the best here. He needs to get some really good team fights, survive through a lot of them. But yeah, 3,000 gold lead. Dark Mago approaching the Blink Dagger. TP from Mirage. Can they kill this Tiny? Avalanche gonna connect.
Gonna try. I think they got him.
Okay.
Oh my god. If
That
Tiny had
is-
survived, that would have been really bad.
Yeah, they do get that kill as okay. Stampede and the wand allowing the Storm
Snipe.
Spirit to survive. Whale sidestep the arrow. Ursa's nearby as well, but no Battle Fury just yet, so not much that he can do around these parts.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So do you think this turnaround is good enough? It slows down the blink of the Tiny.
Radiant's bottom
It helps.
tower is under attack.
It definitely helps. I mean, you need something like that, for sure. You need to kill him a couple of times, and that mid lane needs to be protected. I mean, the tower is dead, but that area, you cannot allow Pain Gaming to just consistently stay very deep in that mid lane. But still, in my mind, you need to punish them quicker, right? Because they've been staying there and farming there for a very long period of time, taking away a huge part of your map.
They're trying to connect onto Frank. But
Dire's
it is way
middle
too
tower
fast.
is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Battle Fury done on the Ursa. Already has that blink queued up, and that's the thing. This draft's gonna have 3 Blink Daggers very quickly. And I think this is gonna be the hardest part for Liga. Trying to survive the onslaught of Pain Gaming.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, it's
Dire's
literally survival mode. They don't have... Okay, now they do have the static storm, but no stampede for 10 seconds. It would be really nice for Pain if they could get a jump right now, but not gonna be happening just yet.
Yeah, the Storm is going to connect to the smoked heroes on the Radiant side.
Radiant's middle
Oh, they
They're
know.
gonna try and steal the Wisdom. Radiance can. Ooh, Tusk apparently will steal that Shrine.
Will he?
He's afraid. Okay, is not gonna get it, but the Ursa will steal the enemy one.
They found him!
There we go. So Ursa steals the other one. They kill this Tuskito. The double Shrine for Pain.
Oh, maybe deny?
Nah, he's too tanky. He's not gonna die to those creeps. Goodbye.
A Wisdom Shrine plus a kill. I like the no hesitation play there, jump onto the high ground. And they thought there would be more heroes there, possibly, but at least Liga understood that they need to bail from there. At least they left some good vision on the top part of the map, but the thing is, you do not have a blink hero, so utilizing those wards is gonna be very hard.
Yeah, like you need the Storm to show, but if he shows, he might just get counter-initiated and very quickly dealt with. We haven't really seen the Tiny Ringmaster combination, but it is deadly. Whoever they find, maybe the Centaur can tank it because he's giga tanky with this build. But I'm pretty sure he's the only hero that can survive the Avatar's Ringmaster.
Support of Pain Gaming do so much damage, right? Avatars plus Power Shot is gonna be quite strong as well. You need to have raindrops. Like everybody in your team needs to have raindrops. And Storm has one, SF has one, and the Disruptor has one. But the Tusk is naked at this moment.
Yeah, it's very cold. I don't know how he deals with it.
He has good fur.
True. Are you? I mean, I know your name's Hairy Freak, but like from 0 to 10, how hairy are you?
If you count my head, very the rest of it, not so much.
Not so much. Okay.
No, it's you know,
I'm probably a 5, I think.
modern times destroyed my nickname because now everybody has long hair. My hair is longer than like 99.9% of people, not only men, but still, it's everybody now has like long-ish hair. It's just modern at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely more popular. But okay, I was gonna ask if Pain was playing a little bit too slow, but they're just gonna force Roshan here. They have Blink on the Ursa as well. This team fight is a nightmare. Okay, Eva toss power shot onto the Tusk. He gets killed, and Roche is probably gonna be next. Either way.
League are not responding to this. This is slowly it's getting out of control. You can see that they're just moving better. They took all of your tier 1s. They defended all of their tier 1s. They're getting Roche. With this, the Tormentor is going to be easier for them. Nicely done by Dark Mago.
Yeah, I wonder though, like, as with every Ursa draft, their tower taking is pretty garbage, right? Like, it's not gonna be easy to end the game, even if you're very far ahead. I feel like every Ursa game is kind of like that. Like, have you watched the like Heroic versus Liquid series where they got eliminated from? Like, sure they didn't play perfect, but you know, Ursa is notoriously hard to win games.
You know, but it's easy to kill heroes. Just continue killing them.
That's what you have to do. Speaking of killing heroes here, when is Liga even considering taking a fight? Like, what is the timing for them?
Blink, either on the Centaur or on the Tusk. You really don't have initiation. You cannot allow your Storm to go in first. Ideally, you would want to have both of them so that the Centaur can go in and the Tusk can wait.
Okay. So, Centaur, he's getting close. And it's not like Tusk is that far away. Speaking of Tusk, he's very close to death, but he doesn't know.
Tiny is not with his team.
Oh, they're gonna find him. They're gonna find this guy. Hello. Yeah, Tiny's not with his team, but it's going
Not
to
the
be
biggest
fine.
of kills, right? But you don't care too much.
Yeah, I guess if you can control Tormentor, that's nice. It allows you to get it. Shard on the Wind Ranger would be great. But even for the Ringmaster, it would be nice.
Liga still has good vision on the top side of the map, so fighting the Tormentor vision-wise should be possible for them for sure.
But will they have the blinks until that point? They might, right? The center's pretty close. 300 gold.
Centaur should have it. Tusk, on the other hand, considering that he died earlier, his is probably going to be delayed a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I guess that's fine. And this is a problem. You have a Disruptor lineup that's just not getting any kills. The Glimpse isn't giving you anything in this one.
Yeah. I don't think that we've seen any notorious glimpses the whole game. Just not a lot of opportunities for respect.
Dark Mago has a full BKB. Good luck killing him. I don't think they can. This Tiny just never dies now.
Yeah. He is going to be a pain in their butt, literally. As yeah, they're gonna set up for Tormentor. That they do have the blink on center. What are the odds they actually go for a smoke here? Oh, yeah, never mind.
100%.
Yeah,
you see.
they want to fight that Tormentor. Or even Dark Mago, but as you said, he has that BKB. Still holding on to it, gets the avalanche, so they're not gonna do enough damage.
Stampede.
Okay. So they trade BKB for nothing, let's say. Oh, that's a toss back. Can they get another avalanche? They're holding on to it. Power shot is there. Static Storm using the effect. BKB is over. Warrior's Punch doing enough damage. They finally into Dark Mago, but it means that Wits gets a Storm kill. Just as juicy of a kill, as they are looking for both the Tusk and the Helm of the Zombie. So that's a double kill for Yersa, potentially Tormentor as well.
That wasn't the heart of that fight, so not too bad, especially with the 9-second BKB of the Tiny being used. I'd say League are happy with that trade, to be honest. Especially because this SF was farming all this time, and he is your win condition. Or what item is he going for? Okay, so he didn't go for the Blink Kayasha, which is, I'm fine with that. He's just going full on carry build.
Does the Ursa know that the Shadow Fiend is here? Oh, he does circle the area. Oh, this could be huge. There is a Hurricane Pike, so he will try and get out. Basher is not available. So he doesn't get it. I did hear a glimpse somewhere. Dark Mago looking for the Disruptor. Oh. Well, that's Tumblr Star for you.
What an item, man. I love that item.
Everyone loves that item. So,
There's people who hate that item.
Oh, I guess I mean like they hate because it's OP, but like if you have it, you pick it, right?
Most of the times.
It's like I don't know. People hate Tinker, but you're not gonna complain that you have a Tinker spammer on your team.
I don't know, man. I am gonna complain because instead of me running in and killing them from minute 10 to minute 20, I need to stack for the guy to be strong 30 minutes into the game. I don't want that.
Don't hurt the hand that feeds you.
I'm feeding him.
Well, regardless, the game, you know, is sort of quiet. We did get to 5k gold lead, but that's pretty much the shard that did go the way of El Micho. Not. Would you say the Wind Ranger shard would be better this game?
Yeah, for sure. The only time when it's very good on the Ringmaster is when you're playing versus Illusion Heroes. I mean, sure, Spotlight is not bad in terms of mischance, but it's not like S tier, whereas the Wind Ranger shard. Yesterday, I think I was playing with a friend. We were playing versus Wind Ranger, and he's like, "This Wind Ranger shard, this is a stun. This is not a like. It is literally a 3-second AOE stun if you place it correctly, and that's how it feels."
Mind you, it used to be like 2,000 cost range, like it was absurd.
Yep.
It was so broken. I mean, Sab won that tournament out of this shard. Like, it was so broken. Goldfield gets a corrupted kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Respect's gonna steal wisdom in this.
You need to make sure that these tier 2s stay alive for as long as possible, and this is the problem with Liga being this passive.
Yeah.
Them being this passive will allow them for the game to last a little bit longer, but you're just putting yourself deeper in the hole more and more, right? Because when the tier 2 start falling, that is when Ursa lineups will start to rip you apart, literally.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a pretty cautious itemization for Pain, right? They were stomping, and they did go BKB on every single core. Like, that is not your standard SA itemization. Do you think that's too respectful?
No.
No?
If you're winning,
Okay.
you go defensive items. That is what you do, right? People, sometimes they're winning like, I'm gonna buy a Dagon. I'm gonna buy this. And what happens then is that you're not tanky enough. You die, the rubber band comes in, enemies get all of that gold, they get the experience as well, and now you have an item that does nothing. With the BKB, you're dissuading the opponents from fighting, you're pushing aggressively, getting more farm, and you will get your killing items fairly soon. And just
I think you have it
taking away
wrong.
the
Like,
comeback potential.
when you're ahead and you have strong items, your teammates are the reason your strong items are not doing enough.
Oh, okay.
I think that's usually like
The
think it's pretty much
problem
agreed
in
that
competitive
that's-
Dota, using that is pretty bad, right? I understand in pubs, people make mistakes and then they try to blame somebody else. But in a competitive environment, it might not be the best approach if you want to be successful.
I mean, Parker's playing for Tundra. I don't think it's hurting him that much.
He's like, these noobs. Why didn't you win the tournament, Parker? Going with these noobs.
Yeah. 33. Too much of a noob. Well, regardless though, ages did expire. Any big items here? There is Blink on Tusk, but as you said, right, you have the Blink on Tusk, but it doesn't necessarily allow you to play aggressive unless you smoke. So I might be biting my tongue here, as finally Liga seems to be willing.
The thing is, Spain needs to be willing to give them an opportunity, which they're not doing right now.
Yeah, they will get a tower though. Looks like I don't know, flip, but they're not interested in this fight. Oh, straight up MKB for the Ursa, so no Basher. They just want to deal with the butterfly, very early butterfly from Snowy.
I literally, that is your role in this game. Jump on the SF and keep him away from everybody else, because the SF has to run away from you.
Yeah. Okay, that's a weird glimpse into a stun that doesn't connect. Still, that Shadow Fiend hits like a freaking truck.
Up this butterfly timing, they're really trying to utilize it, and Ben is just waiting. Like, oh, you have a butterfly. Well, in 2 minutes, we're gonna have an item counter for it, so your item will do nothing.
Yeah, not even 2 minutes. 600 gold away from the recipe, so it will be done for the next fight, unless Well, they scout his movements, mind you. They are pinging this Ursa, and they're TPing tons of heroes here. I guess the Slaughter might be first point of contact. Does have a BKB TP out if he wants to.
He
Doesn't
can do it versus
TP?
the Tusk.
Yeah, now he can. Okay, oh, that's an option.
Very good zip from the Storm to not get stunned up, right? Because he zipped longer there just to hit him, and then the Crush doesn't connect. If the Crush had connected on him, maybe the Slaughter can get the blink away. This
Dire's
way, no
bottom
chance.
tower is under attack.
Still increasing the goal lead because, as you said, they are trying to utilize the timing, but it means everyone's together. They're not farming, spreading the map as much.
Are scanning.
But they did use a lot of cooldowns here. Liga is going aggressive, but they have no stampede. The Tiny gets jumped. Storm with a good zip on the support. Can he get his spells off? He will. Gets the box, trying to get out. His little cushion will be enough as they toss back the Storm. Not a lot of mana. The fear with the darts, but they are scared here. The Ursa, very respectful of the enemy strengths. BKB was ready as well as the MKB.
It's
Roche is
smoke
up, by
time
the
for
way.
Pain.
Yeah.
It's smoke time for sure. Because right now, Pain, Liga are going to be retreating a little bit, and you know in which area they're going to be.
Yeah, the Storm has no mana. I mean, not a lot of mana, no stampede, and they scout Roche with a power shot. So, do you power through Roche? Do you try and fish for a kill first?
They have a good.
You have the Ogre Frost Mage, by the way. That's gonna be good to scout. Oh, 2-man avalanche on the Shadow Fiend. The snowball will buy some time, but that MKB is gonna tear him apart. They get that big kill, no stampede out of that fight, and this could be problematic. The Storm is controlled. That's a second core kill. They look for the center. He blinks out, and finally, that's just a stampede to run away. They convincingly win the fight, and they're probably going to get Roche as well as the Tusk. Will blink away from the power shot.
Out. Look at the Tiny. He's still chasing there, but he might have put himself in an uncomfortable spot, Dark Mago.
Can he Usurper blink out? Good, but he just blinks out. Okay. But still, Aegis and a banner. Very useful when you have to go high ground with Ursa.
Maybe they even use it for a tier 2.
I hope they don't, but yeah, I mean, you do want to take tier 2s. That is, like, despite the fact they're pretty for upping net worth, they haven't really damaged those tier 2s as much.
Oh. I mean, the side of League, they understand the importance of these tier 2s. When you're playing versus an Ursa lineup, that is basically your high ground. When he takes all of your tier 2s, he might not break your base, but whenever you show on the map, you're just gonna die. And showing on the map is gonna be very, very tough. So I like it how Liga managed to keep those towers alive, but now it's with second Aegis, that's gonna be a little bit of a harder endeavor to pull off.
Yeah, that's an Eggs on the Slaughter, so Frank, very farmed. Usually, Slaughter is the type of hero that can fall in net worth very fast. Even if you're like winning the game, he does get that Eggs. Level 20 on the Tiny, so you have the toss requires no target. Another thing for the Shadow Fiend to be worried about.
It's so hard to play against that, especially when you're cliffing somebody. I'm just now remembering the collapse cliff, man. Spirit probably would have won that series if not for that play.
Okay. Oh, 2-man crush onto the Shadow Fiend. The bash is not gonna be there. Hurricane Pike away, but the Ursa with the MKB just absolutely wrecks the Shadow Fiend, which means they have no damage. And this is gonna be a dead disruptor. I mean, that's the thing, right?
What was that pike? Why did the pike move him? Or really not move him at all?
The whip canceled the pike.
Ah, you're right. You are right.
Yeah.
Tame the Beast stopped it. You're right.
Yeah, like there's some of those movement spells are weird, right? And they interact with Force Dev.
If he piked from the Slaughter, then it would have been different. But because he used it on himself, then it's slower and you can cancel it.
That's unfortunate. So, no Shadow. I mean, he is really farmed, but it's just too easy to deal with. There we go. This is going to be tier 2 down the drain. Mid lane is probably going to be the case as well. Do you think Liga still has a chance here? Is it really for Pain Gaming's game to lose, or there's still like something proactive they can do? How do you how does the Shadow Fiend ever do damage?
I don't. This is the thing. The SF hates when heroes jump on you. And this is why I was so surprised that in a meta where Slardar, Ursa are so strong that the SF is doing so well. Tusk as well, right? All of these heroes just get in your face. But when you're this farmed and when you're moving better on the map than your opponents, then the SF's weaknesses really come.
I guess the cart might be the one thing, right? Once you have cart, that's a way for the Shadow Fiend to be saved.
Then he shouldn't be buying the BKB at all on the SF. Just go for Satanic. Leave this Crystallis, go for a Satanic, and then if you get put in the cart and pop the Satanic, really it cold be the fight changer. However, all of your tier 2s are gone, so that makes the game infinitely harder.
Yeah, definitely. High ground's still hard for Pain, but 18k goal lead gets you a point where you might just be able to dive them. Most of the Liga heroes are on the bottom side as they are disengaging, realizing they can get pincered by Pain. Storm is the only one remaining here. Blink on Wind Ranger. That's an interesting build for Schofield.
And he's got a halberd.
Yeah.
I guess then the SF really does need the BKB to counter the halberd.
Yeah, no
Otherwise,
dispels, right?
he wouldn't need it. But
I guess there's a Lotus Orb, but it's kind of awkward to rely on that.
Yeah, really.
Oh, Orchid on Slaughter. Okay. Another way to deal with the supports.
Deal with the Storm as well. The Storm doesn't have the BKB, right? So.
Oh. Very greedy build on the Storm. A lot of armor with the Witchblade and the Shivas, but...
What's is gonna have an Abyssal Blade fairly soon. They're just getting their items and waiting for the next Roche. If Liga decide to just allow this to happen, you're gonna be dealing with like 20-25,000 net worth deficit plus the Aegis. You need to start building a foundation to fight that Roche right now. They've got 2 smokes in their supports and 1 in the shop on Liga, right? Start using them right now. Like
they are
need to
500
prepare the
gold
map.
away from the Exo Disruptor. I think that's what they're trying to achieve. I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess it can be very good if you get like a 2-man
It's
static
not
storm.
that great, right? Because your versus a Tiny who has a BKB. This Tiny, if he's not caught, he's just gonna be blinking in and tossing his teammates out of it. That's the play. But it's still 2 Aghanim Scepters of Liga. If there was ever... And both of them are game-changing items, plus the BKB on the SF. If there was ever a timing for them to win a fight, it's right now.
They have it. Yeah, like you just gotta go. And there's even like the good side of fighting right now. It is even if you die, there's no Roche, and as long as you kill a couple of heroes, Pain is not really gonna get that many structures out of you. Like I think this, you're right. It is definitely a good time to fight, and they will smoke.
Dire are scanning.
No vision. Oh, dude, they go for this Tiny. He is thick as a rock. Shiva's guard on top of the BKB.
If he gets the BKB off,
oh, Dark Mago, don't listen
He
to
broke
the
the
voices. He did. There you go. Schofield breaks the smoke. They drop a ward. That's only the time that they fight it. He gets the BKB off. At the same time, you're going to try and save the Shadow Fiend. The Snowball is there. And the Ursa didn't pop. He's enraged. He's going to die. This is not good. The Shadow Fiend's still alive. The card allowing him to tank through the 3-throw damage, which means that in gaming, it felt like they had a great position. But the Ursa, I guess, unaware of the Static Storm.
The Tiny was unaware as well, right? Because he jumped on the enemies. He could have jumped into that Static Storm and tossed the Ursa out. It was a possibility, a real possibility to save his carry, but because you weren't aware of this, it's a big win for Liga. Now you can prepare vision for the Roche. That's the main thing. Get a tier 2, prepare vision for the Roche.
Radiant structures
They might lose tier 3
Dire's bottom
HP
tower
here, I
is
think.
under
This...
attack.
There's no buyback on the Ursa. I guess you might be scared of toss.
Radiant's
Yeah, the
middle
toss
tower
back's
has
annoying.
fallen.
But you know there's no BKB on Tiny, so I'm surprised that they didn't even try to poke. A minute for
You're
Roche?
scared.
Radiant's
Yeah, I
top
mean, they're
tower
18k
is under
gold
attack.
behind.
How are
But
you
it
gonna...
doesn't feel that way somewhat.
I mean, we just saw them win a fight with their biggest item timings ever, so now
Yeah.
Pain are gonna be aware of it, so they're probably just gonna be jumping in even more like madmen.
So what's the plan now? Like, do you just split up the fight, prevent the Centaur to be in position to help the Shadow Fiend?
Ideally, you would want to smoke right now before the Centaur has his BKB, before the Tusk has his BKB, though he's not making a BKB, which he should. And just kill them while they cannot save them in an avalanche, because once those BKBs come out on save heroes, it's going to be problematic.
Okay. Well, Aegis will be up in 20. You think Liga has the cojones to try and contest that?
They have to. There's no doubt about it. They're going to be coming to fight it, and they have pretty good team fight on Liga.
I mean, out of that fight, his Rupture is now 500 gold away from Blink Dagger. So that one fight he survived through, potentially giving him even more means to deal with this course that rely on BKB.
Storm is very close to his BKB as well. He can probably sell the wand, and he did put it up for sale. He's got it.
Roche Wars, so Liga is now aware of it. Also has a ward, very hard ward to deal with.
You can't go on that side. Is there any gem on either of the teams? There is
Yeah,
one.
they have one. Hard to get vision.
Shield
They're very
run on
close.
Frank. He should just go.
They're very close to the 25 on Dark Mago, but I guess not close enough to wait it out.
Dire
You definitely want to
lost
fight right now if you're Pain. Because the Roche is next to your outpost. I don't know how buybacks are looking. They've got one on the Tiny. They've got one on the Slaughter. So I'd say it's pretty much a perfect opportunity to go right now with the shield room. Frank's shield is going to expire.
Yeah, they have decent amount of buybacks. Slaughter with that Orchid. Potentially force a couple of BKBs from the enemy team as they jump. Oh, there we go. Oh my. That's the worst case scenario possible.
Will the Tiny get the BKB off though, right? Because look at the Disruptor's positioning. He's spamming his ulti right now. Who's faster? I mean, obviously
BKB is faster,
the BKB is
for sure.
faster, yeah.
The thing is, the Centaur is stunned only by the Avalanche. The Shackle did not connect on him. So he could also just cart and save, unless you get the toss instantly.
Maybe toss back.
There we go. He gets the toss back. The cart
get the
not
BKB.
fast enough, but he finally gets the cart. BKB was not used on Dark Mago. He actually gets saved. He gets put in a box and is fine as Wits is forced this
No
game.
way.
Damage from the Shadow Fiend is overwhelming. Glimpse back onto the Slaughter. He might also die. The Tiny trying his best here to survive. That's a triple kill for Snowy. And the Slaughter might fall. Pain Gaming. They had it
That's
all.
Roche?
Yeah, that's free Roche. Unless you want a triple buyback. I don't think you want to, though.
Where was the Ursa? Who was the Ursa attacking all that time? Why wasn't he killing the SF?
I have no idea. He popped and rage to disengage.
He did 2,000 damage on the Ursa. That really shouldn't be the case when Static Storm is on your Tiny. SF is focusing on the Tiny. Like, what was he doing? He killed the Tusk? Like, what? Killed the SF. That's your target.
That's really weird. That's gonna be free Roche, a refresher as well. So potentially double stampede, double cart, or even just double BB for Snowy. Like depends on what they think is more appropriate.
It depends. Maybe Mirage gets his Aghanim Scepter. He is going for Parasma first, though.
Yeah, but Respect's gonna have double OT then. Disruptor's OT is so low mana, right? I feel like every single support OT is like super
It's
high
like
mana.
500 mana. And this is 200 on max level.
175? Like what?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can just easily get a refresher on this hero.
Yeah.
Radiant's
care.
bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. So out of nowhere, we went from 20k goal lead to 9k, and it's gonna drop because eventually, I mean, Liga needs way less fights to win this game, right? You have this incredibly strong Shadow Fiend. They can absolutely wreck your buildings. Pain Gaming,
Are scanning.
it just doesn't work that way as they jump. Fine now, Misho. That's just a very easy kill.
Very easy kill, as you mentioned. Pain Gaming are in trouble.
Middle tower
I mean,
is under attack.
in my mind, you still have opportunities to just jump the SF and blow him up, but during the duration of this Aegis, Liga can force fights that are going to be uncomfortable for you.
Yeah. You're gonna have to split push, right? Like, ignore when you know they're together, you have to split push. You're gonna lose the tier 2 top for sure. You just gotta make sure you don't feed kills otherwise. Farm inventory is up, so Liga can probably do that. Who's liking a shard? You're liking a lot of shards, actually. No hero has a shard. Respect gets his.
Yeah, both his and the Tusks are fine. Maybe Tusk would have been a little bit better, but with good usage, the Thunder Strike is quite nice for the extra vision.
Yeah. Pretty much the entirety of Liga on the bottom side. What do you think of that, by the way, with tier 2 top being available? We're not sure if they actually want to go high ground.
I would like for them to go for that tier 2. If you're unsure about the high ground, at least secure that tier 2. Like,
Yeah,
don't be
right?
scared. You have 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. You've got a Satanic on the SF. This guy literally does not die.
First, I find that it queues up the shard. I guess he wasn't expecting to not have a free shard, but this game completely turned around. 70% win rate for a Liga at the moment, according to the G-Man.
Any 25s? SF has one. Storm Spirit
Tiny.
has one. Yeah, Tiny has one.
He did go for the toss charges, so potentially looking for the toss back on Fountain for this Shadow Fiend.
Ursa's got the L1GA. He went for the overpower attacks.
Okay. No nullifiers just yet, so only a U-Scepter to deal with.
Oh, the Storm Spirit, it seems that he's not going to be finishing up a Parasma. He wants an Aghanim Scepter by the looks of it.
I like that. I think it's better.
Probably.
Like, with this Aegis being up, it could be a game changer. He can actually, if he sells Treads, okay, he sold it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not enough still.
You sell
this
the bottle
200.
and you have it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to though.
Radiant's top tower has
He's a
fallen.
greedy little mid player.
I mean, you know, maybe they find an 80 rune. Now he has money for the full ags if he wants it on Mirage. Maybe still
The
hasn't
Aegis
made
will
a
expire
decision.
though, so they lost the moment to try and surprise them with the high ground push into the eggs counter initiation.
They did get a tier 2 down, so there's no more outer towers for either of the teams.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so do you go for a fight now if you're paying, knowing that the Aegis... Okay, Schofield. That's a Soul Static Storm on this Wind Ranger. They don't even try to save her. Interesting. I guess she does have buyback.
Yeah, it's a support. I'm looking at this Tiny and I really want him to be tossing out his heroes out of that Static Storm. I think that should be your main purpose as a Tiny, not initiating, but tossing them out of the Static Storm if they get caught.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of Wind Waker if you're just Tiny here? Because he has...
Yep, for sure.
Scepter onto the Tiny. The Will of Wonder doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to get that kill. The Larder jumps back in, still alive. Under the guys of the Glimmer Cape will fall to some damage. They toss the Centaur into the tier 3 tower. Buyback onto the Windranger was utilized. The Larder does not have his. And that's 2 for 1. Another toss back onto the Storm with the Avalanche. Do they have enough damage? The Bash will secure that kill. And now the Shadow Fiend, no ages, but will be force-staffed to safety. So
Can't believe that they're not chasing this.
yeah, I'm surprised as well. I guess they don't have BKBs on anyone else.
The
But
Ursa
Ursa
doesn't
does.
pop his BKB at all.
Huh. Okay. Tiny gets found. Avalanche. Okay, buyback onto the Tusk. TP to the outpost. Use Scepter buying time here for Tiny. They do not have a save from the Ringmaster, so Dark Mago might just be killed. Does have a buyback. That's such a weird...
For me, Wits
Sex-
is playing way too scared. This Ursa needs to be killing people. And not now when your Tiny is dead, though.
Does have a buy, though. If they can force this fight to be close to the tower, they drop
Radiant's middle
the banner.
tower is under attack.
Oh, this is a good position. The Ringmaster's gonna spawn. That's
Might find
probably
respect.
when you buy back. Yeah. Ooh, but you have to BKB first, Ursa, or this could be... Okay. It does not BKB. Snowball is there. Finally gets it off. Respect still alive somehow. The Windranger taking some damage. BKB onto the Shadow Fiend will commit for Schofield and gets that kill. He has no buy. The Tiny gets the toss into the tier 3, but the Ursa's nowhere to be found.
He's so
healing the
scared.
fountain. So you're just wasting time. The Wind Waker saving Tiny as the U Scepter will dodge the dart.
Storm in 10.
They just didn't... I mean, it's tough, right? Because the Ursa, he didn't kill the Disruptor because he got pushed by the electromagnetic repulsion. But I guess you don't want a BKB to kill a support either, so I'm not sure which would have been... Like, because he took long to kill the Disruptor, he gets saved and the fight drags. But maybe the fight would be just as worse if he BKB'd.
He needs to buy a refresher on this Ursa. Like, screw
Yeah.
your Swift Blinks, shards,
Yeah.
and everything. Buy the freaking refresher and kill people.
He definitely needs to. Still 30 seconds here for this Windranger, so Liga, they're gonna try and force this. Gotta be careful about the toss charges, though. Still 2 minutes for the Roche respawn.
This is rough for paying gaming, not gonna lie, especially with you using a couple of buybacks. So for the next Roche, you're just not gonna have them.
Yeah. Ursa bought this Wind Blink, by the way, so... He buys a shard and still... he's gonna have money for buyback. But that's pretty much... He's gonna have to sell boots if he wants refresher. Or the Battle Fury, which I'm not even sure is worth it. Oh, Wisdom Shrine. Picked by Frank, gets his 25. Initiation from the Storm. Snowball looking for the Windranger. BKB.
Tiny
I mean,
pot.
this Larder's just getting destroyed. But kills the Tusk first. 3 dead already. Zoe is just a killing machine. The TP from Ursa, but again, the BKB gets used. This might just be GG.
Radiant's
Look, what are you
I
gonna
think it's
do?
over.
attack.
Are you gonna stop this SF? He can literally go throne.
Top tower is
Come on, Snowy. Like, show them your teeth and just go and end the game.
There's I mean, they can kill the Disruptor, but no BKB on this Ursa. I don't know. They have Glyph. You might... Okay, you can buy back the Ringmaster. Maybe you can buy enough time for the Windranger to spawn?
Maybe.
They are?
Okay. Radio cast.
Okay, yeah, hello.
It's
We
no
are-
attention at all.
Watching this game here. Oh no, the Disruptor gets put into the card. 10% HP as this Ursa has no BKB, will die, but has buyback. The Slaughter gets found and also does have one, but they are baiting. They're holding the Slaughter buyback as the melee barracks are falling. And this is enough time for the supports to spawn. Tiny still not... I mean, stable for 50 seconds.
Let's
This is
not
gonna
kid
be a-
ourselves. This game's over, Bowie.
No,
They had
we
it Pain
have to
Gaming. They
fake
had
hype this.
20,000.
The South Americans still have a chance as the tier 4s are just bleeding HP. And yeah, this game, they're trying to do their best. Finally, the Wind Ranger shard gets used once. Wind Ranger gets found, buyback onto the Slaughter. They do not get connect. Cliff was already used. Oh, look at that. That's a vortex into a static storm. The Slaughter's gonna die a second time. This Ursa, he pops BKB OT every time to run away. This game is over, Harry.
Yeah. Liga getting the victory after 50 minutes of gameplay. They waited for their opportunity, and it came. I mean, you mentioned it, that Ursa lineups, they're not good at ending the games, but I really have to say, Wits, if he had played this better, they would have won. Like, I really didn't like his targeting in team fights. I really did. His movements and all, that was fine, but targeting in team fights was definitely an issue. It could be a communication issue on behalf of the whole team, that they told him, yo, Ursa, you jump on whomever. But I know it was hard, but they definitely had the tools to execute, especially when they were 20,000 gold ahead, and Pain Gaming, they just couldn't end in Liga. They utilized the potential opportunities that were given to them, and with the game-changing items, Ags on the Centaur, Ags on the Disruptor, they got the victory.
Yeah, you gotta give respect to respect. He played a really good game. Every single Ags after it was completed was, game winning. You can potentially excuse the Ursa, getting caught off guard the first time, but afterwards it felt like Wits was lost. He only died twice, but as you said, it came at a cost of them not killing a lot of people. So hopefully game 2 is gonna look a little bit different. Pain, they had a good start, they got stomped. Can Liga make it a 2-0? We'll see it in about 10 minutes, guys. We'll be right back. pick.
Good with an Underlord for sure.
Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know. I don't like it as much. It feels pretty useless against Puck. You know, Tusk can snowball out of it. You can shard yourself out of it. Hook shot's not that good this game for now. I guess when you have a global type hero like Underlord, it's nice, right? You can set up your Dark Rift, your Fiend's Gate pretty nicely with as your hook shot. So you have like sort of a global-ish type hero with the reach of clock. Maybe that's what they're kind of working, trying to do.
Okay, so they go TA, which is pretty solid versus the Underlord.
Yeah, another plus damage type hero. Doesn't really care about Shadow Demon that much. Can blink out of ST Zoti as well. Blink out of Disruption.
What's the other support though? I think lane's okay versus the Clockwork unless you want to put this Tusk in position 4 again. Though I really would like the Tusk lane with TA, especially versus the Underlord. He's gonna be so sad.
I don't hate the Ringmaster, honestly.
Yeah, I love the Ringmaster. Oh, so they will be laning the Tusk as a 4 again. There's the SF.
Instant Shadow Fiend. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I feel like if you're gonna go, just make sure it's a safe Shadow Fiend pick. It's... I mean, the matchup against TA is definitely okay for the SF.
It's
not the
okay,
greatest.
but the TA is solid. Still, the best carry at the moment in the meta versus the SF is Klink. So maybe I would have preferred the Klink. I just picked that as a deterrent for the SF.
It's pretty early though, right? You have this clock. It might be hard to pick it as early because you don't have 18. You would have to 24 pick the Klinks.
No, pick it here over the TA. I feel like
really, you think it's that good?
I think it's solid enough, and the enemies didn't really have enough damage to kill you. Because Klinks he's very tanky.
Enigma Darkseer then. Yeah, they just talk about Darkseer with Shadow Fiend, so just want to make sure the aura doesn't get shared. They also have Underlord, so lots of auras to give up.
They're banning the Mars. Like, what is this? Is Dark Mago that specific of a player that he just not gonna? But he can play Void Spirit, right?
I think Mars is very good against Clock if you go use Scepter, right? Like
that is true.
You make sure you get the spear, and then you can just kill him. Could have been something. I guess you can go Void Spirit if you're paying. Like you're sure the puck's gonna be mid. Gives you silence.
Void or Ember. Oh, they go Kunkka. That is actually a really good puck counter laning wise. Throughout the game, not so much, but you can build an Orchid.
It's good against CA though, because
yep.
She relies on like BKB, force stepping away, but as the fights get later and later, X becomes good again. Okay.
Do you go Timber here?
I think you get trashed in the lane though.
The Tusk can cut the waves and stuff, I think.
A lot of offlaners banned. No Beast, no Bat, no Sand King Mars, Slaughtered, Centaur, Enigma Darkseer, like... It's like 7
Maybe
out of
Brew.
12.
Brew is not bad if you...
Yeah, Brew is amazing here. Brew is really... the lane is tough, but it's amazing. It's a little greedy, but it's good. If you survive like the first...
what about a Primal? I guess that's what the Clockwork is for.
It gets
as a counter
as
to the
well.
And against the Shadow Demon, yeah, no Primal Beast. I still would like the Timber the most. I think
Brew is easier to play than the Timber.
Yeah, but one of those two. I don't see a third option.
Because you also have the Dispel on Shadow Demon, right, for the Timber.
They went for the Primal Beast.
Primal.
Okay, so this is... Dude, I don't know, man.
I don't like it.
Why? What is this? Is this a mid lane Primal Beast?
Mirage picked it up, so...
Yes.
Into a Conqueror. Okay.
What the hell? Are they playing an offlane?
What? Did they mispick? Are they gonna ask for a read? Repick. Offlane. That's crazy.
They asked for a rehost.
Really?
Yes.
He was so happy to see the primal. I love this. I love this. Okay.
To be honest, this isn't something that is the fault of the game.
What do you mean?
Well, in my mind, if I was the admin, I wouldn't allow them to rehost.
I agree. Because, like, technically, and I'm not saying that's the case here, you could abuse that, right? Like, oh, I mispicked this, and then, like, you can get more time to talk, get time to rest, get time to do anything. So, I don't think it should be allowed to do that. But
We'll see what the admins say. I mean, there's also a... Pain Gaming could say, oh, just let them, we want to play a normal game or something.
yeah, I don't know. Let's wait for production, but...
Schofield said no.
Oh, really? I was already closing Dota here. Okay, I guess I'll reconnect. Do you remember that bedroom series where, like, I think... No, it was Tundra. Was it Tundra? Or Nightfall? Like, his headset was not working and they paused the game. Like, it was like the last
It
game
was
of the
Nightfall.
finals.
Is
Yeah.
Nightfall.
Wait, so are they playing?
Yep, it seems like they're playing.
Holy moly. Wow. Corrupted bot on Otalis. So.
Who's
Okay.
playing mid? Mirai's like, Primal Beast! And then, like, dude, you're not the one playing it.
That's crazy. Wow. So it does get spicier now.
Game
So-
3, let's go. Can you just call GG immediately? We can go to game 3, let's go. See what's gonna happen there.
Can you imagine though if you're like, guys, can we rehost? And then they say no, and then you still beat them with like Primal in like the worst Primal game possible? That would be humiliating.
The only thing that Primal is good for is like laning versus DSF in this game. Everything else sucks. Like,
Yeah.
Bit of Malice, Disruption,
Hogs.
Clockwork.
Yeah.
It's so impossible.
It's really bad. Like, yeah, it's really bad.
And then you have it on the wrong player as well, it seems.
Yeah. So would you rather have Mirage play offlane Primal, or do you send it mid?
I'd rather him play offlane Primal because I actually just play the offlane Puck, right? Because Puck versus the Kunkka sucks. So I don't know, man.
That's what I was thinking. It's probably better too. Because like Mirage really wanted a Primal, so at least give him a good lane, or like a playable lane. Because I don't even think it's that good in lane when you have this clock.
It's like the Primal counter. Like
Yeah.
the supports of Pain Gaming, I still don't understand why they picked it.
Okay, so they are. Eesh. Why? That's production. We'll see what the admins think about this one. I feel like there are tournaments where this is like in the rules where you probably say if it's allowed or not. I am not sure whether that's the case here or it's just an admin decision.
Everybody now just copies the rules from other tournaments and just adds it to their own.
Yeah, well, we're gonna figure out what the rules for that, because I don't think I've ever seen.
It's
Because like whenever that happens, it's either like already decided that you can rehost. Like I don't remember this having to be argued.
yeah, you don't. In my mind, you don't, because then you could also argue, oh, we misclicked during the draft and we got the wrong hero, and or
Yeah.
our time ran out and stuff like that. It's just, in my mind, it shouldn't be allowed.
Okay, so apparently we're going on a break until we find a solution here that both teams are comfortable with. Unfortunately, our beautiful faces are going to be out for a while, so stay tuned. like Primal could have at least, like you can get your Dispel level 15, and then like you don't care about some things as much. But now that's on level 20, in already a terrible Primal game, like you're just gonna have to rush BKB and hope for the best. Oh, disruption and a deny. So Misha will make sure this is a 2-for-1. Wits, though, taking some damage as they try to go uncorrupted. That's one raise, that's two raises, whereas the third one they're holding on to with Blood Grenade, and that's Primal Beast for you, baby. I think we kind of expected something like that.
I didn't expect it to happen 30 seconds into the game, but yeah, this is kind of the showing of what the difference in power is and how impossible it is to play versus a Clockwork.
Because, like, that's the thing, right? Even if they swap who's playing the Primal, it's gonna be a terrible Primal game no matter what, despite the lane.
And look at Seyush, he wants to pull the wave, and he's gonna take so much damage from Schofield, who mirrored the boots, understanding what's gonna be happening in this lane.
Yeah. And he already has a lot of gold, so...
Oh, he didn't even block the small camp, so the range creep isn't coming.
Yeah, they will at least farm a couple of creeps here, and Corrupted knows that the battery assault's on cooldown. Finally gets used again. But no Shadow Fiend, so it's gonna be annoying, but didn't really get it killing him.
No, but now with the next wave coming, they're just gonna dive them. That's the thing. I think Corrupted should maybe even take this into the tower to kill these creeps.
Mm-hmm. So he separated it. Yeah, he's gonna bring it to the tower. Level 2 on clock's gonna be very scary if you have both the cogs and battery assault. With that mango, he has enough mana for everything.
Sage is pulling the top wave again. It's just gonna be shenanigans. Mid lane, it's just gonna be natural for the Puck to lose this matchup. Kunkka is just way too dominant versus a Puck.
The thing is, though, Puck seems like a much better hero in general than Kunkka. So, like, does losing the lane matters here if Kunkka isn't necessarily the best hero, let's say? Like,
I don't know,
where
man.
would you put Kunkka?
I would put him quite high. I feel like the hero is underutilized, to be honest. There was a moment in the meta when people started playing it, sometimes even first picking it, but then it just fell off again. But I think there definitely is a place. And oh, they killed Schofield. Maybe we're wrong.
Trying to pressure there, but the Warlock will die on the other side as well. So it's a 1-for-1. Support for support. CS-wise, Puck's definitely struggling. He has half the CS and 7 denies on the Kunkka here. Dark Mago is spanking this poor Mirage Puck.
Let's see. Corrupted is level 3. Can they threaten Wits? That's the real question.
It's really hard. Like, once you get one raise, you're not going to be able to die. Like, even with Boots Windlace. Like, the move speed differential is too high.
Still, Corrupted is farming quite well. He's got 16 CS, and that's hella impressive. So him and Sage really doing a good job in that lane.
Yeah, but 5 of those creeps are small camp creeps that he got.
That is true. That is true. You're right. The kobolds.
Yeah. I mean, it's still pretty good despite the first blood, but it's gonna be pretty tough.
That was a really cool exchange in the mid lane with the Puck dodging the Tidebringer. It's actually pretty cool.
There's a lot of mind games in that matchup because you want to try and dodge the Tidebringer, but you can cancel it. It's a pretty fun lane.
He used the phase shift because Dark Mago just pump faked it, and then he used the Waning Rift to get out of the cone. So it was very cool.
Cool. Pretty big stack here on the large camp of the Radiant side, so looks like they will be able to drag some of the creeps at least, but the Underlord still having an okay time, even though the Shadow Demon's in the base.
Yeah, but still an okay time, right? The TA is having a free time, but at least Liga has to have one good lane, and it's gonna be Snowy's lane.
Yep. That is. And that's her first pick, so overall, still very happy with the TA. Kind of hard to go wrong with that hero. Kunkka's already stacking for himself. I feel like the Shadow Demon is also stacking for the Underlord. To have triple stacks of medium and large camps on the right side. We're gonna be hitting some interesting timings here very soon. And those stacks are much harder to contest than the triangle ones, right? Pretty much impossible, I would say.
Yeah, I guess so. Especially with the heroes that you have. And contesting it on a Kunkka. Like, this is not a hero that can die, or that even feels like he can die. And if you mess up on the retreat with an X, he can just kill you, no problem.
Underlord also farms them pretty well, so even if he's struggling, that type of hero that can always recover, especially now that the Demons Reach facet is so popular. Just farm incredibly fast.
It's so cool, man. And the amount of cleave that you get later on in the game when you get more stacks is just so dumb.
I remember, like, super back in the day when Notail would play carry Underlord, like, when he was, like, completely different. No facets were available. And right now, he's even better of a carry, as Omisho being chased here by 2 heroes, but they don't have shards, and just a TP out, it's going to be enough. Just TP low.
Look at the Primal Beast compared to the SF.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I'm gonna stop talking about this pick. I just think it's the big problem.
That's a level 6 on the Shadowfiend as well as Corrupted. Being chased a little unfortunate here. The Clockwork didn't get the connection, but they have both. This should suffice as they hit the boat with some Cogarinos, and yeah, good luck running away from the Cogs.
Just unplayable. In terms of Wisdom Shrines, it seems it's going to be 1-for-1. They cannot really contest the Tusk at the moment. They don't have the positioning, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Liga, they cannot steal Pains either. Pretty even trade in that regard.
Yeah, Dark Mago. Double Bracer, Phase Boots, very hard. I mean, that's just free courier here for Dark Mago as well. Wait, what was Mirage's courier? What? His courier was being... The courier got on top of the puck, but it never delivered the items.
It did deliver the items.
Wait. No, it had a full tread. I guess it's a bug then.
No.
Visually...
No. The treads were delivered to the TA at the same time that the courier died, so it looked to you like those.
Okay, never mind. Okay. It's been a long day, guys. My brain is a little fried, not gonna lie.
What's the time right now in Brazil?
It's pretty early, you know. It's 6 p.m.
What the hell? A long day, 6 p.m.?
Bro!
What do you mean? Like, and it's the meme for being lazy is for a different nationality, right? So I don't know, bro.
I see. Okay, they're gonna call me lazy now. It's Corrupted here, not lazy with his spells. Will disengage from the SF, but rotation from Dark Mago. Looking for something here, and he will find, I guess, a nation stack.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What's wrong, buddy?
Lots of stacks from Pain. Like, they already farmed.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to farm as well. Usually you would think, oh, I need max Firestorm. Nope. Atrophy Aura, Demon's Reach, hello. Or goodbye Creeps is just so fast in terms of farming on the Underlord.
Yeah, this hero's crazy. 54 extra damage. But, you know, the Primo is recovering. Like, a lot of his net worth is just random creeps. But he's level 6. I mean, he only died once. His net worth is definitely, you know, lacking, but Primo is no stranger to having games where you play with, like, almost no items.
And the Thunderlord farmed a billion stacks, and he's still behind both the Kunkka and the SF. Just imagine how awesome of a laning phase they had.
Yeah, that is true. Kunkka
No
looking
Snow,
for
we
TA.
had an awesome laning as well.
Yeah. He is the one hero having, perfect game here on Liga. 5,000 net worth minute 10. That's the benchmark for a perfect game these days.
I guess Puck is kind of happy with the current state of the game for him, and they even dropped the golem, so they really want this tower.
They do have both here, and there is an invis on El Micho. They could potentially set up a fight. For now, they just want to defend the tower. Waiting for Radiant to potentially overextend.
Defending this tower is going to be a problem, especially with the siege creep.
The golem didn't take the Tidebringer damage. Well, they're gonna deal with the golem, so very low HP on the tower, but it will be defended without any spells being used. So, sort of a win for Pain, right? You use the golem, you don't get a tower.
No, it's kind of solid for them. Corrupted is level 8, and when this hero starts farming and just pulling the waves going into the jungle, it's insane just how much gold you're gonna be getting.
And he's also stacking for himself, so he'll definitely be farming towards the... He's going Blink. I expected maybe a BKB, but maybe an early Blink could allow them to get good fights.
Do they think that they can catch him? I think this Primal Beast will go base right now, so their
that's
smoke should be
just
pretty bad.
5 seconds too late. They could get the tower, right? You have a catapult wave. Oh, the Puck's TPing. Oh, they missed the torrent though. Puck is now aware of this. Phase shift yet to be used. Then he will be fine, even though the tower will fall despite the glyph.
They got a TP on the Primal Beast. They already used the boat. I feel like Liga might be able to defend this. They're not bringing in more heroes though. They're trying to trade on the bottom lane damage as well.
Yeah, but against an Underlord, it's much harder to commit for this. The Skeeto gets found. Runes on the top side. Still no level 6 on clock. I think that's the one problem Pain is facing. And they don't really have any initiation from the supports.
Yeah, that's real catch, right? For a Puck with the hook shot, you can actually kill him. X torrent, X boat. Very hard to catch the Puck off guard with that.
And yeah, that's they will have Orchid though. We didn't really talk about it, but Kunkka already relatively close to it. And Puck's notoriously slow at buying U-Scepter, which means you could potentially kill this Puck a couple of times before Blink or U-Scepter is available.
Cool. So far, so good, I'd say, for Liga. Considering that the heroes that you had in the laning phase, I'd say that this is a pretty good situation for them at the moment. The TA is having a completely free game. Deso is ready. The Blink Dagger and the Primal Beast is almost done.
Yeah.
The one thing that you have to dodge is the Orchid timing for the Kunkka. If you manage to do that, you're fine.
Oh, Amishu gets found. Even dropped the golem to silence. There's not going to be any disruption shenanigans. Gonna get the kill. Potentially farm a little stack arena with the Fatal Bonds.
And then send the golem to the mid lane, I think. I think that's the play.
True. Do you even attempt for the wisdom? It doesn't seem to be the case. Especially with Schofield already in position. So Kunkka will try and defend here, but you gotta be careful not to feed more kills. Mirage gets it. EP from El Micho though. Do they want to fight for the runes? Might be the case.
Nobody's dealing with a top shrine. But Primal Beast now has his Blink Dagger.
Orchid is flying to the Kunkka right now. He will have it. There we go. Orchid gets used. But
they messed up.
The banish. That's not good. The bow will be connecting anyways, but not the ideal kill scenario as they try to kill the golem. It will die before it expires, and they get 2 kills. Potentially gets the tower as well, but it did look a little bit shaky.
Corrupted with his Blink Dagger has been kind of eyeing this bottom lane, but he doesn't find anything, so he's gonna have to go back to farming and respect won't be able to snatch the Wisdom Shrine. I can't believe that one stayed there for so long. Nobody picked it up because they wanted that puck kill.
Yeah. Well, it'll be an Ags game for Mago. It feels like that's the one build you usually see.
These Ags are so fun, man. The water park used to be super fun. And now the boats that are attacking, very fun as well.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
I like it. I think, you know, for a long time, you know, people... I feel like that happens to a lot of heroes. Like, a hero becomes too strong with physical damage, and you have to change it into something else. I feel like it happened with Ember, it happened with Kunkka, it happened with Pango, even, where, like, you make him this sort of, like, rolling thunder hero instead of a swashbuckle hero. And, no, Kunkka is fun for sure.
Primal Beast is gonna go for a shard. Man, did you see that with the Primal Beast, when you have a refresher, that you can keep somebody stunned for like 10 seconds?
Yeah, because you stack the ferocity, right?
No, that's just the AoE.
Radiant
Like
are scanning.
you just have. Did you see the combo? Like onslaught, shards, or rock throw, then pulverize, and then you go refresh and you do it again, and it's just stun lock. You can't get out of it for 10 seconds.
I think I've seen it. Do you have the mana for that, though?
I mean, he's not gonna be getting it just yet. You do have it once you get a Shiva's or an Axe.
Mm-hmm. This is pretty decent Axe game.
Yeah, but not like a standard reason to get it.
Yeah, probably get Shiva. What's your
I think
mana
he's
item
gonna
in this
get
game?
Shiva. It's gonna be BKB Shiva.
Yeah. This Underlord keeps on farming. Oh. I felt like they wanted to go on the Primal Beast, but he blinks out. So what is Liga waiting for here? Because the CA has Blink Dagger flying
Radiant's
to her.
bottom tower is under attack.
They're not waiting for anything, right? They take a fight, but only if they're in a good position. I think Liga feel confident farming. They think that once they get the right items, that they're gonna have an answer to everything that the opponents have. It's more so that it is now Pain Gaming's timing, right? With the pipe, with an Orchid, and you do not have responses for that. But once you get a Yules on the puck, which is almost done,
Radiant scan.
once you have the BKB on the Primal Beast, then you're golden.
Radiant, very clutch scan. They understand they're
Radiant's
there,
bottom
but
tower is under attack.
they're gonna give up the tower. Not gonna be that much.
Radiant's
Blink on Tusk
bottom
as well,
tower
so they
has
do have a
fallen.
save.
That's a big one. Stay for the puck. Maybe he could have gotten away with not buying the Yules. I don't know. Yules is just way too good. But the problem is Shadow Demon can just purge it off instantly.
Yeah, if he gets the demonic purge. For now, though, slowly but surely here, Pain Gaming taking map control.
There's
But
no
not
good break, but
really.
didn't see them. Darth
Yeah.
Mago? He showed.
Your admiral is on board.
Misha is in a good position to cancel that ulti. He's out.
Oh, very close. Oh, Misha gets vision.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That was just on another level from Pain Gaming, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
One beautiful disengage.
And they're gonna keep a lot of their vision, right? Both of the wards on the bottom side, I don't think they're gonna be taken away. They're in very specific locations.
No, probably not. No, he doesn't want a BKB on this TA. He just wants a Pike, which is fine. Pike is actually a big deal in this game. How's the SF items looking?
He has
So he changed it up a bit.
also by Spike. Okay. I mean, it's pretty good against Shard, against... Okay, cloak shot.
I think he's dead.
Yellow. Goodbye. I mean,
I'm not really
honestly
sure what he was doing
surprising
there.
this Prime only died 3 times this game.
Yep. It's a very low action game, it seems.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
okay, so X is gonna be there. Demonic Purge gets used. Oh, and they have the... Wait, what?
He removed
Not
the
the
silence.
dispel, even though it got dispelled itself.
Yeah, it dispels the second that you get up into the air.
Yeah.
It just splits you down. I think it worked even better for the puck.
I thought he had used it prior, but I thought the Demonic Purge had already dispelled the use. I didn't see it was on cooldown. But, okay, time for Shrine, for a Tormentor. I'm gonna get it for free, it looks like.
Got it.
Go.
Iron Man is coming.
And they might find a Primal Beast. He's under vision. All they need is an X. Well, they don't have it, but
Gold is there.
one gets dropped. Pipe gets used. Corrupted, just locked in place for 7,000 years. The Banish tries to use his ulti, but will be killed.
Ooh, almost gets a kill on El Micho.
Very close.
That
Ring
drop
drops.
throw is no joke, man. The amount of damage that that spell does is kind of insane. You know, when the shard was added, everybody was laughing at it, and nobody's laughing now.
Dire's middle
Yeah, they
tower
did
is
buff
under
it a
attack.
couple of times. Like, it's been a while. But, you know, 325 for 80 mana is crazy.
What's the cooldown of that spell?
20.
Even? 20 seconds. It's not that high.
It's pretty good. It's sort of hard to land the farther away you use it. But it's...
Is
it's
it
pretty
though?
good.
When it separates into 3, it feels like it just hits always.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, you want... Like, a lot of times your job as Prime is to initiate.
Tower is under attack.
And
Dire's structures are falling.
usually, like, you're gonna land one. Like, one rock is definitely gonna land it most of the times.
That's gonna be
a
an uncontested Roche. They're just gonna let it go on Liga because you don't have the golem, you don't have the pulverized, no BKB on the primal just yet. That primal needs to get the BKB. His blink dagger just hasn't paid off at all, and if you don't get any
Yeah.
kills, you don't get your BKB early, and without the BKB in this game, it's just impossible to play. Like, what do you do? Pit of Malice gets put on the ground, and you're so sad.
He expected to be able to play with puck, but that very fast Orchid on Dark Mago made the puck very passive because he had to farm his own new scepter. Overall, I feel like Dark Mago has played phenomenal game, right? Good itemization. Hookshot misses. EA gets out.
Yeah, he's still at the top of the network chart, but the thing is, you literally don't have your offlaner at the moment. He's just a non-factor at this part of the game.
Yeah. And even with the BKB, there's still answers. So... sort of a tough game here, as we do see the puck, and they are trying to connect on him. No hook shot, though. This is... they're not gonna kill this puck. There's no way.
Sometimes
Tusk
bugs
don't.
mess up, right?
There you go.
Yeah, Tusk on the other hand, poor guy.
Dire's courier has
Oh, puck gets one courier or one courier. Shadow Fiend 1 will be fine. Bottoms, I guess top side. That's gonna be...
Respect has been on that top lane doing who knows what for quite some time, and finally they caught him.
Yeah. He's been doing his thing. He did go for drums this game. What's your take on that?
I think their lineup just needs to scale consistently. I mean, I don't know if there's a better item. Like, would they
are fortified.
Pavis into Solar Crest have been better? I don't think so.
Radiant's middle tower
I think you
is
just
under
want to
attack.
make your team stronger. Like, use the drums. Primal Beast damage gets increased a lot. EA with the tag team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Probably that's the reasoning.
Yeah, Bang though, doing a very methodical job of taking towers. Mid tier 2 fell down. Top tier 2 is going to fall as well. Oh, that's a good rock. Lands on 2.
They know that the Primal Beast can't do anything before his BKB, so they're just using this time. Right? Without the Primal Beast, you can't do anything. But the thing is, the EA is taking so much farm of the map that the Primal Beast just can't get it.
Yeah, that's a TA issue, right? Just like Naga, just like Dusa. Gets really fat, but the TA gets bigger and bigger, but cannot join a fight because the Primal can't fight, and kind of creates a cycle.
Dire are scanning.
The TA needs to buy an MKB and not a Daedalus. Okay. I guess you ignore the
Buy
SF.
Daedalus.
Can you ignore the SF? Is that hero ignorable?
Depends. I think if he has no ages, he might be ignorable. But he's not gonna play as aggressive without the ages. Thing is, okay. Oh, that's a puck. They get the fear. They get the damage. That was beautifully done.
Yep. Clockwork sets it up. You got a good Requiem and you get
that
the kill.
vision. They had vision before he was there. Beautiful stuff. And Primal
Radiant's bottom tower
finally
is under attack.
got his BKB. But at a cost
And now
of,
he's gonna BKB jump somebody and that somebody's gonna get disrupted and I still don't get it.
Yeah. And the thing is, even if they were to take a fight, this Underlord has a full Crimson full pipe and very close to Nags. So,
Dire's top tower
like
is
this,
under
Primal's life is gonna be so sad.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm gonna go
is
high
under
ground here.
attack.
40 seconds for the ages, but it's gonna be used. No banner just yet, so Catapult will fall. Still playing very aggressive. The rock does not land.
Oh, it's so hard to do anything if you're Liga right now. And they're
This
gonna have to
game
get out of their base. They still have a farm TA, right? With the Daedalus. If you start the fight when the boat wasn't used, you might be able to kill people. But if the boat gets used and there's a Crimson Guard, even this Daedalus TA will do exactly 0 damage.
Yeah, and it's not like Pain has squishy heroes, right? Everyone's pretty tanky besides maybe the Shadow Demon. You have 1.8k HP on the clock, 3k on the Kunkka, 3k on the Underlord, 3k on the SF. Like, this SF is tanky as hell.
And what's with these games? 12 kills, 27 minutes in. Is this even Dota?
Apparently. I mean, it's Shadow Fiend Dota, right? Very methodical type hero. They will go high ground here, despite not having the ages. We saw
He
Pain
pulverized
fumble.
the farm. He doesn't even have the pulverize now.
Yeah, and he gets found. BKB is going to be forced. The Rock finds the SF. They get the Walrus Punch, but the damage is not nearly enough. It's very tanky. BKB still being held as the bolt will be used. Damage reduction is there. They're going to explode the puck. No buy. Is this over? Because they have
It looks
Axe
over.
back into the fountain. That's a salve. So it's at least one in a Vex, no glyph on the Radiant side, and they already committed BKBs.
Radiant's bottom tower is
TA. Step out, trying to bait. Well, the Primo is probably also dead. No BKB for him. Doesn't get the onslaught off, and somehow still alive as the Snowball buys some time here. The Clockwork very low. Gets the use Scepter to disengage.
Radiant's
Fatal
bottom
Bond's gonna be
towers are under
dispelled
attack.
off of him, and they get another kill on Wits and the lane of
Has
Barracks.
fallen.
Oh, X on the TA. Blink already used. Now this is looking terrible. Huh. So, yeah, 35 Necromastery here with 4 lasting presence. Level 20 on the Shadow Fiendo.
35 Necromastery, man.
Yeah, they will have creeps bottom, which means puck cutting the mid wave doesn't matter. This might be Megas unless you buy back the TA, but TA has no BKB.
Has fallen.
You know, I like unless you buy back the TA. They buy back the TA, you know what? Pain does not care. They
Yep.
literally don't care.
Has fallen.
There's no
So-
golem for 70.
I mean, you
Radiant structures are falling.
gotta do something. So it might have to be this fight. Oh my lord, there's no golem! She just explodes. 2 buybacks being used here. Side of Ice, who even has this item? Apparently, it's the Kunkka. So the Tusk is dead, still holding his buyback as the Demonic Purge. I mean, good luck Bob, TK being corrupted. So yeah, we probably waited game time duration here as they repicked this Primal Beast. So it went to a game 3 anyways. That's the state of this game. And yeah, this has been quite a day.
I don't know, man. In terms of last picks, this is one of the worst ones that I've casted in almost ever. Like, I don't know why you would ever get it. We even like talked about it during the draft. Like, yeah, versus an SF and lane, Primal Beast is good, but versus then there's a Clock and the Shadow Demon, so they're probably not gonna pick it. And they're like, Primal Beast, let's go.
And oh, we picked it wrong. Like, we really needed it on the right player, and then it just gets destroyed anyways.
They gave it their all. Their TA was definitely competitive in terms of net worth for the majority of the game, so you could always have something to hope for. But I feel like just draft-wise, there was no play, right? Even if your TA is strong, there's nobody to secure it. And also opening up with the puck, I don't think they're going to be doing it again, no matter how good Mirage is on the hero.
But yeah, that arcade was sensational. I think they just had tons of stacks, lots of heroes that built the stacks and farmed the stacks. There was no way to contest anything. Yeah, overall, clean game from Bane. Looks like if they stay away from the Ursa, this could still be their series. We're waiting to see what's going to happen. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes, guys. Stay tuned for game number 3. it's just the dream team. They're gonna go Jakiro, so do a very strong lane on Liga, and we have not a lot of information about the off lane. Do you think you pick your mid hero here, knowing that Tiny's potentially? No.
You pick a flex.
Okay.
But I'd say that's more likely going to be a mid lane hero than an off lane one. At least I like it more in the mid lane because you just stack your farm stacks and you get your blink dagger very early on. Whereas in the safe lane, you can sometimes in the off lane you can sometimes suffer. And versus a Jakiro TA, and it does look like a lane that can make you suffer.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna keep their options open though. They will ban the Ember. I think there's another mid hero you ban just in case if you're paying, like maybe Huskar or something, or do you ban like an offlaner? Not an offlaner, I guess a +4.
They ban the Quap. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Quap is actually a really good laner versus the Sand King. If you get his Sentry, which is not that hard for you, you're just gonna make sure that he has a miserable time.
The Tide Hunters. A lot of the tanky boys are out of the picture here. Is there like a range offlaner they could play on Pain? It's a weird lane with Shadow Demon, right? And Bat's already out. Viper's probably the only one that jumps to mind, but there's Centaur.
I doubt you were gonna go for a range one. We're probably just gonna get a melee here.
Enigma.
Oh, okay, that's a range hero.
Yeah, that is. I mean, they have a lockdown here. A lot of BKB piercing, a lot of refraction charge breaking. I really like the game as drafts. They have 24 in Liga, but I'm not sure they can pick that's just gonna look amazing. Like you need this mid laner that's better than Tiny, and that like creates tempo but scales as well.
Oh, listen to me. Pick a Pudge. Let's go. Position for Pudge.
Ooh.
You're good, actually.
I like the Pudge. I love the Pudge. Can hook people out of Overgrowth, hook people out of Black Hole, Tanky
Or
Boy,
hook the Black Hole.
and has like it doesn't care about small instances of damage with E. Yeah, it's probably the best pick. You're right.
I love it. I actually love it. Is there another support that cancels the Black Hole? Sure, Silencer. That's
Nah.
meh.
Yeah, I think you can pick Pudge no matter the lane, but I would actually rather see it mid. I'm not sure if Mirage brings it.
Yeah, the mid Pudge is actually pretty solid versus heroes like Sand King or Lesh.
I don't think there's nothing is gonna be as good. The question is whether they're comfortable doing that, so they might have to go for a different
If
route.
you even remember it, right? Sometimes you just forget about it. Oh, I know. Position for Magnus. Let's go. That's a potential Black Hole counter.
No. By the way, we're talking about Pudge. It was picked.
Oh, Rubik. What the hell? Pick a Rubik. Look at this. Free
Rubik 4?
Rubik game. Let's go. Like, how did we forget about it? Burrow Strike, Black Hole, Overgrowth, Requiem, Disruption.
Is that hero, if I was gonna say that Pudge was played 6 times in competitive last 2 weeks. Rubik was played 2 times. So.
Boo.
Oh, Coddle.
That a mid coddle? I'd like to see a mid coddle.
Now it's gonna be support. So I guess better refraction cooldown, better tiny cooldown. It doesn't feel like a great last pick, but I do like the recall facet.
Is he gonna go for the recall? Okay, so they want to play fast paced. One thing though, I mean, we talked about the all of the Enigma counters and stuff, but the thing is, this Enigma is not gonna have a nice lane, right?
Yeah.
TA and the Jakiro doesn't get much worse than that. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that is true. You know, if it was heroic, maybe they would play mid Enigma.
It's
Not
gonna be
that it would do
Solar
well
Binds.
against
Thank
Tiny.
you, Sayish, for going for the right facet.
Yeah.
Is it really on the right side? Let me just check.
What do you mean, right side?
Left and right, right? The first facet, left.
Oh.
The second one on the right. But it's not. It's the left facet. Actually.
So yeah, kind of a hard Enigma lane. Not necessarily here to farm stacks as well either. Like Enigma can farm like double stacks, but definitely not like same thing. They can 6 stacks and you farm like it's nothing.
Stacks are gonna be for the SK for sure, right? This Shadow Demon is gonna be stacking for him, not the Enigma.
Yeah, this might just be like an aura game for this Enigma. I don't even feel like you necessarily need to go for like some sort of like Blink EB strategy. But regardless, even with the bad laning stage on this Enigma, you know, TA had a perfect game in game 1, and this feels like a harder TA game than the last.
Yeah, probably. Do you think Enigma goes Boots of Bearing? Because I feel like there's a lot of slows on the opponent team.
Yeah, don't care about the Stampede slow. You're just as fast.
Solar Bite as well. Traps, slows from the Jakiro. I mean, you're gonna get drums anyways, right? And I've seen some Enigmas actually rush the what people call bongo boots. I feel like Boots of Bearing sounds better than bongo boots.
I love both, but I agree. I think that would be a great idea. I'm hoping it happens. Overall, though, how are you gonna deal with this El Misha? They're already cutting the trees with the Centaur there. Goodbye, Clown Blade. That's a good start. I guess one problem is when you cut the trees and you pick Kato, like Kato is a hero that likes to utilize those tree lines to annoy people. But as you cut the trees, you also reduce the likelihood your Illuminates are gonna catch them off guard.
The battle begins.
See, in terms of runes,
Let's see. 2 for 2.
yep.
Nothing special. See the Kato actually blocking the top lane. And
Bottle might actually be a good hero versus this lane. Did they cut the trees completely? Yeah, most of them.
most of them. Only a couple are left. And they have a sentry that reveals where the Chin would be there. Okay.
It's gonna be an interesting lane top. Do you maybe even go blinding light on people light level 1? I feel like that's the spell people have been going for.
Yeah,
Versus the
potentially
Treants
set up
especially.
a good center stun with that. And it's very good against Treant, right? Because he is reliant on that hit.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
See how it works.
Overall,
Well, this mid lane is it's probably just gonna be a farm trade. The Sand King should still get more farm overall because he's gonna be going to farm the stacks as well. But Tiny might get a little bit ahead in terms of CS if he does have a sentry, which at the moment he does not.
yeah. I think unless you get like a toss back or something, Sand King should be having a great time.
They're
This
just gonna
Enigma
be,
though
farming the Eidolons.
is having a terrible game. 2 CS. You gotta watch out for text speed low, refraction charges, refraction side blades. So it's a pretty awful lane for this Enigma.
Yeah, it doesn't get much worse than this. And I'm trying to think in my head if there's like worse heroes for an Enigma to lane against, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's all about like any melee hero would also struggle tremendously, right? So it's a bad lane for an Enigma, but it's not like a melee hero would do much better. Maybe that's the rationale here.
That is true. That is true. Jakiro and the TA is very hard to deal with, and you don't have a melee position forward to pull the waves.
Like it may prove a bit okay, but maybe Enigma. Frank is a Enigma, so he's probably our lane this one.
But we are a little bit robotic to me. So
Really? 23 going.
AI is taking over. AI is taking over. My friend's firm that is a programmer firm. Like 80% of people got laid off because of AI. So now we are next, Bowie. We are gonna be next. Yeah, I've lost Bowie. I don't have my Bowie at all, which is fine. Treant is actually going to be rotating towards the bottom lane. Not really sure what El Misho is looking to do here, and if they can make something happen. Maybe they can go for Snowy. They did separate the Eidolons, but it does look very hard to make a play like this. Snowy seems to be aware because he's in a pretty defensive position. There's the disruption. Hit. Blood grenade. Malefice. Hero doing his best to keep them at bay, and will be able to save his life. The TA still had 10-1 charges, so not even close to taking him away. Meanwhile, mid lane. They're going to continue with their farm trade between the two mid laners, but the power of the Sand King comes from getting those stacks. But for now, there aren't any. Bowie, are you back?
Am I robotic?
No, you're perfect.
I am. My mom always says that. And that's first blood for the Shadow Fiend, so another great start for Wits.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And these couriers dying is a big deal. Snowy lost his boots. Right? Not having your boots can really hurt you.
Radiant's
Yeah,
courier
I mean,
has been killed.
not like he's under threat, but they could have potentially dove the Enigma if they get a good dual breath. Overall, Center is still farming okay, even though he did die. Taking so much damage from just level 3 raises. Not a lot of mana left on Wits, but very scary to be here.
Gosh.
Oh, Dark Mago.
Oh, but they have a sentry there.
Juicy Stackerinos here. Illuminate does not farm the creeps, which means Dark Mago, he's gonna get all of the juicy big ones.
Mirage needs to be careful, right? If that Treant got close enough, they would have been able to take him down, most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what happens when you give away Treant, Shadow Fiend? Oh, look at this, Mirage taking a lot of damage. Almost falls to the Sandstorm damage. Will be forced out of lane, forced out of the rune, which means Dark Mago is having a field day.
For me, the Sand King is an underutilized hero, man. Every game that I'm watching him, he's doing so well for himself. And the amount of damage that the hero does is insane once you get just Blink Ags.
KOs really well. Really good TA counter, too.
Radiant's middle
So,
tower is under attack.
yeah, Dark Mago showing he's not a one-trick pony.
You know the
Finding
TA
this-
is not winning this lane. Did we read
Radiant's
this
courier has been
wrongly?
killed.
Oh, yeah, and the TA might be dead because they have Haste Rune and an Epi, which means this TA is gonzo. The tiny TPs, but I don't think they have enough damage to even kill the Enigma. So his TP is on, well, his
He's
TP
dead.
is on cooldown,
Dire's
and
turret
he's also
has
dead.
been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And
Still alive?
it is definitely gone. It is definitely gone. Oh.
Maybe he will get
Avalanche
something?
tries to get a kill, and he will die. Does make
just-
it, makes them work for it, but still, an amazing trade for Pain.
They sent Snowy to the mid lane?
Yep. Level 4 is no way, mind you.
Yeah, the Enigma is coming towards level 6. I don't know, man. I really need to try to play this lane, and he is going to be going for the Boots of Bearing. He's got the Tranquils, and we'll go for the drums.
Oh, and now they're going
That's
for
good.
respect. Your text
Bonus.
is low. It's not going to matter here as they get killed. They have a catapult wave on top of it all, so this is going to be some decent structural damage. There's no TA to defend, and the Jakiro is left. He's gone for 12. This is looking awful.
Yep. Catastrophic. For Liga. Pain, they really got mad about game 1 and losing it. Now they're exercising their true power, it seems.
They really are. And no one's TPing bottom, so they pretty much gave up this tower. There's a lot of vision from the Dire side already. So in a way, TA is smart to leave that side of the map. But it also means that this tide, like, where is the tide even supposed to be?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. I don't know what he's supposed to do, but you're losing towers, you are losing in terms of gold.
That's true.
It's gonna turn really bad really fast.
And now this Enigma that apparently was struggling. Like, ECS is struggling-ish, but the levels of DCA are pitiful. And she relies on them heavily to get farm.
Also relies on keeping her tier 1 alive for a very long time, right? Because when you get level 6 with the traps, the tower is almost impossible to bring down. Very, very hard to dive as well, because you don't know where she's gonna have the traps and how she's
And
gonna
look at the
catch
net worth. Like, this TA, even though the Enigma CS looks bad, TA is the lowest net worth core. Like, even behind the Tiny, even though she's been stealing, like, the midway for, like, 2 minutes.
And SF is 2,000 ahead of her.
Yeah.
And this is one of the bigger like laning stage stomps that I've seen recently. This is really problematic.
It really is. And TA, you know, not notorious for... Like, you have this TA Jakiro lane, right? You're supposed to stomp, you're supposed to play from ahead and keep that net worth lead. TA is not a comeback hero. He can come back, but definitely not the comfortable place for her.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, in fact, Enigma could potentially even solo queue her with like good drums usage and split Eidolons, but they won yet. That's a 4-man rotation. Frank might be dead, but the Sand King's here. Blink Dagger usage. So much damage from the epicenter. The toss back will protect the Radiant heroes, but that is a wasted rotation. TA TPing back, and by the way, they saw her TP back to that tower. They have vision. So, it's no way. I'm not even sure he's going to be allowed to be here, as they're going to kill this Kato anyways.
He did use the black hole on the Enigma, and they pushed him away with the blinding light, and then he canceled it. I think he just shouldn't have canceled it, because the blinding light doesn't cancel their black hole.
Yeah.
They would have still gotten the kills, so a bit of a panic there for Frank. It happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hated to... Like, Enigma is my favorite hero, and when I played Europe, I hated to play the hero because it's so easy. Like, depending on how you have your cancel settings, it's very easy to cancel black hole because of ping. I don't think that's an excuse here because they are playing from Europe, but it is one of my biggest gripes with playing Enigma. They're gonna rotate again, but already scouted.
Yeah, you're the one with the highest ping, Bowie, with 199.
Yeah, it is.
But we do have some 100 ping players, so I'm not
Who
sure.
is
like,
100?
It says Leighton.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Because I'm assuming... I actually have no idea where Pain is. Maybe I can open the Twitter. Let's see. See if I can find it.
Oh, you want to see the organization in which city they're based?
No, which city they are boot camping, right?
Okay.
They're somewhere. Oh, they don't really post anything from their Dota roster on their main Twitter because Dota isn't really big in Brazil, and that's sad.
That's
I
so
think they
weird,
used to
right? It used to be the biggest one in Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Brazil used to have like the best Dota YouTuber, but for some reason he's not creating videos any longer.
My fault. No, I'm too busy. Too busy casting here with my great friend Harry Freak. That's not actually that hairy. But Sayu will be okay. No, Overgrowth's going to be used to 2 ultis for a Kato kill, but that is the hero that actually prevents you from taking the tower. So probably worth it as the Enigma connects and they start hitting the tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, you know, I really want to see Liga get a kill in this one. They got a blink on the Tiny, but once they lose this mid lane tower, they're not gonna have any access points. Right now, Pain Gaming, they just want to continue with the onslaught.
Radiant are scanning.
Shadow Fiend is as free as, like, he's 8,000 net worth minute 12. That's like, that's crazy. 165 CS minute 12, bro. Like, that has to be close to a record.
That's insane, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't look at it, and now I'm looking at it, and I cannot believe my eyes.
It is. It was like 10 CS a minute. It's already very high this early. 175. I'm actually gonna look it up. Let me open the doters.
It's so fun how every Dota caster personality has preference in which site they use for their stats.
I was a hater of that Dota, but if there was one day that I just decided I wanted to learn how to use it, and like it is,
They're getting a kill.
they find it. Yeah, that's how Mishu got. Mirage gets the kill, which means his Blink Dagger and Phase Boots are going to be up. And, oh, Arcane Rune does get snatched by Dark Mondo.
If this trajectory continues, the Sand King will have his Aghanim Scepter like minute 17.
Crazy. I'm not even sure like what's the most impressive stat here. EX timing on Sand King or... it's probably the CS on Shed. Like, dude, 200 CS. Minute 14.
Yep.
That's...
You really don't see that often, do you?
Nope, not really. I'm trying to look for the... I was going to say good things about that Dota, but now I'm struggling to even figure out how I would look for what I'm looking for. I think there's like
just,
a record.
Write it in an AI or something?
Yeah, but the AI, I don't think it's smart enough for this.
Okay.
Well, I'm definitely not smart enough either, so I don't know why I'm shit talking the AI.
Like, I'm as smart as AI, right? So.
For now. For now.
3 more days.
Ooh, speaking of days here, this TA might be... Yep, I don't even need to... Okay, the black hole is gonna be cancelled. Okay. They definitely jumped the gun there a little bit. As Corrupted shows up, Stampede's gonna be utilized.
Arcane Moon, Sand King is coming.
Okay, he already used his ulti. He's gonna be here. Some auras being activated. That's a tanky Enigma. The pipe allowing them to survive through it all. The healing from the Kato is not nearly enough. Corrupted being slowed down. TA Trap, no, they have that running perch. That's gonna be a boot from El Misho. And now a stun from Dark Mago. Jeez. This is looking pretty bad.
I mean, are you in the past Bowie, right? Because I feel like it was looking pretty bad 8 minutes ago, and now it's disastrous.
It really is. Mantadon on the Shadow Fiend. He's level 15. Like, he's playing Meepo.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Holy moly. Yeah, I don't... what do you even do in this? Like, TA's still so poor. And the most farmed hero has a Crimson Guard, but I'm not even sure how they fight, right? Because the Tiny wants to go in and out, and the Zora items are all about taking long fights, which I'm not even sure Liga is suited for.
And the previous game, okay, they're gonna catch
Corrupted, one, raise. Okay, you have a pretty good blinding light usage there, and Centaur is tanky. Okay, toss back onto Dark Mago. His tanky boy though will be able to burrow strike away, taking damage from Snowy. Good disruption save. Will buy some time as the Tiny will fall. They will get enough damage with that OT, and El Misho a little bit late on the overgrowth. He lands on 4, but it doesn't allow Dark Mago to disengage. That's almost 900 gold going the way of the TA.
Chase is on. They want more.
They have no black hole here. I think they have to allow El Misho to die, and they will do just that. Oh
no vision.
Oh, it's fine. He has a blink. Damn.
Yeah, that second side blade didn't connect. If it had, they would have been able to get the kill. But now there's an Aghanim Scepter on the SK. He didn't have it for the last time he used the Epicenter. So now when he does, the amount of damage that's going to be coming through is going to be through the roof.
Damn. So still,
Dire's middle tower is
an
under
okay
attack.
fight, all things considered, but it doesn't really change the status quo of this game, right? I guess the one thing keeping Liga in this one is that their Roche isn't fast on Pain. Like, even though this Shadowfiend is really farmed, it's not the fastest Roche lineup. You do have Centaur Stampede. He's gonna have a blink soon. You have a blink on Tiny.
Dire's
It
top
might not
tower
be
is under attack.
the easiest Roche to take.
Well, Pain, they really don't need to hurry in this game. I mean, on paper, they probably should have already won it. Right? All of the timings that you want to get with this Liga lineup are gonna be destroyed by just this amazing lead early on, right? But you know, TA is the type of hero that can get the farm up, and then one mistake from Pain Gaming, you never know. You never know.
I mean, we did see them fumbling a huge lead, 19k goal lead in game 1. But as we said, it was an Ursa. It was not a
Dire's
Shadow
middle
Fiend.
tower is under
This
attack.
hero is definitely on the broken side.
Radiant's
There we
top
go.
tower is under
We'll
attack.
start taking more towers. We even have the Aegis. They already are in position to get a Tormentor, so they can chain everything one after the other. And a Shard here would be amazing. Schofield already has his, which means either Treant or Enigma are going to get one. Both pretty good. Mind
Treant will
you,
love his.
they have
And you already
Treant
have a
as well.
gem, right? You already have a gem on Treant. If you get a shard as well, Pain Gaming are gonna have so much info on the map, and League are gonna have none.
Not only that, but because this game is so hard, like every single tower is healed, right? So you can even like slow siege towers by just like shoving waves. It's rough. And there you go.
Radiant's
Best possible
middle
shard
tower is
for
under
Pain
attack.
Gaming.
Liga might need to buy an early gem. The thing is that they're so poor that nobody can afford it.
Yeah. Tiny needs to finish his BKB. TA is going either Blink or Shard. And I guess the Shard's pretty good when the Enigma is not going BKB. That's just a free cancel on the Black Hole.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But you do have the Boots of Bearing, so in terms of chase potential, because the silence not gonna be that big of a deal, because the slow is
Yeah.
gonna be a non-factor.
He's not playing. He's definitely not playing for the Black Holes anyways. Like, he had 2 awful Black Holes and the game still as one-sided as it is,
Dire's
right?
middle tower is
Imagine
under
if he
attack.
was even landing them.
2 awful black holes. Give the guy
Hey, they
a
were.
break.
They
They
were
were.
awful. They
Yeah,
were
one he cancelled
garbage
immediately,
tier.
the other one got cancelled immediately.
And now that's a free Roche. Butterfly and
Sometimes-
Shadowfiend.
Yeah, sometimes I look at his SF's damage and I'm like, how is this allowed? But how is it allowed for you to have 16,000 net worth 22 minutes into the game? Like, what the hell is this?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
16,500. Holy moly. Okay, they did try to push this top tower with the hero, but he will be found. Overgrowth actually fighting 2 heroes on the back line. That's a TA. The Stampede will allow them to disengage. The Burrow Strike actually missing. Rare mistake by Dark Mago as he's taking through a lot of damage. Still going through. The TA will be overpowered. Oh, Black Hole only onto the Centaur, but Snowy is just outmatched. 5 heroes versus 2. The Tiny wasn't even there.
And this is with the Burrow Strike missing. That TA should have died the second that the Sand King jumped on him, but it was allowed. Enigma?
They did get a tower, so I guess that's the one good thing from that fight.
Okay, Enigma did buy a blink. I thought I saw a Midas, and I know it was in his quick buy, but
Yeah,
I was
it
like, there's
was.
no way that he's gonna go for a Midas. Really, no reason to do so.
Yeah, they're just absolutely stronger. You could potentially try and go high ground right now. Liga, you know,
Radiant's
demoralized.
top tower has
You have the Scotto. That's the one thing keeping them in the game.
fallen. Radiant's middle tower
Just
is under
the
attack.
wave shove and the annoyance that he brings.
You know, this
Radiant's
reminds me
middle
of the
tower has fallen.
of the scene in of the third Batman movie, right? The
Which
Dark
one is
Knight
the third?
Returns.
Okay.
Dark Knight Returns with the Bane. You know, they're in the game. Do you feel that you're in the game? No, you don't, right? You know that scene? Do you feel in charge?
I do know that scene, and I do know that Shadow Demon when I see it. Oh, but
He's alive!
He's still alive. The pipe preventing so much damage. They get a really good stampede trying to go for the Shadow Demon. Crazy respect. You're not gonna get that kill. In the meanwhile, they lose Dark Mago somehow. Mirage gets the kill. The fight's so split, and the Shadow Demon cannot, the Shadow Fiend cannot hit anyone. So Liga getting away with murder here. But now the Blink with the Malphite's Overgrowth finds 2 heroes. That's a dead Rock and potentially a dead little Centaur. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, thank you, creeps. Double stuns with the Croakers.
Bowie showing that you can count. You probably thought that he was gonna die in like 3 hits, and then and then you just went up to 7, 8.
Thank God the Croakers are on my side here. They at least tried to make me look good. Only took 12 hits.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And like, what the hell is going on? Why isn't the SF3
I mean, the
shot?
tower seems weaker than the center at this stage.
Radiant
So
structures are
they're
fortified.
gonna have to pop the glyph. I mean, you told me Pain, absolutely wiped the floor with the teams in the last series yesterday. And after game 1, I wasn't that sure. But at least it's 2 Shadowfiend games. I mean, even the one they lost, like, they played really well up until the point that things went south. You gotta give it to them. They are looking sharp. Couple of mistakes here and there, but overall still very dominant.
And I'm loving that they're playing this tournament before the ESL1. Because these are the type of tournaments you win, you get the confidence, and then you, even versus better teams, it's going to show.
Oh, they found Corrupted. They don't even need to use any big OTs.
Now you should have counted. Because he really did 3-shot him.
No, I got scared. I don't want to look dumb. I already
think
looked dumb.
There's no way that you're going to look dumb because I think you counted really well. I don't think you made any of the mistakes there.
Watch. Yeah, I really know my numbers. And I know my black holes. That's 1 hero black hole dead Tiny with a buyback. Holding on to it for now, but I don't think it's going to change no matter what happens. That's going to be dead range barracks, dead Coddle. I see blood everywhere. I see no will for Liga to fight.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The TA is split pushing.
Dire's bottom
She
tower
bought an MKB. She has a full MKB, got a tower. I don't know what else is going to change. I guess you buy back the Tiny once the Coddle is up, but yeah, I guess that's the plan.
are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, so Daedal is now on the Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds for the
MKB.
ages. Now or never.
Okay. Oh, they missed the Hoof Stomp. But
Daedal.
they will keep their barracks alive, and they don't have to buy back anymore.
The thing is, does Pain Gaming go back and just play it super safe, or do they just go in and try to end? SF is on Vision.
Yes, but there is an Enigma.
Without the black hole.
Yeah, without Black Hole. 4 step away. Pipe's gonna be utilized. Blink out. That's a second Hoof Stomp being dodged here by Corrupted.
Why didn't he toss him back instantly?
I'm not sure. I guess he had no cast range. That's the only explanation.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunate.
They hesitated, I guess. For me, that was the only opening that they were ever gonna get. So now Pain are gonna wait for the epicenter black hole. They're just gonna come to your base. They might not even need the black hole when they have the overgrowth and the epicenter.
Yeah, I just need everyone to be together. They are... I mean, even the neutrals are on which side. He gets serrated Shiv with alert. Just the dream scenario here. 463 CS Minute 28. If that's not like an overall record, it might be a Shadowfield record. I'm gonna check afterwards.
SF is a pretty strong farming hero though in every meta, but
Nope. Toss back Ocho Michu. That's
Easy.
a dead tree. 900 gold arenas.
Radiant are scanning.
comeback? Question mark?
Eventually, I mean, there's a Rapier queued up on Snowy.
The problem is he doesn't have a crit, right? So even when you get Rapier, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Not the best case scenario, but a man can dream. TA did slowly climb herself to third in net worth, which, you know, doesn't seem like much, but for this game it is.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, but he's still 10,000 gold behind the SF. That's the scary part.
Definitely not going to be easy. No matter what happens here, there has to be a blunder on Pain Gaming, it looks like.
A big blunder. Over and over and over and over again. And then even then, versus a Epicenter and Black Hole, you can still lose.
Yeah, I mean, look at that sinking. Level 20. Whisper of the Dread. Shiva's Guard Eggs. Just
BKB Enigma. They're coming
yeah.
to end this. BKB Enigma, Satanic SF. It's
no Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur. So it is now or never here. Wits. Okay, they're gonna get that toss, and they also get the hook stomp. BKB is gonna be used on the two. Actually fight the TA, and they get the first strike. That's just a dead TA. The insta GG. Beautiful stuff from Pain Gaming. When it matters, they clutch it out. I mean, it's not even a clutch. They just absolutely wipe the floor with Liga. All right, so do you like their chances moving forward here? And what do you think, you know, what's the chance that Liga can bounce back after such a, you know, crushing defeat?
I mean, Liga can definitely defeat some teams in the lower bracket, but if you're asking me, can somebody beat Pain? I don't think so. I think Pain at the moment are a class above of every other team in this tournament, and that's how I felt yesterday. That's how I felt today. Them losing that one game for me doesn't change anything, because I think if they just respected their opponents a little bit more, that there was never a chance for them to lose even that first game.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna be tested by one win. Is that tomorrow? Let me double check. It is. So it's 19 hours from now. And we're also going to have Power Rangers playing against Avilus, as well as Lynx playing against Liga. Any predictions for how the lower bracket's going to look like?
Let me give it a little bit of thought. So
Those are
Liga
Lynx.
versus Avilus and Power Rangers versus Lynx, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Power Rangers. I really
Agree.
see them highly. And for Avilus Liga, that's a tough one.
No, Lynx Liga.
Lynx Liga. Are you
I
sure? Yeah, Lynx
think-
Liga. Okay.
Yeah, I think Liga, right?
I think Liga, yeah. I think Liga and Power Rangers Avilus, probably Power Rangers, but Avilus could beat them.
Yeah, it's nice to think that, you know, we did watch most of the best teams of the tournament today. Obviously, we're gonna have to play it out, so we are sure. And for that, we need everyone to be well rested. So thank you everyone for watching through this very long but exciting day. I'm Bowie. I have the Harry man with me. So thank you so much, guys. We're gonna be back tomorrow with way more Dota. See ya.